The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
He's here.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet,
Here.
Senator Vialet, present.
Please mark Senator DeGraff as present.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Carrion, present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2022 budget hearing for Tuesday, June 29th, 2021 in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2022 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., the Department of Public Works invited testifiers Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner. And at 1 p.m., the Division of Personnel invited testifiers Dana Clendenin, Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We'd also like to acknowledge Senator Novel Francis. Thank you for attending. I'd like to say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to today's budget hearing, the Tuesday, June 29th, where we'll have the Department of Public Works and the Division of Personnel testifying before us. Today, once again, we have gone totally virtual with the testifiers. Tomorrow, we will go back to our normal hybrid situation with testifiers in the well and some participating virtually. At this point, I'm going to allow Public Works to put the name and title on the record, beginning with the Commissioner, and then starting. Commissioner, you go ahead. I'll let you decide how you want to do it.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Gabriel. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Ask Mr. Jennings to go ahead and introduce himself next, and then we'll go counterclockwise, ending with Mr. McLean.
Hey, good morning. I'm Ben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Department of Public Works.
Good morning. Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Next.
Hello, good morning. Orville Isaac, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, St. Thomas.
Good morning. Dotson James, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, St. Croix.
Next.
Good morning, Carol Vison, Member, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation.
Mr. Bro.
Good morning, Dennis Brow, Assistant Commissioner.
Mr. Fleming.
Good morning, I'm Aaron Fleming, St. Croix District Engineer.
Mr. McLean, Jermaine.
Good morning, Jermaine McLean, District Engineer, St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District.
That's our team, Mr. Chair.
We thank you so much, Commissioner. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, and good morning once again, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Kurt Bailey, Finance Committee members, other senators in attendance, as well as the viewing and listening public. My name again is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, DPW. Accompanying me today in the well is Deputy Commissioner of Administrative Services, Mr. Ruben Jennings, Federal Highway Program Manager, Mr. Jomo McLean, and Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Carol McGregor. Participating remotely are Assistant Commissioner Dennis Brow, District Engineer Aaron Fleming, District Engineer Jermaine McLean, as well as Deputy Commissioners of Operations, Dotson James and Orville Isaac. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of our FY 2022 budget request. Since we presented our FY 2021 budget, DPW has been on the move. We have completed several federal and local projects spanning across the territory. They include the Moffley Retaining Wall Project, Garden Street Paving Project, Scion Valley Road, Hess Road and Sunny Isle Intersection, Manassa Hill Road, Eastern Cemetery Road, Scenic Road, and a segment of Center Line Road in Estate Adrian on St. John. We recently cut the ribbon for our Main Street Revitalization Project and are expecting to finish phase 1 of Veterans Drive in the fall, giving downtown Charlotte-Amalie a much-needed facelift. DPW CIP division has overcome staffing shortages to manage over $85 million of disaster recovery projects for most of our sister agencies and departments. The department is finally beginning to realize the fruits of our labor, as over the past 6 months alone, we have received over $53 million of obligated FEMA project worksheets, or PWs, specifically for road projects, and another $14 million of obligated PWs for our buildings. With the help of this body, the department was able to procure critical pieces of heavy equipment, including a street sweeper on St. Thomas and patching trucks for both districts. I am pleased to report, and I am sure many of you have seen, our street sweeper is operational and on the road across the island. More importantly, we are weeks away from performing road patching as a wholly in-house function in both districts, except for purchasing asphalt. Like any other department, we face significant challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but our Vitran buses have continued to serve our residents, especially our disabled and senior citizens. Moreover, Vitran recently expanded its service on St. Thomas, and we are exploring ways to do the same on St. Croix. Our roads, bridges, buildings, public cemeteries, and parking lots are all slated to have major projects in the coming months. Additionally, my team and I are working with the Office of the Governor and Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett to access federal dollars through the touted American Rescue Plan to address our stormwater drainage system, especially in the historic towns. We have accomplished a great deal over the past 12 months, but I'm exponentially excited about what we have in the pipeline. As we present our budget, you will notice that we are very forward-focused with a keen eye on fixing long-standing issues that have persisted in our community. We know that we have a generational opportunity to maximize our disaster recovery funds as we build back better. And with your help, we know that we are up to the challenge. I will turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Ruben Jennings to walk you through the budget overview and the Division of Administration overview.
Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration. Budget overview. For fiscal year 2022, Honorable Governor Bryan has recommended a total of $26,497,194 to be allotted to the Department of Public Works from the General Fund. DPW will also receive $500,000 from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund, $300,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund, and $1 million from the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund to assist with roadside cleanup and maintenance. In fiscal year 2022, we anticipate receiving a combined total of $29,101,515 in federal funds from the Federal Highway Administration and the Federal Transit Administration. Breakdown for general fund of the 26.4 million, approximately 9.4 million for personnel, approximately 4.9 million for fringe benefits, 651,000 for supplies, 10.4 million for other services and charges, 500,000 for capital outlay, and 500,000 for utilities. As of June 23rd, 2021, DPW has a workforce of 228 employees, an increase of 16 employees from last year, June. 72 of our employees are in the exempt status, 2 are classified non-union, and 154 are unionized. We also have 5 CSEP workers, senior community service employment program workers. Our proposed personnel services and fringe benefits represent 54% of the department's total general fund operating budget. As of June 23rd, 2021, we have 5 federally funded and 19 general fund vacancies. Supplies breakdown, 651,000. Other services, like I said before, 10.4 million. Capital outlays, 500,000. This amount is budgeted for a dump truck, roll-on, roll-off trucks, and 2 pickup trucks for our operations unit. Utilities, the proposed appropriation for utilities is 500,000. Utilities will be paid from single payer utility fund. The department has begun the auditing of its water and electrical usage, and this initiative will continue into fiscal year 2022 as we continue to implement additional cost-saving measures. Federal funds anticipated fiscal year 2022 outside of the disaster recovery monies is approximately 29 million. Included there is the FDA American Rescue Plan, the FDA CARES Act Part 2, FDA ER Grant Part 2, FDA Resiliency Grant, our FDA Urbanized Area Formula Grants for fiscal year 20 and 21, our federal highway projects, and our federal highway garbage debt service payments.
Mr. Dennis, you want to continue with administration?
Okay, no problem. The administration division provides fiscal management, support, and guidance to all divisions within the department. The office processes transactions, certifies that mandated services are cost-effective, monitors local and federal funding sources, manages personnel and labor relations, maintains our in-house communication network, and validates compliance with federal and local statutes. This past year, we have focused on implementing cost-saving measures, such as the installation of LED lights throughout our buildings. We began upgrading our network to include Wi-Fi access throughout our buildings and voice-over IP phones. We are slated to complete this overhaul of our information technology network by December 2021. The department is working feverishly to change its organizational culture. Studies have shown it takes 18 months to 5 years to change organizational culture. With change, we are emphasizing practices that are consistent with professionalism, accountability, and effective communication. Having discipline and working to make our community better for everyone. Change does not come overnight or without resistance. However, we are committed to reinforcing these values across the department. Human resources. It is the mission of the Human Resources Unit to provide effective human resource management by developing and implementing policies, programs, and services that contribute to the completion of department and employee goals by properly balancing the needs of the employees and the needs of the department, retaining our valued employees by assuring effective leadership qualities in our managers, as well as enhancing two-way communication between employees and management, providing training and development in areas of effective leadership and career development, employment law and government regulation, and litigation avoidance, providing training and development in heavy equipment, continuing leadership training for directors and supervisors in employee relations, project management, time management, and honing skills, encouraging participation in an automotive training program called GM Perks, which is in collaboration with General Motors, branding our new hire onboarding and promoting a family experience, cross-training staff in areas of grievance officer and drug and alcohol testing. Some of our accomplishments this fiscal year include the hiring of 20 full-time employees, promotion of 10 employees territory-wide, and continuous training for staff. We are committed to the professional development of each team member at the department.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Next, I'm going to ask our program highway manager, Mr. Joe McLean, to walk through the Office of Highway Engineering.
Good morning. Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. The Office of Highway Engineering is responsible for the design, management, and implementation of all projects funded by the Federal Highway Administration. Presently, DPW receives annual funding in the amount of $16.8 million at an obligation authority of 89% of $14,935,200 under the Fixing America's Surface Transportation, better known as FAST Act. Of this designated funding, approximately $7.5 million is used for debt service of the Garvey bonds floated at the end of 2015. As a result of these authorized funds, DPW has several projects under construction or about to be advanced to the construction phase. The following is a summary of the projects and accomplishments achieved by the Office of Highway Engineering. Completed projects: Main Street Enhancement, Route 308. As the Commissioner indicated, a ribbon cutting ceremony was held on May 27, 2021. The scope of this project included sewer line replacement, water line relocation, telecommunications relocations, blue bit sidewalk construction, Eurocobble street pavers, historic style street lighting, and signage. The last remaining items to be completed are the removal of historic utility poles and the installation of street signage. Fully retaining wall, Route 35. This federal highway emergency relief project scope entailed constructing a retaining wall along a segment of Maffley Hill Road. The contractor, Four Star Construction, completed this project in March of 2021. Active projects: Carlton Road pavement rehabilitation. This project was awarded to Marco St. Croix in December of 2021 and is 80% complete. Project scope involves road reconstruction, asphalt paving, striping, new drainage crossings, new pavement waterways, signs, and guardrails. Construction is expected to be completed this summer. Clifton Hill Connect Road, Phase 1. This project was previously authorized for construction by Federal Highway in 2017. The contract was terminated for convenience in 2020, and the design consultant is currently revising the bid documents. The project will be rebid this summer. We anticipate construction restarting this fall. The scope for this project includes major road reconstruction, asphalt paving, roadway widening, striping, new drainage, construction of turn lanes, new signalization, water line relocation, and utility pole relocations. Mount Welcome pavement reconstruction. This project was recently awarded to 11 Construction, includes major road reconstruction, pavement markings, signage, and drainage improvements. This project notice to proceed was just issued and construction will start this week. Clearview Retaining Wall Project. Work on this project is approximately 78% complete. Contractor is Rumina Construction, and the contract amount is $1,098,805. Project limits start along Route 35 and includes the right-of-way above Clearview Apartments to the beginning of Scott-Free Road. The improvements for this project include slope stabilization, guardrail installation, retaining wall construction, drainage improvements, pavement restoration, cable system installation, signage, permanent thermoplastic markings. Project has been delayed for the last 9 months as we are waiting fire to relocate the underground lines. Crown Bay Road and pedestrian improvements. Work on this project commenced in March 2018 and is approximately 95% completed. The project limits began at the entrance at the Department of Public Works in Subbase, heading east towards Inspection Lane along Crown Bay Road, Route 304, and proceeding north between the intersections of Route 304 and Route 33 towards Niski intersection on Route 30. The improvements for this project includes minor concrete structures, median improvements, landscaping, signage, installation of video detection systems, traffic system installation, permanent pavement markings, ADA compliant sidewalks, as well as road reconstruction and rehabilitation. Emergency Road Repair Project St. John. Romina Construction was selected for this project with a contract cost of $226,743. Project covers the reconstruction and repairs of 2 areas, one on Route 104-1 Fishby and the other on Route 20 Kingshill Road. Romina Construction will finalize the completion of the work on Route 20 Kingshill Road, while the work on Route 104-1 was incorporated into the design build project being managed by Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division. The work on this route includes damages caused by hurricanes Irma and Maria. Veterans Drive Project Phase 1, Garvey. In conjunction with Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, this project was awarded to American Bridge. Construction is nearing completion as work is approximately 85% complete. The scope for this project includes new seawall construction, roadway widening, promenade construction, drainage improvements, historic style, pedestrian and street lighting, signalization, signage, and landscaping. This transformative project is expected to be completed in early fall of 2021. Melvin Evans Project, Garvey. Project was divided into 6 segments, with 4 of the 6 segments now completed. 1 segment is currently in construction, and the remaining segment is nearing finalization of the bid documents. Mahogany Road, Route 76, Garvey. The design consultant has submitted 100% plans to DPW, and we have commenced the right-of-way acquisition process. Scope for this project includes pavement reconstruction, asphalt paving, new drainage crossings, paved waterways, striping, and signage. We anticipate being able to advertise for this project in the fall. Amsbluff Road, Route 63. Department is utilizing Federal Highways RFP template for the territory to solicit for the services to perform the design services for this work. Proposed improvement to this roadway, which stretches 3.8 miles long, will include roadway reconstruction, culvert replacement, and striping. Project starts at the entrance to the aggregate Inc. and terminates at the intersection of Creaky Dam Road, Route 58. Spring Gut Road, Phase 1, Garvey. Construction documents for this project are approaching 100% design completion stage. The design firm has submitted the right-of-way plans and the department has initiated the acquisition process. Improvements to Route 85 include the replacement of a bridge, roadway reconstruction, installation of sidewalks, a shared bike and pedestrian path, drainage, utility relocation, lighting, signage, and striping. Cyan Valley Road, Route 81. This project runs from Rattan Road through Peters Rest to the Cyan Farm intersection on Route 70 to Schuster's Water. Construction started on January 2019 and is approximately 96% complete. Proposed improvement involved reconstruction of the roadway, drainage improvements, installation of sidewalks, striping of roadway, and signage. Rattan Road, Route 74, Garvey. Services has been completed and the in-house design is currently underway. Section of this roadway runs from Five Corners to Route 79, Island Center Road. They include the installation of guardrails, improvements to alignment, signage, pavement improvements, drainage improvements, and striping. Frederickstead roads that are on the federal aid system. The design firm, Antillean Engineering, submitted construction plans to the department for review. However, we provided comments to the design on additional items that we would like addressed. We anticipate this project will be sent to Federal Highway for approval in the fall. Christianstead roads that are on the federal aid system. Eastern Federal Lands was assigned the project for project development and it's in the preliminary design phase. VISTER-STJ. This project, managed by Eastern Federal Lands, is a design-build project which includes 5 damaged sites throughout the island. Among the sites are Route 104, Route 107, 108, and 1041 Fish Bay Road. Construction is currently underway on Route 108, Border Mountain Road. Eastern Federal Lands anticipates additional sites will begin construction this summer as well. VISTER-STX. This project, also managed by Eastern Federal Lands, is a design-build project that includes 16 sites throughout the island of St. Croix. Project sites are Midland Road Bridge, East Airport Road Bridge, Route 7532 in the vicinity of the lagoon, and North Shore Road. The contractor, Virgin Islands Paving, has been working on designs and permitting since December, and Eastern Federal Lands anticipates construction to begin in July of this year. STER-STT. This project, also managed by Eastern Federal Lands, is another design-build project that includes 13 damaged sites throughout the island of St. Thomas. Some of the sites are Route 333 in the vicinity of the Dorothea Fire Station, Route 335 in Upper Limburg Bay, Route 42 and Mandel Road, Route 30, Black Point Hill. The contractor, Island Road Corporation, continues to work on design and permitting. However, construction is underway on several sites to include Route 33 near Shabui, Route 333 in Dorothea, and Route 38 on Weymouth-Rima Highway. Eastern Federal Lands anticipates additional sites will begin construction this summer as well. Permanent sign replacement for St. Thomas St. John. Project entails a new traffic signs installation throughout the district of St. Thomas and St. John. In order to proceed, commenced on June 8th of 2020. And the project is ongoing and expected to be completed in the fall this year. Permanent traffic signs, St. Croix. Project was awarded on December 4th. Selected contractor, Celestine Construction, is currently installing new signage throughout the island of St. Croix. We plan to execute a change order in the near future to add additional time and signage to be completed.
Thank you. Local engineering. The Division of Engineering provides architectural, engineering, design, and inspection services for the Department of Public Works and other government agencies. These services include planning, designing, cost estimating, and construction management of a variety of capital and public infrastructures throughout the territory. The division is responsible for project management, which includes requests for proposal, design review, project inspections, contract administration, approval of contractor requests for payments. The division recently supervised repairs to the Christiansted Boardwalk, which was severely damaged by the 2017 hurricanes. The damaged joists, broken guardrail, and collapsed Trex decking were all replaced, restoring the boardwalk to its original condition. The boardwalk is now safe for public use. Also completed in fiscal year 2021, road repairs on Route 681, better known as Hess Road. The Sunny Isles signal light intersection was also paved and striped to include a crosswalk to improve the safety for motorists and pedestrians. Since the last budget hearing in June 2020, the Fortuna Bay Road Repair Project was also completed. This roadway collapsed during the 2017 hurricane season and has been completely repaired by installing new concrete pipes under a new reinforced concrete roadway. Gut remediation was also conducted to ensure floodwaters are channeled directly to the concrete culverts. The total cost to complete this project amounted to $418,280.80. The Bavoni Low Water Crossing project was closed out in January of 2021. This project repaired a low water asphalt section of roadway and installed curb inlets to ensure the future durability of the road. Specific areas of asphalt roadway were milled and new asphalt placed with pavement striping from the road near the Purple Shop heading west towards Lima gas station in Bavoni. The total cost to complete this project amounted to $145,047. The Eastern Cemetery Roadway Phase 2 project was closed out in March of 2021. This project entailed extending the existing asphalt roadway approximately 500 feet and constructing parking spaces, sidewalks, and a low water crossing, which provides easier and safer access for the visiting public. The total cost to complete this project amounted to $429,712. The DPW Division of Transportation Fort Christian Parking Lot Office Renovation Project was completed in April of 2021. This project entailed tile installation, roof gutter repair, cement board walls, insulation, new doors, electrical work, and other miscellaneous construction. This newly renovated office now provides a clean and vibrant workspace for employees to enjoy. The total cost to complete this project amounted to $54,323.50. In active projects, for upcoming road repairs on St. Croix, a contract has been executed for the towns of Christiansted and Frederiksted. Work began this month for the town of Frederiksted. As part of Phase 1, Queen Cross, Hill, Hospital, New, King, Customs, Lagoon, and Market Streets will be repaired. The contractor, VI Paving, is currently focused on drainage improvements in the area of New Street. Under Phase 2, King Cross, Veteran Shore Drive, Route 702 from LaGrange to Frederiksted, and East Street will be repaired. The U.S. Department of Interior has provided 2 grants to fund both phases of repairs in the historic town of Frederiksted. The division is also slated to manage projects to pave roads in the town of Christiansted, specifically Queen, Strand, Hill, East, West, Smith, Prince, and Market Streets. We are working with our infrastructure and utility partners to coordinate on the start date of the project so as to avoid redigging. Funding for this project is also made available through a grant from the Department of Interior and is being coordinated with WAPA via the Office of Disaster Recovery and Waste Management. We have monthly coordination meetings with our utility partners to align our project schedules. With the allotment of funds from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund, Phase 1 of repairs at Estate Lorraine, Bugby Hole, Herman Hill, and Estate St. George's are now possible. The scopes of work call for the installation of drainage infrastructure to improve the drainage capacity of the residential areas, as well as the paving and striping of roadways for safety. These projects are currently in the procurement stage, and executed contracts are expected by the end of summer, at which time road repairs will commence. For phase 2 of road repairs at Estate Lorraine, Bugby Hole, St. George's, and Herman Hill, they will be paid with revenue from the excess debt service reserve fund. Additionally, these monies will also fund road repairs at the following locations: Estate Upper Love, Mount Pleasant, Wim, Strawberry Hill, Richmond, Union and Mount Washington, St. John, Calhoun, Williams Delight, Camp Orpico, Work and Rest, and Route 83 leading to Catherine's Rest. Preliminary designs for these projects were completed, and packages are now being prepared for bid solicitation. We would like to thank Governor Albert Bryan and this body for recognizing the need to address neighborhood roads throughout the territory and providing the necessary funding. The Benner Hill Guardrail project is located above the National Guard Armory in Estate Nazareth. Approximately 1,384 feet of guardrail will be installed to ensure the public safety while traveling the inclined and curvaceous roadway. This project is currently under construction and is scheduled to be completed by August. The contract price is currently $139,000. The Bolongo Bay Drainage Project is currently under contract with an effective start date of June 21st, 2021, and an end date of February 15, 2022. This project entails construction of concrete swales, trench drains, concrete pipes, detention ponds, and other drainage structures, which will enhance the natural flow of water in the area, channeling it to the bay and alleviating excessive sheet flow on the roadway. This contract amounts to $1,261,365. The Department of Public Works Crusher Yard Hurricane Repair Project plans, specifications, and bid package were recently completed and are ready for advertisement. The scope of work entails a concrete roof upgrade, new windows, roll-up doors, ADA accessible restrooms, and other interior retrofits. The Department of Agriculture, Estate Carolina, and Coral Bay Cistern Construction Project plans, specification, and bid package were completed in July of 2020 and forwarded to the Department of Agriculture for further processing. The project entails the construction of a 20,212 gallon cistern and pump room at the Department of Agriculture St. John office location. The cistern construction will provide much needed water supply to the neighboring farming lots. This project is funded by a U.S. Department of Agriculture Natural Resources Conservation Service grant with collaboration from the VI Agriculture Advisory Group. Again, the Department of Agriculture Office Modular Build-Out Project bid package was completed in January of 2021 and forwarded to the user agency, the Department of Agriculture, for solicitation. This project was advertised on 2 occasions, with no contractor being selected for various reasons. The project will be advertised again in anticipation of selecting a responsive and responsible contractor. The scope of work entails constructing interior partition walls, painting, door installation, and electrical and mechanical modifications. The Megan's Bay Sidewalk and Ramp Project bid package was recently completed in June 2021 and forwarded to the Megan's Bay Authority for further processing and advertising. The scope of work entails construction of concrete sidewalks, ADA accessible ramps, which will provide a safer traversing experience for the visitors of the beautiful Megan's Bay Beach. The Department of Human Services Generator Building Project bid package was recently completed in June of 2021 and is ready to be advertised. The scope of work includes construction of a masonry and reinforced concrete building with a roll-up door to house the existing generator. I will now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Carol Oberson McGregor to walk you through the Division of Transportation. Ms. McGregor, you're on mute.
Good morning, Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation. The Division of Transportation includes the Office of Public Transportation, the Virgin Islands Transit System, and public parking lots. In addition to the $5.1 million appropriated from the general fund, which is mainly used to pay personnel and vehicle maintenance costs, this division also relies on funding from the Federal Transit Administration and special federal grant allocations to fund fixed route, paratransit buses, and capital projects. The OPT is a designated grant recipient for the territory's Federal Transit Administration Urbanized Area Formula Grant Program. In FY 2021, the Office of Public Transportation was awarded Part 1 of the CARES Act grant in the amount of $3.8 million as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Part 2 of the CARES Act grant in the amount of $232,642 is expected to be awarded this year. Other COVID-related grants expected to be awarded this year are the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation amounting to $27,055 and the American Rescue Plan grant in the amount of $2,076,786. I would like to take this moment to specifically thank our 88 paratransit and fixed route bus operators. While many were able to work from home, our paratransit service remained fully operational, and our fixed route drivers were back on the front line as soon as our buses were equipped based on COVID-19 safety protocols. In FY 2021, the Office of Public Transportation also expects to receive annual appropriations of $2,749,897 and $2,744,072 from the Federal Transit Administration. These funds were approved to be used in support of transit operations to include the construction and expansion of transit infrastructures, upgrades, transit modernization, and operating assistance, including personnel. As of June 1 of 2021, the Office of Public Transportation has expended a total of $6.7 million from the Federal Transit Administration grant allotments. Presently, the Office of Public Transportation manages 10 federal grants. As of June 1, 2021, the Office of Public Transportation has a balance of $9.7 million in accumulated grant funds. These funds are allocated for the construction of the St. Croix Operations and Maintenance Facility, as well as the Lloyd Sonny Barnes Bus Terminal at Lorraine, which is in its final engineering stage before going out to bid. The balance will be used to purchase new vehicles, personnel protective equipment, and office equipment. It will also provide the necessary funds to sanitize bus shelters and bus facilities, cover personnel costs, and sustain the drug and alcohol program. These projects and purchases are all in progress or in the procurement process. This year, Vitron expanded fixed route services along Perimeter Road, adjacent to the Roy Schneider Hospital, Lockhart School, Scale Center, Foothills, Celestina White Senior Homes, Paragon Building, and other establishments along the road. Transit modernization will continue with the purchase of 10 new 88 paratransit buses. 5 are now in the manufacturing stage, while the other remaining 5 are in the procurement process. The department will also purchase 4 heavy-duty buses and 1 medium-duty bus, and hire 5 additional mass transit bus operators. Reinstate suspended bus routes, and lastly, continue with the implementation of the Intelligent Transportation System route match on the fixed route system. with more than 500 locations already geocoded. Throughout fiscal years 2020 and 2021, revenue from both parking lots plummeted with the onset and ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. However, in recent months, revenue began to steadily increase with a reopening of businesses, services, and community events. The parking lot fund currently amounts to approximately $1.8 million. The department plans to use this money to fund upcoming projects in both parking lots. At the Fort Christian parking lot in FY 2021, offices were renovated, security cameras installed, and the acquisition of automated parking equipment is in process. Plans are also being made to resurface the parking lot. Also in FY 2021, repairs to the perimeter fencing at the Strand Street parking lot and automated parking equipment are in the procurement process for construction and installation this year. The department continues to work with the federal agencies and local ferry operators to develop a system that best meets the needs for public marine transportation. The ferry operators and ferry stipulation agreements are completed and have been submitted for legal review. Discussions are in progress with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to develop a memorandum of agreement for marine services to include monitoring, inspection, and ferry vessel maintenance and reporting. The department is also conducting ferry service need surveys, which will help identify the required capacity for efficient passenger service, give us necessary information to better plan for expansion and any projected change in ridership. The department has applied for ferry discretionary program grants and will continue to seek funding outside of the territory for ferry passenger services and capital. The intent is to identify and provide funding for operations, programs, and services to the public marine transportation system.
Thank you, Ms. McGregor. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. The Capital Improvement Projects Division continues to administer the planning, improvement, renovation, and construction of government infrastructure as directed and prioritized by the Office of the Governor and the Office of Disaster Recovery. However, as a result of Hurricane Irma and Maria, the CIP division has been focused mainly on FEMA projects for our sister agencies. CIP is currently involved with 26 projects, with 26 disaster recovery projects in the St. Thomas St. John district and 29 disaster recovery projects in the St. Croix district. And following with the governor's mandate to restore community facilities, we have been working with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to push ready projects into construction as quickly as possible. On St. Thomas, we currently have the following projects in the pre-design or procurement phase: the Lionel Smut Richard Ballpark, the Ezra Frederick Ballpark, Alvin McBean Ballpark, and the Lionel Roberts Stadium. In the St. Croix district, we have the following projects in the pre-design or procurement phase: Vincent Mason Coral Resort Park and Pool, Kramer's Park Pavilion and concession stands, the DC Canagata Complex, Budho Park, and the Renho Jackson Complex. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation's Educators Park Hurricane Repair Project is currently under construction and has an expected completion date of July 19, 2021. The scope of work entails repairing damaged brick walls, historic handrails, benches, and an electrical receptacle replacement. The contract price for this project is currently $39,100.50. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation has two projects that were advertised twice, and no contractor was selected for various reasons: the Doris Hodge Tennis Center Hurricane Repair Project and Coquille Point Hurricane Repair Project. Both projects will be re-advertised in anticipating of selecting a responsive and responsible contractor. The scope of work for the tennis center includes a new chain link fence or chain link fence replacement, roof repairs, painting, light poles with LED fixture upgrades, and miscellaneous construction work. The scope of work for the Cookie Point project entails replacing perimeter fencing, columns, gates, railings, and signs, as well as repairing damage to the merchant buildings and restrooms. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, Joseph Aubin Ballpark, and Frenchtown Tiny Tots Playground Hurricane Repair Project was recently advertised through the Department of Property and Procurement, wherein a contractor was selected. Once a contract is prepared and executed, the contractor will be responsible for purchasing and replacing bleachers and light poles with LED upgrades, as well as repairs to the dugout, press box, and the Frenchtown Tiny Tots Playground. Pauli Joseph Stadium Complex. DPW continues to assist the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation with this project. $18.2 million has been expended on contract management, consulting, including miscellaneous expenses, retainages owed, investigation, design, and construction to date. The work is still on hold, pending the decision of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, pending the decision of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and FEMA on the conditional letter of map revision, also known as a CLOMAR, being undertaken. As a result, the project completion date is pending the decision expected in the middle of the third quarter of 2021. Funding is provided by the PFA and inspection is performed by CIP Engineering. Government House restoration for St. Thomas. DPW provides project and construction management services to the Governor's Office for the historical restoration of the St. Thomas Government House. This $4.2 million restoration requires significant attention to historic detail, for which the State Historic and Preservation Office plays a significant role, and structural repairs for which the quick design are being made after the structural defects were observed. The funding for this project is provided by FEMA, and engineering support is performed by the Juridian Design Group. The St. John Government House restoration. DPW provides project and construction management on behalf of the Governor's Office for this historical restoration of the battery. This $2 million restoration requires significant attention to historic detail and structural repairs. The project is complete and the final closeout and payment is in progress. The Department of Health with facilities. CIP continues to participate in the design process for the Department of Health Women, Infant, and Children facilities on all 3 islands. Currently, the Frederickson Wick Clinic on St. Croix, the New Hanson Clinic on St. Thomas, and the Morris de Castro Clinic on St. John have been identified. The New Hanson project is estimated at approximately $3.7 million. The Frederickson Wick Clinic work is estimated at $591,908, and the Morris de Castro Clinic work is estimated at $455,000. All 3 projects are still in the design phase and projected to be in the procurement phase before the end of June. Department of Public Works facilities. The Department of Public Works currently has 3 projects being managed by CIP. The Susanna Berg office 2nd floor is in the construction phase. This project is substantially complete and construction contract was executed at $456,188. It is anticipated that this project will be completed in the 3rd quarter of 2021 after the arrival of long lead hurricane windows and doors being fabricated. A second project is on St. John at the Susanna Berg Maintenance Building. This project is on hold pending a FEMA decision and subsequent award. DPW submitted an engineered report stating that the structure should be replaced, and while FEMA is evaluating if a repair is all that is warranted. In either case, this is a FEMA project that hinges on FEMA's final decision. The third and final DPW project is a Vitran maintenance building and bus facility on St. Croix. This Federal Transit Administration project is currently in progress at a construction cost of $6.7 million. The Virgin Islands Department of Education. CIP continues to support the Department of Education on numerous projects throughout the territory. These projects are in various phases of the construction process. For example, Gladys Abraham Elementary School project is in the beginning stage of construction work, while others are as far along in construction and demolition in the construction and demolition process, as is the case of the Alfredo Andrews Junior High School on St. Croix. St. Croix Bureau of Corrections. The BOC Golden Grove facility has two projects that CIP is managing. The first is a temporary roof repair for the Golden Grove facility. This project documents were developed for the bid process and is being evaluated by BOC to confirm compliance with agency needs. It is anticipated that the bid package will be in procurement on or before June 30th of 2021. The second project is the BOC Golden Grove fence. This work is currently under redesign and is expected to be in the procurement process before the end of the summer. The Division of Operations is comprised of 4 units. They are responsible for the maintenance of public roadways and highways, public cemeteries, government buildings, as well as our fleet of heavy equipment and trucks throughout the territory. Throughout the last year, the division has focused on community improvement projects throughout the territory. In St. Croix, some notable projects include sidewalk and drainage repairs in Estate Golden Rock, Estate Wim, the north side of Juanita Guardian School, Estate Princess, and Estate Richmond, including the addition of an ADA accessible ramp. School bus shelters, also called shanties, in the following areas were most recently completed: Watergut, Estate St. George, Williams Delight, LaGrange, and the Educational Complex. In the St. Thomas St. John district, noteworthy projects include the repair of an undermined roadway in Estate Dorothea, new drainage installed in Estate Elizabeth, block drainage being cleared from the Department of Labor down to the waterfront, and a concrete roadway rebuild in Upper Hospital Ground. The department plays a critical role in hurricane preparedness. We work hand in hand with BITEMA and other agencies under the Federal Emergency Response Framework to ensure all needs are met. During the pre-disaster stage, in addition to gut and drainage maintenance, the Operations Division also assists in the securing of government buildings, as well as ensuring access to critical facilities. During the post-disaster stage, the Engineering and Operations Divisions perform preliminary damage assessments of the territory's infrastructure to determine the level of damage incurred. On April 1st, ahead of the hurricane season, operations crews shifted their focus to assessing all guts and scheduling a thorough gut maintenance and cleaning plan. Work crews are on their way to having all priority guts in the territory cleared by July. Several guts will be recommended to the Army Corps of Engineers to change the structure and become transformed to concrete. Those recommendations will be forwarded by the end of 2021. Our current priority gut status as of June 10th, on St. Croix, we have 90% complete. St. John, we've got 100% complete. And on St. Thomas, we are at 85% complete. The department's sandbagging protocol will be conducted in a manner consistent with the Blue Sky Initiative, which implements COVID protocols. Private citizens receive 6 bags per household, and government agencies receive 24 bags unless otherwise changed by the director by TEMA. As of June 10th, we have 2,000 sandbags filled on St. Croix, 700 filled on St. John, and 5,000 filled on St. Thomas. The list below outlines recent heavy equipment purchases. On St. Thomas, we spent $234,000 on a street sweeper. On St. Thomas, we spent $45,000 on a roller, $205,000 on a patching truck. And on St. Croix, we spent $45,000 on a roller, $205,000 on a patching truck, $140,000 on a dump truck, and 2 pickup trucks at $70,000 for both districts, and 6 backhoes at $510,000 for both districts. Now that the department has purchased the appropriate equipment, patching operations will move in-house. DPW plans to hire a dedicated patching crew to man this operation full-time. The department is responsible for maintaining our roadsides and keeping them free of grass and debris, which comes at a cost of about $5 million to contractors every year. This challenge was addressed in our agency reform plan, which we worked in partnership with the Office of Management and Budget. In an effort to save money, the department is entering an agreement with the Bureau of Corrections. The MOU is currently in draft version and will be submitted to the Department of Property and Procurement for review shortly. It is our intention to effectuate this partnership at a fraction of the cost to maintain the Melvin Evans Highway on St. Croix in the very near future. The Strategic Development Office. The Department of Public Works founded its Strategic Development Office to meet specific goals defined by the Commissioner that may not necessarily fit into any of the mandated divisions. The office is responsible for communications, project administration, special projects, and policy development. Based on another recommendation made through our participation in OMB's agency reform plan, the department increased its burial plot permit fee in September of last year. The difference in dollars collected can be seen in the chart below. This increase in funds will help the department to better maintain the territory's public cemeteries and fund the Territorial Cemetery Enhancement Plan. In fiscal year 2020, we collected $95,498. As of June 21st in fiscal year 2021, we've collected $141,195. Noting the benefits of the burial plot permit fee increase, the department plans to increase other fees, namely for driveway and roadway excavation permits. For over 30 years, the department has charged $35 each for these permits. Under the new fee schedule, residential driveway permits will increase to $100. Commercial driveway permits will range from $250 to $450, depending on the size, and will include impact fees. Road excavation permit fees will also increase, starting at $150. An impact fee tied to the project cost will also be implemented. The department plans to enact these permit fees increases before the end of this year. The department's burial records were severely damaged by the 2017 hurricanes and previous storms. Currently, all burial records are paper only, and many are either missing or in severe decay. We also lost several maps that identify burial sites with plot numbers and names in the storms. Noting these adverse effects, the department has initiated a cemetery records project that aims to transfer all paper records to electronic files. This project will focus on scanning and digitizing existing records, as well as the creation of a digital database where all records will be stored. We will employ new technology that will identify each gravesite plot number with a geocode to assist in the creation of maps that clearly document burial locations. This will provide a beneficial tool that will allow the department to better assist the public with locating their loved ones. These tools will also provide value to DPW staff in need of this information. This project has been separated into several phases. The first began with the build out of the database. Staff will need to be trained on how to input information accurately. Phase 2, which includes the scanning of existing records, will continue throughout the rest of the year. The department currently has $50,000 allocated for this portion of the project. In April, we applied for a Department of Interior grant to fund the remainder of what we anticipate will be a 3-year project. DPW communications efforts have grown exponentially in recent years. Prior to 2019, the department had growing Facebook pages for DPW and VITRAN and engaged with the public via press releases, radio updates, and informational videos. Since then, our team has grown and so has the output. 3 individuals currently manage the department's communication efforts, which are now comprised of public notices, social media, radio appearances, informational videos, the DPW website, our email contact listing, and VITEMA alerts. As the department provides consistent, timely information to the public, social media followings continue to grow and follow upward trends. Also, in commemoration of National Public Works Week, the department distributed over 200 activity books touting the importance of the department to elementary students and throughout the territory. The Landscape Beautification Pilot Project. This project is slated to beautify the public right-of-ways along Route 30 on St. Thomas, from the airport entrance up to Haven site. Budget cuts in last fiscal year, however, altered the area of coverage. The project limits currently include the medians from the airport entrance to the Niski Center intersection. Due to the positive public response, it is our hope to be able to add additional funds to this project in the upcoming fiscal year to continue along Route 30. If funding allows, we would like to expand this project to St. Croix near the entrance to the Henry E. Rolson Airport. The Strategic Development Office, in conjunction with the Office of Public Transportation, has worked for the last several months to develop Vitran's advertising program. We have researched the necessary federal guidelines to institute such a program. However, the department's capacity remained an issue. Therefore, in moving forward with Act number 8254, which allows the department to permit advertisements to be placed on Vitran buses, we are moving toward outsourcing this effort and will advertise a request for proposal to manage this operation by fall of 2021. It is our intent to remain involved in the process and liaise with the selected candidate, but we do not have the necessary staff or tools to effectively manage such a robust program on our own. We believe this is a great opportunity for a public-private partnership in advertising on Vitran branded buses, ferries, and facilities, including bus shelters. Senators, my team and I have outlined a budget presentation complete with a myriad of completed and active projects, our accomplishments, challenges, as well as our expected workload that will continue to grow for the foreseeable future. To best meet the challenge ahead of us, I have a few goals I would like to see come to fruition. First, we are keenly focused on finding ways to infuse technology into every facet of the way we do business. I am happy to report that our asset management and transportation infrastructure software, iWork, is online and currently being used internally. iWork personnel has been in the territory over the last few weeks, conducting pavement assessments and inventory of our roadways. This software system includes work order, sign, cemetery, pavement, and fleet management tools that will be of great benefit to the department. It also has a customer-facing app that will allow our residents to upload actual work orders and provide a notification once it is resolved. To make public transportation more reliable and interactive, Route Match will allow riders to see their bus location and possible delays in real time. Fusing technology with our technical capabilities will allow us to be more responsive, efficient, and productive than ever before. Also, it will allow Vitran to expand bus services on all 3 islands we service. To effectively manage over 1,400 disaster recovery projects, we expect to add highly capable employees with technical expertise. We will be taking the proactive approach of attending local and national job fairs and being more aggressive in recruiting recent college graduates. We are focused on adding construction, procurement, legal, and management professionals as we anticipate these areas will be critical to the department's success. As I mentioned during my confirmation hearing, we are actively working to establish an engineering scholarship program to foster our future leaders. The DPW team constantly meets with our federal partners, especially with the U.S. Department of Transportation, to find ways to maximize federal dollars available to the territory. To that end, we expect to establish the department's first pavement preventative maintenance plan aimed at realizing federal funds for road maintenance. I am committed to reestablishing DPW's state and research office, which should allow us to combine federal funding sources to create more robust projects. Finally, our cemeteries are of paramount importance. Working with local and federal partners, we are creating a strong territorial cemetery enhancement plan aimed at revitalizing our cemeteries and preserving our burial records for future generations. This has been a long neglected area that I personally offer my commitment to address. We are scouring both local, federal, and disaster recovery dollars to address this underfunded mandate. Our goals and mandates are large and ambitious, but we are ready for the challenge. The men and women of this department are tremendous, and I cannot thank them enough for all they do on a daily basis. These accomplishments are due to their commitment to the territory. I ask that you continue to support us by providing the funding that we need to grow and excel. I also ask for your trust and your patience. We are focused on achieving greatness for our people. Thank you for listening to our extensive budget presentation, and my team and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony. Quite a bit of information in reference to ongoing projects. So I want to thank you for that. Senators, we're going to go straight into a round of questioning. We'll begin with a 5-minute round, and I'll begin with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, Commissioner Gabriel, and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony. I'm going to go directly to the post-audit report. That's where I'm going to start.
1 minute, Senator Blyden. Let me hold your time 1 second because I failed to recognize Senator Sorrow. Thank you for coming. Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Johnson is here. Senator Potter. And Senator Whitaker peeped in here a few minutes ago. So, I want to thank all the senators for coming today. You may proceed. Senator Blyden. After Senator Blyden will be Senator Sorrow.
Okay, thank you. Before I go into my line of questioning, I want to thank Public Works, in particular Ms. McGregor, for finally extending the bus services to the Celestina senior, AY senior home and those areas back there, because it has been some time. I want to say thank you on behalf of our seniors and constituents. Let me go to the post-audit report. Let's start on page 5. I think Mr. Jennings, you're the one that's going to respond. Let me ask, under the miscellaneous section, we have for fiscal year 21 appropriations, the beautification upkeep of the town. We have 0. Maintenance work for heavy equipment, 35,000. Additional road maintenance, which we can always use 400,000. And purchase of heavy equipment, which I know you just purchased some more equipment. But for 22, there's 0 in all of those columns. Succinctly, can you tell me why we don't have anything for the upkeep of our towns? Because I know we pay those funds, and maintenance work for heavy equipment, because of course, we have to maintain the equipment and assure that they work properly and they are safe. Mr. Jennings?
Yes, Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration. Thank you, Senator, for the question. Those were line items, and we thank the Senate and the Governor for approving them. Those were line items in 2020, especially the beautification/upkeep of towns. Those were for the additional 11 employees that we did hire. We did move them on to our general fund budget, but in 2021, they were not line items, and in 2022, they are not line item also. Again, the Senate.
Very well.
Last year, okay, thank you.
Very well, I got you. You're correct. Let's go to page 6. Under federal grants, you have some $8.7 million in federal grants, right? You have the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Grant, which expires April of next year. You have the Federal Transit Formula Grants, the Bus and Bus Facilities Formula Grant. Those both expire in 26 and 25 respectively. Let me ask you, because I know based on the purpose of these grants, the first one is for planning. How far are you with the planning? Because I know we have been speaking for some time in terms of a transfer station and having the buses, not go all the way to the country and can transfer in that area by the hospital, and those in the country stay in the country and deal with those riders. But my question is, are we going to extend all of these funds, and where are we in terms of assuring that that occurs and happens? Because it's critical when it comes to our people here in the territory, and assuring that they have a reliable and timely transportation moving forward.
Thank you. Senator, I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Carol Olbin-McGregor to respond.
Please.
Good day, Senator. Our plan is to expend all those funds by the end of those grants. We are currently looking at a couple different sites for that transfer facility.
Okay. All right.
Senator, we're also looking at hiring. We're also looking at hiring some additional personnel for the planning aspects as well. Ms. McGregor is looking to hire an additional transportation planner, and we're also looking to try to assist with staffing up the ferry boat program.
And I know it's showing at 25 and 26. Can we see it happening anytime before that?
We're pushing. That's the intent. We've actually been meeting consistently with the FTA representatives. Like I said, Ms. McGregor is trying to hire transportation planners because that will assist us in spending those funds as quickly as possible.
Okay, very well. Also on page 7, the post auditor noted that the Department of Public Works did not report any disagreements in terms of outstanding obligation. The department did not submit any outstanding obligations to the Department of the Post Audit, and also did not report any bank accounts. Have anything been submitted since the post audit report was printed, or they're still pending? And if so, can you, through the chair, can you send it to the chair, through the chair, please, so we can look at it and assess? Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Ruben. Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Ruben Jennings to respond.
Yes, Senator, we sent the outstanding obligations last week to post audit. We do not have any leases currently, and we don't have any bank accounts.
What about outstanding obligations?
Yes, we sent a listing last week to the post audit.
Okay, very well. I'd like to see
Senator,
the status of those.
Directly to you so that you have it as well. We'll do it after the hearing.
No, through the
Time.
Chair. And in closing, Mr. Chair, to date, can you let us know what your amount in appropriations and amount in expenditures to date? Can we have those numbers, please?
Sure, Mr. Jennings, can you respond?
Yes, thank you, Senator. To date, we've expended from the general fund side $14,135,000. So we've expended 70% of our allocated budget.
And expended?
No, we've expended the 40 million.
Okay, okay, appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Sari, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for accommodating me. Morning, Commissioner, morning to the staff on Teams. Let's go to page 3 of the post audit report. Mute, Mike. Page 3 of the post audit report for public transportation. Are you there with me, Mr. Gabriel, Commissioner Gabriel? Or Mr. Ruben?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing for 2022 recommendations in the supplies, other services, capital projects, public transportation area. Why? Because you have new buses, that nothing is needed?
Mr. Jennings, you may responding.
Okay, that we actually have some amounts budgeted for supplies and other services columns. 758,000. We have $758,328 budgeted for supplies, which is gas and other equipment for Vitron, and we have 50,000 allocated for other services. And just for clarification, this amount is a 5.1 million subsidy that your fund subsidizes each year for Vitron. So it should amount to the 5.1 million.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, the numbers don't add up in that category, so it may be on our side. So duly noted. What have you budgeted for the salary increase for technical staff? Commissioner Gabriel?
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Mr. Jennings. Sorry.
Okay. Technical staff, in terms of engineers, we've been bringing on exempt, non-union positions in terms of technical engineers. Outside of budgeting for any increases, we coordinate with OCD.
Okay, tell me the salary range. Tell me, what do you intend to move your engineers? Because clearly that's an issue. So where do you intend to move your engineers to? and onboard them at? What are you looking at? What would be the increase?
Right now, we have a range of 70,000 for new green engineers right off the street. And the range goes from 70,000 to 95,000.
Okay, Commissioner Gabriel, let me bounce back to you.
Yes, ma'am.
We need to revisit that, okay? So give us some numbers so we could fund those positions, please. Some competitive numbers, but don't kill us, okay?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Are you
Yes,
there?
I said okay. Sorry, I said yes. You can hear me?
Okay, because you keep talking about this technical bench, but the bench is going to be empty if we try to hire engineer at $70,000 starting salary. Let's move quickly to.
I just want to note that we did increase it. I mean, we were at like in the lower 60s. So I mean, for us, this is a little bit of a win. At least we're able to get close to competition.
Okay, go a little higher for me. Last year we were able to. I think we included money for funding for equipment. Were you able to purchase the equipment that we funded?
Yes. So let me go back to our presentation. So we were able to purchase a street sweeper. We got additional backhoes, dump trucks, rollers, so that we could do patching in-house.
That's good. That's good. Let's go to professional development quickly. I see 35,000 recommended for professional development. Who are you intending to? What is that for? What does your professional development look like?
So we have a number of programs. We actually work with GM for our heavy equipment operators and mechanics, the GM Perks program, which we talked about in our testimony. We're looking at doing simple things like forklift training. The company that we do our backhoe, that we get our backhoes from, they've been willing to do backhoe training as long as we just fly down their staff. We're looking at doing, like I said,
for the roadside patches?
For the staff. Just recently, our operations folks went to a disaster preparedness conference, which I see as also professional development.
Okay, Commissioner, what about the roadside patches? Is there like training for those patching roads?
Yeah, that's so a few of our local companies have actually reached out to us in both districts to do patching trainings with our teams. So we're trying to get those set up in areas of need. And then additionally, we've been reaching out to Federal Highway. They actually reached out to us to assist with some of our contractors with training for people like flaggers, that kind of stuff, etc.
Okay, let's skip now. My time is going to be called soon. Let's skip to Polly Joseph Stadium. When PW was before us last year, we were promised a response in May for the Clomar. We are in July, in a few days, and we still don't have any response. We're waiting for FEMA. What's the conversations? Is there any pressure placed? We seem to be at the mercy of FEMA with this Clomar agreement. What's going on?
Time.
So somewhat, we've been going through the process. I mean, to be honest with you, it is taking longer than we thought. You are correct. We did anticipate having an answer by May. On our last call, which we had our CIP engineer participates, we also had individuals from the Office of Disaster Recovery. And we've been trying to impress upon FEMA the importance of getting the Clomar reviewed and I would say just fixed.
So what is FEMA saying? What's the new tentative date? What is the new tentative date for this Clomar to be approved?
Before the end of summer, they don't have a new tentative date, but it's under review. They're promising us that they're trying to review as quickly as possible. That's the most information that I can offer on that.
This is a travesty. I'm sure the chair is going to follow up. I have a million more questions, but thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Commissioner, where did we get the May date for the Clomar last year when the question was asked? We were told that it would be completed by May, but the department would try to expedite the process and they were hoping to get it before May. What's the holdup?
That date came from FEMA. The holdup is just FEMA has been reviewing it. Senator Viala, I wish I had more information. We meet with them on a monthly basis. We ask if they need any additional information to provide. We try to impress upon them, like I said, the importance of getting the project back underway. But I mean, at this point, we're just trying to be as patient as possible with the Clomar process. But we are applying as much pressure as possible.
Now, this is a project that is being funded with local funds. Why do we need a federal permit for the particular area?
Because it's in a floodplain, because the project is in a floodplain, and it's not the entire project. It's only a portion of the project that's in a floodplain. But in order for us to continue, because as you know, it needs to be covered under the NFIP policy so that we'll be able to insure it, we do have to get this resolved.
The insurance that the government takes out is usually $60 million per event. So it's never sufficient to insure all of the buildings that the government of the Virgin Islands own. I just don't understand how this local project is now that already have $14 million in the ground without this CLOMA permit has now been stopped awaiting this permit. And we're saying we can't continue despite the fact that we already put $14 million and $18 million in total into the project. Well, what real difference does it make in terms of getting that particular? It's our local monies. If it's just an insurance issue, I don't honestly see where we're going with that, because our cap for insurance is $60 million, and we have more than enough buildings, etc., that qualify for that amount. It's a travesty that we can't get this done. I just don't understand it. You know, we spend $18 million and we don't even have a wall, not one wall. Just a shame. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I see here where there's an agency reform plan being implemented as a result of working with the Office of Management and Budget. It was referenced in the testimony that there's a MOU that is currently being drafted with the Department of Property and Procurement regarding utilizing the Bureau of Corrections and inmates who are in there. So it's about time. But as far as expectation for the MOU to be finished, because based on what I'm reading here, it costs about $5 million to contractors every year for roadside maintenance. So I know with the implementation of this MOU, have you found out how much of a saving this would be to the government of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, we did some preliminary assessments. Mr. Jennings, do you have those numbers handy by chance? I can't recall them off the top of my head.
Yes, but technically, we will save, but St. Croix always needs additional road crews. So the plan was to use the additional road crews.
How much will be saved? How much will be saved based on the assessment, please?
Based on the assessment, that would save us at least $200,000.
$200,000. We're expecting to hear at least $1 million. So,
but I think, Senator James, I think it's important, like you said. I think the biggest thing is we'll have them to supplement, because in the District of St. Croix, we're always coming back to this body seeking additional funding to get additional crews on board. So I think that's the most important thing, is that we'll be able to finally wholly address the District of St. Croix.
Because I'm all for utilizing our inmates. I know most of them would like to come out and get some fresh air and be able to give back to their community. And I know based on how the Bureau of Correction handled the thing, they do not send certain inmates out to the community. So I was excited when I saw this part of the testimony saying, yes, we're spending $5 million, we're going to have this MOU. I was hoping that we'd save at least $1 million or $2 million, because my next question would have been, what would be done with the excess money? But I guess we leave that for another time when the assessment is truly finished. And it also speaks to, 1,400 obligated projects. And I know when the governor first came in, he mentioned the top 100 priority projects. Are we still going based off of that?
Yes, that is correct.
Because I was hoping to hear that in your testimony. Nowhere in your testimony speaks to the top 100 priority projects, giving us an understanding of the status of each project. Well, what are we being guided by? Because I was expecting to see that in the testimony. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I know you, through a previous hearing, you had asked for that information. On a weekly basis, bi-weekly basis, We have calls with the Office of Disaster Recovery where we monitor progress on those projects. And all 100 of those projects they range from in construction to in design to in procurement. They're in the wide gamut of the construction phases. But we are actively monitoring them and working with the Office of Disaster Recovery on those.
And Commissioner, that's my constructive criticism. What this body is looking for is consistency. If we have a top 100 priority projects, anytime you guys come before us when it comes to a status update or to defend the budget, we need to know what is going on with those top 100 priority projects. Okay? As far as the professional services for abandoned vehicles in the territory, I see where you have budgeted for $225,000 for the St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John district. How is this money divided? Is it divided equally throughout the 3 islands? How is that breakdown?
I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Jennings to respond.
Yes, it is divided equally. 75,000 for St. Thomas, 75 for St. Croix, and 75,000 for St. John.
And what is there a plan? What is that assessment being done as far as how you will carry out an abandoned vehicles initiative?
So, Senator, these initiatives are typically carried out by the administrator's office. The housing, the funding is just housed in our account. So, of course, their payments are processed through the Department of Public Works, but those programs are individually administered by our island administrators.
Understood. And as far as the Department of Education, I know you referenced that CIP is working to support the Department of Education, and that's an engineering group, right?
Correct. That's our capital improvement program, and that's engineers. Right now, it's only 1 engineer and 2 project managers.
Which leads to my next question. I know you were here before us the other day when my good senator from St. Thomas brought the measure to include some engineers. So I'm assuming that you're depending on that piece of legislation to be passed or the money to be appropriated to help with the Department of Education as far as engineers for the CIP program?
Time.
So that would help. But Senator, in this budget, and Mr. Jennings can speak to the exact numbers, we've also budgeted for additional engineers for the department, some of which will be allocated to that program. So we weren't just waiting on that funding source. Mr. Jennings, you want to speak to how many engineers we have in the current budget?
Yes, we requested 5 engineers.
Okay, but I want to know how many of them will be going to assist specifically for the Virginia Department of Education, because what I really want to understand, and then the good chair made a very passionate and emotional statement the other day on the Senate floor when it comes to the Department of Education and these projects. We want to make sure that there's a level of focus there. As we speak about education being the key to success, we want to make sure we create an environment where students will be able to learn. So I want you to elaborate some more. How many of those engineers will be dedicated to those critical projects? Is it all, some? What is the breakdown?
So it's not only CIP division with our local engineering folks, Mr. McLean, Mr. Fleming, but we are looking to at least put 1 or 2 of these positions to dedicate to CIP. We're also looking at the importance of adding inspectors and project managers, because that's really what those programs, those projects need on a daily basis, is the constant inspection, the constant construction management. And that also kind of complements the engineering services that we would be providing through CIP.
My time was called. I don't want to abuse
my cadre of individuals.
My time was called. I don't want to abuse my time. I just want to say, please, to the Department of Public Works, when it comes to the top 100 priority projects, at least look out for the schools and the hospitals and the roads. And I know we want recreation and what have you, but those things can come at a later time. We need to deal with the critical issues in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. A point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I saw that you have $75,000 for each island for junk and abandoned vehicle. Is that sufficient amount of funding necessary? Because I know that there's a slew of abandoned vehicle on all 3 islands, and I could speak about St. Croix for sure, that there's so many abandoned vehicle, and if this is an increase, and if it's sufficient funding for the abandoned vehicle task force? Please.
So I'll answer your second question first. I would say no. In speaking for the administrators, I know they're always looking for more funds, because the more funds they have available is the more abandoned vehicles that they can remove. I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond on your first question if this was an increase.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Yes, it was increased from 25,000 to 75,000.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. I just wanted to put on the record, last year, FY21 budget that was sent down only included $25,000 for abandoned cars, $25,000 per district, and that was a recommendation of the executive branch. This body, through conversation with the administrators, raised that amount to $75,000 and separated St. John as a separate entity, because before it was St. Thomas, St. John, and the cost of bringing vehicles from St. John even more expensive because they got to barge it to the dock. I mean, they got to tow it to the dock, and then there's a next toll charge when it hits St. Thomas. So we gave St. John $75,000. So we went from what was proposed in the governor's budget of $50,000 to funding it at $225,000. Additionally, we called Commissioner Petty, who was a commissioner at that point, and made a request as to what would it take to purchase heavy equipment for the maintenance of our roads. He said some $708,000. He gave us a breakdown. We funded that. We funded additional road maintenance at the cost of $400,000. None of these were included in the budget. We included $35,000 for the maintenance of the heavy equipment. He said there was a number of equipment in public works that needed to be repaired. So all of those were additional items added by the members of the legislature during the markup process. Additionally, we created those positions for the beautification of our tongues, 3 individuals per tongue for Frederickstead, Christiansted, Charlotte Amalie, and Cruzby. And now those positions are now factored into the regular budget. So we did substantial work on public works to give them the tools necessary to proceed on. So when a lot of people think that the budgetary process is a one-way street, it is not. The Senate has a lot of leverage in reference to funding the department, and we have utilized that leverage continuously. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to viewing and listening audience. Commissioner Gabriel, how are you this morning?
Doing well. Doing well. How about yourself?
Good, good. First of all, I must commend you and your team for such a good presentation, putting together this testimony. It's very clear and very detailed. So kudos to you and your staff. I really like the way that it's laid out. My only recommendation to you would be, I would like to see some consistency, because in some instances where you're speaking about specific projects, in some cases you mention the contractor that's been selected. In some cases you don't mention the contractor's been selected. In other cases you mention the amount of the project. In others you don't. So just a little suggestion in that area, if you could have some consistency in identifying the contractor that is selected for the projects and the cost of the projects. But overall, good presentation, good testimony this morning. Let me ask you a few questions. With regards to the process of paying your vendors, how is that working?
So Senator Carrion, I will be honest with you. I think we can do better. I consistently talk to our team about it, because I believe in money in is money out, and especially what we're seeing as we have a bevy of projects rolling out. We need to make sure our contractors are being paid so they can continue to bid on projects, and we can continue to get them moving. Right now, I think we're probably at about a 7. There's always room for improvement.
So what's the turnaround time period for once you receive an invoice for a vendor to be paid?
I would probably say we're about, it depends. So I would say anywhere from 30 to 60 days. Now, we do have some vendors that go way beyond that. And those come from whether it's funding issues or sometimes the vendors have inadequate invoices. So we are spending a lot of time with our vendors, especially the small vendors, to get them to correct that. And then in some cases, Senator Carrion, they just don't submit invoices for months at a time.
Got you. I know how that could also create a delay. With regards to the vendor payment, I was going to ask you, what's the amount that you have outstanding right now?
I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Ruben Jennings to respond.
And if you have anything that goes beyond 60 days or 90 days, and what those amounts are?
Yes. Yeah, I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Jennings to respond.
Thank you, Senator. Currently, we have $1,647,565.58 in outstanding payments. Of those, we have approximately 120,000 that's pre-2021.
2 minutes.
Okay, that's pre-2021. All right, and what do you have in place to make those payments out and to avoid having those delays? I'm also concerned our contractors, many of them small companies that depend on this money to continue moving forward. And
yeah. So Senator Carrion, we've been trying, like I said, we've been trying to meet with them because a lot of these, like some of the smaller contractors, they have deficient invoices on the STEP program, which contributed to some of our delayed payments. We had some contractors that have submitted inadequate billing, and then just others where we've been working through to try to draw down on the federal funds to make those payments.
Please work on that, because 1 million, any amount is a lot, but 1 million is definitely a lot to have an outstanding payment. So please clear that up. Generating revenue, what's the amount that you're generating when it comes to your permit fees and also parking fees?
Thank you again. I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
And the parking fee side, we pre-COVID, we would normally generate upwards up to 700,000 from the parking lots. And the permitting fees, we recently increased the cemetery burial fee. So the funding has went up very, very good. So from what we were receiving before was approximately 50,000 a year. We're now averaging, based on that increase from last year, September, to date, we've already collected 141,000 for cemetery fees. Our advertisement fees is very minimal. It's less than 10,000 that we would collect annually.
Time was called quickly.
Go ahead and ask your question, Senator.
Yeah, so with regards to the cemetery fee, I'm glad to hear the numbers have increased. So I'm looking forward to seeing our cemeteries also in a better condition than what they are since the fees have increased. I have a few more questions, but I'll continue later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, you have a great staff with you, and you're new. And I don't think nobody gonna throw no blows today for finance. So how many unionized employees you say you have?
Give me once, Senator, we have, we have 154 classified unionized employees.
Okay, and your GS, you said 2 and 72 exempt. So the two
Correct.
GS, means that they received their wage increase that went into effect last year. This year.
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Yes, Senator DeGraff, yes.
Okay, so they're completed. And you said you had 20 new hires and 10 promotions, I think it was. Of the 20 new hires, were they hired in the unionized categories or the GS or the exempt? Where were they hired in?
Mr. Jennings, you mind responding again?
Yes, it was a combination of classified and exempt.
Of GS and exempt?
Not GS, exempt and classified unionized.
Unionized, okay, and unionized, okay. And the promotions, where did those promotions come out of?
We promoted 10 employees internally to higher positions.
Yeah, but me from unionized employees, yes. Or 10 unionized, okay.
Yes, yes, Senator.
Now, the facilities that you're working in, I know some work was done in the South-Base area, but further down in where the dump trucks and stuff, has any upgrades been done to that facility there, any capital outlays for doing any improvement on that facility for the employees?
Not since I've started. I've actually been speaking to Deputy Commissioner Isaac about that because it's something where, I feel like that building, we've been focusing on trying to get both the St. John maintenance facility as well as the St. Thomas maintenance facility up and running so the employees can have a place to go.
Okay, so we definitely need to work on them. Does Public Works have any credit cards? Do you have any credit cards?
No.
No? Okay. Now, asphalt. You said you have access to asphalt for companies?
Yeah, so typically we will purchase asphalt from the asphalt companies. It depends on availability, which one we'll go to. But typically we will go to them. I know in St. Croix as well recently that Deputy Commissioner James has received an open purchase order from WAPA so that we can help them with patching the roads after they do their repairs.
Okay, so do you have anyone that drive around the islands, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and make assessments of how bad the roads are, overgrown trees, blacking out signs? Do you have anyone in those capacities?
So I've asked our different division of roads managers to do that. Like in St. Croix, we have a team that goes out. I know Deputy Commissioner James actually goes out and does assessments. In St. Thomas, it's the same. Deputy Commissioner Isaac leads his team, but he also has his various supervisors that do their assessments. And then most recently, Senator, I've asked our veteran drivers to jump into the fray because they're already driving around the island. So I've asked them to really give us assessments as they're making their rounds as well.
2 minutes.
Well, the new veteran drive highway, atrocious to drive on. They have some holes in the road. That's a new highway. The highway is beautiful, everything. Let's see if we can get those patched. Bolongo Road again, then Little Hotel and stuff. And I know there's 100 other roads, but just those that came to my mind in particular. The Veteran Drive Highway, this new thing. If you have somebody looking to patch in that, and also the Bovoni Road project. I know we did undertaking the water project that I sponsored, and we moved into law. And the Bovoni roads, 4 roads out there, the Rosalima roads, and those by the proper shop was supposed to be fixed. What was the update on those? I didn't hear you mention those in your projects.
I'll ask Mr. McLean to give you an update, including on Veterans Drive as well.
Okay.
Yes, good morning.
Sorry, Jermaine. It was for Jobo. I apologize. Sorry, Jermaine. It was for Jobo. Sorry.
Good day. First, on the Veterans Drive project, we are aware of the situation with the temporary patches that were done and the approach ramps to the new intersections. So the American Bridge contractor is making sure that the company goes and repairs those sections that they've installed temporarily. In regards to the Bovoni roads, I know that you recently might have heard that we're just starting to get our FEMA projects obligated. And so the obligations for those segments of roadways were recently received. So we're in the process of getting those packages ready for solicitation.
Jermaine, you want to add on Bolongo? Because you had something to add.
I just wanted to agree with Mr. Jomo McLean, and the plans are currently in process. So once the funds are readily available, we should be going out for solicitation shortly.
Time.
Okay, and finally, if I may, Mr. Chair, in regards to Act 8254, which I sponsored for the Vitron advertising on the buses, you say you didn't have the staff and you're working on putting together a public-private plan. Now, how many staff do you need, and what type of staff do you need? Do we need to indicate that in this budget?
So, Senator, what we're looking to do is actually put it out to bid on an RFP, so that instead of having to manage each individual bus, ferry, station, everything, and go out and have somebody go out and change over those advertisements, we would be engaging with one company per district, is what I am envisioning. It just makes it a little bit easier for us to manage. If we were to manage the entire program internally, I think our SDU office was hoping to add an additional 3 employees, because again, you'd have to change out those advertisements, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever the term of the agreement is. So we're hoping to be able to issue an RFP by the fall for advertising on all of our Vitron assets.
Okay, so then if we could just again submit to the chair so we could get that information, so while we're in the budget process. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Colleagues, on page 3 of 61 of the post-audit report, under personnel services, you'll see that it's in orange, it's lumped in. To break it down, personnel was for fiscal year 2021 was actually 7,236,714, and the fringe was 3,428,666. So that's a breakdown of the personnel and the fringe. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Gabriel, thank you for your testimony, and again, thank you for all of the beautiful booklets in regards to the number of projects that we have going on here. 120 active projects, $461 million in project costs. 44 active projects, local engineering, $34.3 million in costs. And we go on and we see another 64 active projects and $85.6 million. And that's the capital projects, $65.6 million. So we're not short on projects. What we short on is completion. What we short on is completion. We have a number of projects that continue to be ongoing, but the tangibles, moving these projects forward and getting them completed, is what seems to continue to be an issue. And for St. Croix, certainly we're notorious for starting projects, and for whatever reason, we can't complete those projects. Can you tell me in your assessment, have you been able to glean what is the situation that preventing, delaying the St. Croix projects from going forward? When you look at the Polly Joseph Stadium, when you look at the Vitron Maintenance Building, when you look at the Lorraine Transfer Station, the Clifton Hill Connect Road, all of these projects, for 7 years I've been sitting in these chambers at these finance meetings, painstakingly going through these numbers, and the same projects appearing time in, time out. What is the delay? What is the situation that's preventing the St. Croix projects from moving forward, Commissioner?
So I think each of those projects that you referenced, Senator Francis, has a unique set of challenges and their own needs. For example, I think not I think, we know that Polly Joseph is wrapped up in the FEMA COMAR process. We know that the Vitran facility, I'm pleased to report, we finally got past, I think, all of the hurdles, and we're hoping to get that project moving. There were just contractual issues there and making sure that the contractor was adhering to DBE requirements. SA Carlton Road is not moving as quickly as we'd like to see it move. We're actually meeting with the contractor very shortly. Clifton Hill, we're getting ready to put that back out. We had some disputes there with the contractor, and then we had dust mitigation issues. But I mean, fine, I would say that I am committed to trying to untangle all of these issues and get them moving. Because you talked about it, this community needs to make sure that money is circulating in the community, especially on the island of St. Croix.
Very well, and I'll continue to hold you to that. And tell me, who's responsible for that white crayon marking that it seems like a child or somebody is doing, marking up our streets, making it appear to be striping? What's going on with that?
So that one is that's our result of our BLDM project. We brought them in, we spoke to them, and I saw the traffic as well over the weekend. So we brought them in first thing Monday morning, and we're actually going out to meet with them tomorrow. We have a meeting with them tomorrow to get that rectified, because it's really just unacceptable, to be quite honest with you.
And in regards to that, obviously they're responsible for the striping on that particular roadway because they're the one that dug it up. But what's going to happen to the middle lane as well as the opposite side lane? Who's going to be responsible? Who's going to be working on that striping so you don't have just a one-sided striping occurring?
So, Senator, anywhere that they impacted, they're responsible for replacing the striping. So if it's a situation where they have to cover the whole lane, and that was what we negotiated, then they're responsible for striping the whole lane. If they had an impact where they did both sides of the road, they're responsible for replacing the striping on both sides of the road. And then whatever we're responsible for, we're going to go back and hopefully we'll get that striped once that project is complete.
Pedestrian crosswalks, Commissioner, there's a number of areas, especially around our schools, territory-wide, that lack the pedestrian crosswalk. Are we working towards getting that remedied as we go into the start of the school year in August?
Yes. So one of the things that we've been doing, any project that we have where we're doing new road reconstruction, we're including striping and signage, including the safety striping. So crosswalks, like for our Frederick's project, we have crosswalks included there where applicable. Any of our intersections, we're making sure that the safety, the markings, the striping is corrected, the arrows are pointing in the right direction. So we're making sure those are inclusive in all of our packages going forward. And then additionally, we also have a position in this year's budget where we'll be bringing on a striper to do some of the striping in this district in St. Thomas.
Time.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up with two finals?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you. In regards to those 12 workmen that was hired for the purpose of cleaning our towns, what's their current assignment? How are we ensuring that those individuals are actually assigned to what they were hired for to keep our towns clean?
Yeah, Senator, I will ask Mr. Jennings to respond. I know earlier he talked about the fact that we have to bring them over to the general fund positions. So a few of them have been rolled into the various divisions within operations, but I can ask Mr. Jennings to speak to their assignments currently.
Yes, thank you, Senator. It's actually 11, not 12. We were only able to hire 11 based on the funding that was allocated in fiscal year 2020. They are assigned 4 are assigned in the St. Thomas district, 7 are assigned in the St. Croix district.
Very well, none was these are in the St. Thomas St. John district or just the St. Thomas district? None for St. John?
We were told not to do any for St. John.
Well, we'll drill down further on that, but that was not what the position that we put in the budget. And finally, in regards to the streets sweeper, I see that there's one have been purchased for the St. Thomas district, which is great. Is there any intent to have a sweeper on the St. Croix in the St. Croix district?
Yes. So recently I tried to, I've actually been meeting with my team and we're working on putting together a proposal to submit to the Office of the Governor and to OMB to hopefully use some COVID funds to purchase 2 for St. Croix and 1 for St. John. Even if that proposal doesn't work out, we're still looking to get 3 more street sweepers. 1 for Frederickstead, 1 for Christiansted, 1 for St. St. John.
The response, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And I was distracted and I didn't hear the answer for the question you asked in reference to individuals working in the tongues. Can you repeat the number again? How many you said were hired for St. Croix?
7, Senator.
7? Okay. And St. Thomas?
4.
And St. John, you said 0?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. I know we funded a total of 12 positions. How many new positions are you proposing in the budget?
Mr. Jennings, can you respond?
42.
42. And how many vacant positions?
We currently have 19 general fund vacancies and 5 federally.
19 general fund and 5 federal?
Yes.
And of the 42 new positions, all the general fund?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience, and good morning to all the testifiers. I first would like to start off by saying thank you very much, Commissioner, for the opportunity for us to walk through the town of Christiansted and identify a lot of the gut problems that exist in the towns, and hopefully one day we get to Frederickstead town to do that same walkthrough. So I really appreciate you taking time out for us to go and look at those guts that are clogged up in the town of Christiansted at this time. I want to start my line of questioning by looking at your personnel listing. On page 9, you have a salary of $87,000 for chief of staff, and then you have it on page 10 for a chief of staff with a salary of $75,000. Do you have 2 chief of staff?
No, we just have 1. I think it was an error, but the first one is correct. The first is correct.
All right, let's take to page 9 again. In, the same appendix, you have a communication specialist for $60,000, and then you have a public information officer for $60,000. What's the difference in these 2 positions?
So we have basically, so there's, if you notice the salary range is the same. So basically we have 1 assigned to St. Thomas, St. John, 1 assigned to St. Croix. One of our individuals, especially, they both work on our social media posts. They both are responsible for putting together this amazing budget presentation. Our communication specialist, which is in St. Thomas, actually does more radio appearances. She's the one that's responsible for the consistent messaging to let you know the traffic delays and interruptions. And our PIO officer, which is on St. Croix, is the one that's responsible for a lot of our social media posts, for putting those pictures out when we're doing good cleanings and stuff. She's also responsible for assisting with our branding. So.
And all right, thank you. Commissioner, and then you speak about the Carlton Road. We expect this project to be completed this summer. So are we saying within the next 60 days, this project will be completed?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Yes, good morning, Senator. Yes, that's correct. They actually started laying asphalt today, and they will be completed in within the next 60 days.
So, from which section they started paving asphalt? Because I traveled from west to east, and I was on a Centerline Road. I didn't see no asphalt paving from that end. So, do you know if they started from the Melvin Evans Highway come up?
No, they actually going to start closer to center line because there's already the drainage swale is already completed in the northern section. They haven't completed the swales on the southern section as yet.
I guess on my way home I'll
So
take a next
they're
look.
going to.
2 minutes.
My question again, Commissioner, when was the last time any of the unclassified employees in the Department of Public Works given a raise?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Okay, that's a loaded question. We had some employees that received increases last year, 2020, March of 2020, but the overall all exempt unclassified employees received an increase in 2018, 3%.
In 2018, you said?
Yes, Senator.
What's the lowest range of salary for your employees in Public Works Department?
27,040.
And what position that would actually be?
The general maintenance worker one.
Now, we spoke about Melvin Evans Highway, and I realize that there's a lot of work ongoing there, but there's 4 sections of Melvin Evans Highway that need some serious work to it. We're speaking from the Home Depot to Diageo. We're speaking from Williams Delight to Carlton, from Carlton to Good Hope School, and then from Good Hope School, go down farther. Any idea as to what's the status on this remaining section of the Melvin Evans Highway?
So I'll ask Mr. Jomo McLean to speak to that as well. That's his project.
Yes, thanks for the question, Senator. I'll start with the last section that you mentioned. So from Good Hope to Williams Delight is actually our segment number 2, and we recently are just finalizing the bid packages so that we can get concurrence to go to bid on that project. So that project will be going to bid in July. And then the other segment that you mentioned in the Home Depot to Diageo area, that's a part of the Clifton Hill project. And we're finalizing the rebid package. And that project is also going to bid in July.
Time.
Just one more question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Proceed.
On page 40, you stated that your burial records were severely damaged by the storm in 27. How do you assist persons who purchased a burial plot already, but the documents are unavailable?
You may repeat that question for me, Senator? You were going in and out a little bit. Sorry.
You said that most of your documents for the burial for records was destroyed in the 2017 storm. How do you assist persons who have purchased a plot already with their documents that are unavailable?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it's a number of things. Here in St. Thomas, I know they actually go through the record with a fine-tooth comb once they're getting responses. In St. Thomas, we have some longtime employees that actually have a lot of institutional knowledge that can also assist. And then we have employees in both districts that go out with some of these families to help them identify. Senator Johnson, in each of the cemeteries, we have like a marking system. I know it doesn't seem so, but there's rows and there is a identification system. So sometimes we're able to go out and utilize that. I myself will tell you the truth. I didn't realize it was there until I started in this position. But sometimes we'll go out and utilize that. But most of the time, Senator, we also rely on the families to go out and let us know where they are, and then we come back and name the location. But that's something that Mr. Brown has been consistently talking about since I've been on board, is making sure that we get those records updated for our people, because oftentimes it's really it's like searching for a needle in a haystack.
And in my final question on page 25, you have a bus fleet of 52, but only 32 buses are in operation. What about the next 20 buses? What's the status? Are they under repair, standby? How many are them on regular? How many are on ADA?
I'll ask Ms. McGregor to respond. Yeah, mute Ms. McGregor.
Good afternoon. We have 52 buses in the fleet. Of the 20, some are out for warranty work. We do have some difficulties getting the warranty work done. Buses were shipped to Puerto Rico for manufacturer's warranty work to be done. We should be getting those back within 2 weeks. We also have some that are here at the dealership. We're awaiting those. And then we also have a few that are out for AC work as well.
Thank you very much for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. In reference to the Vitran Maintenance Building and the DBE requirements, Commissioner, what was the completion date for that particular project? How much months was included in the contract for them to complete the project?
You're on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. I don't recall the end date. Mr. Jennings, you recall the end date for that contract? Or Ms. McGregor?
Yeah. Believe it was July 2021.
It's December 31st, 2021.
Yeah, you're right. That's what. Yeah, I think that's correct, Senator Beal. I think it's December of this year.
And with no work being done for a number of months, what is the new completion date?
So I know as of the last time we spoke, we were looking to put on a change order for time for approximately 230 days, which would take us into 2022. I don't have the exact calculation of what that would take us to, but that's the account for the time that was spent as we were waiting to resolve this issue.
So that is about the next 8 months. Were there any penalties built into the? Were there any penalties built into the contract for the delay? It wasn't the fault of Public Works; it's the fault of the contractor. Is the contractor being penalized for the delay?
So on this one, Senator Viale, to be honest with you, the government bears some of the responsibility. Not, I would say, a great deal of the responsibility as it went through the procurement process. There were inconsistencies in the contract that we have to be honest and accept our responsibility in it. So with that being said, it is something where we do have to, not enforce any liquidated damages and just try to move forward with a change order for time to get that project going so that we're able to execute the grant award in the amount that we have.
Okay, a bit surprised at that because this is a federal, paid with federal monies and it's standard language with DBE, et cetera. So hopefully proceeding forward, we shouldn't be making
I agree. I agree.
It just sometimes it's like every time a little project was synchronized, there's always some issue, it always stopped, there's always something that is going on as to why it can't be completed. Before I go to Senator Fred Gregory, are you pleased with that completed work on Melvin Evans Highway, West Airport Road to Williams Delight? You're pleased now, Mr. McLean, with what they have done?
It's much better. They still have some issues that they have to address, and we're making sure that they address some of the funding and drainage inlet areas. But it's an improvement.
Okay, it is an improvement. There's still a bit more to go, but I hope that we finally get it completed. That's a short segment of highway. It shouldn't take so long to be completed. Senator Potter, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to Commissioner Gabriel and his very able senior management team. Commissioner, my first question to you is, and thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation. My first question is regarding federal funds and whether or not there are any federal funds that are currently in jeopardy?
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Jennings to answer that question. I don't think so, but I'll ask Mr. Jennings to answer that question.
No, Senator Pato.
Okay, that is good to know. Second question, Commissioner, really has to do with the general beautification and upkeep of our island. And I know that we have heard repeatedly the cries of our territory, the cries that our territory does not reflect one that is a tourist-based economy that's relying on the beautification of our island determines whether people come back to the territory. Do you think $1 million in the anti-litter and beautification fund, is that sufficient to upkeep and beautify our territory?
No. And Senator, I think it takes every single one of us, because I mean, as soon as we clean an area, sometimes it doesn't even take a week and the area is back to being dirty with garbage on it. So I think it's a holistic approach. People just need to stop throwing trash out their cars as well.
It's absolutely a holistic approach, but at the same time, I think that we've consistently cried out that the state of our territory needs to be clean, but yet we allot a nominal amount of funds to keep our islands clean. And definitely there needs to be, it's a comprehensive approach. There needs to be some imposition of fines. We need to, take things, maybe putting up cameras to see where people are throwing their garbage repeatedly. But I really believe that we need to step up our funding in order to ensure that we have a cleaner territory.
I agree.
Okay. I know former Commissioner Petty, your predecessor, mentioned last time around about an Adopt a Highway program. He mentioned it, I think, last year, and he was very enthusiastic about putting the finishing touches of launching that. Is that something that you are aware of? Where are we in that regard? Is that something that you see as a priority?
2 minutes.
Yes, yes, I'm aware of it. Yes, I do see it as a priority. Actually, one of your colleagues reached out to us in the St. Croix district to get it going over there as well. And so we've been working with his office, Senator Perry, and I just want to thank her for that. Over here, we have been focusing on it. We've been trying to get the contractor that is doing the beautification part on the Moravian Highway. We're just trying to get him restarted because there was a funding issue there. So he is moving back on getting that project back underway. And then we've been speaking to several vendors, even on the main street, we're trying to work on Adopt a Block program that starts with the members of the Chamber of Commerce. So we're trying to not only continue what Commissioner Petty started, but to grow on it and make it a more robust program.
Thank you for that. With regards to collections at our parking lots, the Fort Christian parking lot and the Strand Street parking lot, I understand that there is an initiative there to incorporate some sort of electronic system to enable us to maximize our collection efforts. Can you share with us where we are with regards to that project?
Yeah, sure. I'll ask Ms. McGregor to speak to that one to fall under the Division of Transportation. Don't forget you're on mute, Ms. McGregor.
I did forget this time. Senator, we are in the process of installing those equipment. The equipment has already landed on the island of St. Thomas. St. Croix's equipment is in the procurement process.
Okay, so when do you anticipate us actually launching that?
We have to do some additional construction work to lay the conduits for that equipment. We're hoping that can be done this summer, and then the equipment will be installed. I'm hoping maybe by August we'll have that equipment installed.
Time.
Can I just conclude, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
regarding training and employee development at the Department of Public Works, and I know that is something that is critical for Department of Public Works nature and what you do. How does that work? Do we have individualized training plans or individualized training program for the individual public work employees to ensure that they are up with best practices, et cetera? How does that work? Training decisions at Public Works?
Yeah, no, to answer your question, no, there is an individualized training plan, if you will. What I've asked is I've kind of put together an ad hoc committee, Mr. Brown, Mr. Jennings, myself, Ms. McGregor, Mr. McLean, and we're trying to find trainings in all of the avenues. Like I said, most recently, Mr. Brown and our disaster preparedness cadre went to a training that they had in New Orleans to get ready for hurricane preparedness and to learn the latest and greatest. We've been finding trainings for our heavy equipment operators. We're looking at getting trainings for our mechanics. I know Vitran has been making sure that their folks are trained, and we're doing that in conjunction with the operations side. So that when one mechanic is going to be trained, they're all going to be trained. And I've really challenged each and every person that you're talking to on this call to find new ways for the individuals in their pods to get that training, because what it does is it really just increases that employee's value, but it also boosts morale and makes them better employees and better people.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think it is an absolute priority, and I know on a day-to-day basis it can sort of be left on the wayside in your efforts in your endeavor to get things done. But training is something that's very critical. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Commissioner, you had an increase in other services from 7,931,453 to 10,477,500, which is a $2.55 million increase. What is the extra money for?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Thank you, Senator Villa, for that question. It includes much needed funding for the roadside crews. Currently, it's been over 5 years since we've been actually correctly budgeted to account for the roadside crew cleaning territory-wide. We actually need $5.6 million for that endeavor. If for fiscal year 2021, we only funded $2 million from the general fund side in terms of the regular general fund. Then we use our special accounts such as the tourism, anti-litter, and unfortunately the St. John capital to kind of supplement that budget. But for this year, we actually need additional $1.8 million, and that supplemental should be processing through the Office of OMB to reach the legislature's, to go in front of the legislature. So we actually been short. It's been a short funded endeavor on our behalf, and we've always had to use our other resources from within, fund-wise.
Okay, so you're saying the actual cost for roadside cleaning averages about 5.6 million a year?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, Commissioner, in your contracts that you sent to us, you didn't include the breakout of the roadside cleaning. I'm trying to get that information now. You have some other information, but I didn't get the breakout of the companies and like what we received last year. So if you could please submit that.
Yeah, of course. I'll make sure we get out to you as soon as possible.
Okay. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get it right now. We are in contact with your office trying to get that particular information. I think it's important for us to be able to review. Senator Fred Gregory,
sure.
You're recognized.
Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. It's actually 10 minutes before afternoon, but anyway. I want to go back to the discussion that was had earlier with the Vice President of the Legislature with regards to the number of projects. So in calculating those projects, I note that you have about $700 million worth of projects, and then I note that you're anticipating another 30 million in federal funds to come on in FY 2022. So we're talking about right at $1 billion, right? So, well, almost $1 billion. 730 million, I'm sorry. So I am trying to figure out from that conversation, how do we really get these projects off the ground? The concern has always been that we've seen these projects year in, year out, year on year before the legislature that, you know, these are the projects that you have to complete. What are you going to do different? I didn't see in the nice booklet that you prepared where you had any timelines or where the projects were in fact prioritized. I think it's important that we know what we're looking forward to. Everything is basically laid out very nicely, but there are no timelines, and so we don't know what we're looking forward to seeing in any particular given year, month, or whatever that timeline is. So I need to get a clear understanding of, you know, what is that strategic plan that you have around these projects, the $700+ million in projects?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. It really starts with the governor's top 100 priority projects. We've also been I've been critically focused on getting our buildings back up and running, at least getting them into design. But you touched on something earlier, Senator Gregory, without taking up too much of your time. I've been really focused on working with our various engineering teams to get the projects out of their hands and into procurement, so that they can move on to the next project. Because what we've been having is our engineers actually chasing projects through procurement. So we've been trying to build a more robust procurement team to actually handle those projects, cut down the time that we're crafting our projects and negotiating, going back and forth with our contractors. Because it just takes, sometimes, Senator, it's like 60, 90 days, even to 120 days, where we're going back and forth on contracts.
Commissioner.
So we're really trying to push them.
Commissioner,
yes,
I hear you, but you're still not giving me what I need to get from this. So we need to establish a strategic plan. All of those other external forces that you talked about, we have to put timelines around these projects. How are we holding ourselves accountable? You have, I don't even know the numbers. I started to add it up and then I stopped. But in total, it's well over 200 projects. Well
2
over
minutes.
200 projects ongoing. So the question that I have is, what are we going to do different? What you just said does not, you know, it doesn't lend to anything different, frankly. And I'm not going to belabor this. I really think that you need to develop a strategic plan. You need to determine which ones are the low-hanging fruits, which ones are not, and the presentation need to reflect same. I'm not going to belabor it because this is a budget hearing, but we need to see some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to these projects. And because you can move the goalposts, but how do you know what you're moving if we don't even have timelines in this presentation that was provided to us? Now, the former commissioner, Petty, shared with us that y'all were in the process of letting the contract for the wall around the Western Cemetery here in St. Thomas. To date, I have not seen any movement on that project. What's the status of that project?
Yeah, when I came on board, shortly after I came on board, I canceled the bid because what we were putting out was just inadequate. Really, it was a fence more so than a wall.
What's the status? Just give me the status, please.
We just completed the new design, and we're hoping to get that out into procurement by, I would say, the end of September. We just finished the new design within the last couple of weeks.
What's the timeline for completion? We got to complete something.
But like I said, we are planning to get it into procurement by the end of September. I mean, I would say hopefully, I don't know how long a contract is going to take. I don't know what we're going to come back with. But the next time I appear before the body, hopefully we'll have it into construction and we'll have a better timeline.
All right. So you see my concern around us establishing timelines. We have to have that. That must be part of the work that we do. We talked about guttering and storms and drainage. I think I saw that in your testimony. I note that and I'm not sure if you're aware, but in the Nada area by the lagoon, where they rent the kayaks, a lot of the rain that fell here over this weekend, that entire area was flooded. So, what's the process as it relates to the cleaning of the guts here in the St. Thomas St. John district and the territory overall? What's the status of that?
Time.
So I can ask Mr. Brown to elaborate, but basically we start with our major, beginning on April 1st, we start with our major cuts. We clean those and then we make our ways into the smaller ones. With the more recent rain, we actually have to go back out and clean some of the bigger ones because we had that vegetation grow back. But I can ask Mr. Brown to speak to it.
Good morning, Dennis Brown. So the key thing here is basically assessment. Sometimes we do general cleaning, but the key thing is after those cleaning are completed, we still have to assess them. And as you mentioned, Senator, you've seen where there is consistent flooding, so that must be assessed and also addressed.
Thank you for your response. Listen, we need to come up with a better plan. This is not rocket science work. This is not rocket science. That response was not a good response. You have people out on the field, they need to be assessing. Clearly, that's not happening. I know that my time has been called and I don't want to abuse my time. But we got to come better than this. We really do. The people in our communities are frustrated because of these types of responses. Mr. Chair, I have one more question, if you would allow me, please. Two more, actually.
Go ahead, proceed.
The Water Island ferry services, do we have any opportunity to subsidize the Water Island ferry or the Water Island barge services here in the St. Thomas St. John district?
I'll ask Mr. McGregor to respond.
Good day, Senator. We are in the process of, we are applying for federal funds for ferry services, both for passenger services and for capital. And that would include all the ferry operations within the territory.
So in that, does that include specifically the one that I asked about, which is Water Island Transportation, barge and ferry?
We applied for the Territory Ferry Transportation Program, and all the services are included under that program.
Okay, I'll discuss
so, Senator, because it is a federally recognized route, that is one that qualifies for that funding.
Okay, I'll discuss it with you further. There's the barge in St. Thomas is up for sale, and that presents the Water Island barge is up for sale, and that presents a little problem for us here. So that's something that we need to discuss. And one more thing, the Vitran buses. What about the subsidizing outside of the local subsidy that we provide from the legislature? We know that a number of years ago, before our time, there was a significant reduction in the amounts that's charged or who pays for the Vitran services, which has impacted your services, and we've talked about it before. Is there any opportunity for the bus service fees to be subsidized by the federal government? And I'll listen on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. You may respond.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. McGregor. I apologize. Go right ahead.
Okay. Vitran services are subsidized with Federal Transit Administration funds, and we do get approximately $2.7 million for those operations annually. It includes personnel, rolling stock, professional services, as well as capital for our bus facilities, buses and bus facilities. We did have a substantial reduction of the Vitran subsidy from the local government, At one point, we were getting 7.6 million. We're now down to 5.1 million.
Okay, thank you for
impacted. Can you just share how that has impacted your ability to provide bus services on the weekends, et cetera, especially to the elderly here in the community? Thank you.
As a result of the deduction in funds, we had to reduce services on the weekends, and we had to also reduce the number of employees as well. Even though we didn't have a particular layoff, we were not able to replace a number of positions that were personnel retired or resigned from those positions.
Okay, thank you so much. That is, and your bus service, Viton service cut off at what time? 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock?
9 p.m., yes. We started 5 a.m. and we cut off at 9 p.m.
Okay, and that's the reason why you don't extend the hours any later?
As a result of the reduced funding, we are not able to extend services beyond that time or provide additional services on the weekends.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Commissioner Gabriel, in reference to the roadside contracts, is there a requirement for those contractors to have basic equipment, zero-turn tractors, especially in the island of St. Croix? I see you doing long stretch of road with 4 guys with bushwhackers when it would be so easily maintained and look so nice if you had a zero-turn and those areas that are so flat. Is there a requirement in terms of equipment so that you could effectively complete more or longer areas, more miles with the same crew?
So yeah, Senator, there are equipment requirements. Just to let you know, there are 2 types of roadside contracts that we have, which is one for mechanical and then one for the actual guys that you see, which are in groups of 4. But each contract does have specific equipment requirements.
And what's the frequency? They're given a particular area? What's the frequency of cuts? Are they given a particular segment of the island?
It's 5 days a week, and I think they're responsible. I believe it's 1,000 linear feet per day. They're responsible for cleaning, and then of course they give us their schedule. So that's how we do it. It's by the 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, which gives you the 40 hours a week.
So each company is required to work 5 days a week?
That is correct.
Are they being monitored?
Yes. In both districts, we have personnel that are identified to not only monitor their work, but assess the areas before and after.
Who monitors St. Croix?
In St. Croix, we have a group of individuals, again, Mr. James, we have Mr. Schultebrand. Those are the main 2 people. And I think, yeah, Mr. James and Mr. Schultebrand. And Mr. James, is Mr. Ali included in that cadre as well?
Yes, he is, Commissioner. Mr. Ali is also involved in that.
Yeah, so we have Mr. Schultebrand, Deputy Commissioner Dr. James, and Mr. Ali.
So, Mr. James, are you monitoring to see whether or not these companies are actually cutting 5 days a week?
Yes, Senator Dr. James. Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, we try to keep us in contact with them as much as possible. We actually on the phone with them on a daily basis because sometimes we will have to ask them to do a specific job, in one area, and then go back to the area that they were taking care of before. But we are involved with them.
Okay.
Senator Villaley, I also want to just so it's not a miss. I also want to recognize that whenever we have situations like we recently had one where we had a contractor that had equipment down for an extended period of time, and it was actually the Assistant Commissioner Dennis Brown that noticed it and had those conversations with that contractor to get them back online. So it's really a team approach, and we try to make sure, because like Mr. Jennings said, we want to make sure we're getting the value for our $5+ million that we're spending on that service.
Okay, before I go to a point of inquiry and the last senator on this wrong, based on the fact that they're cutting 5 days a week, but we still have areas that are overgrown, areas something that have trash, what do you think we need to revisit in terms of getting a better bang for the buck in terms of continuous maintenance of those areas where the grass don't grow to 3-4 foot high. What do you think we need to do different?
So I think the assessment needs to be better. I will say there's a part of it that we need to be better at making sure that we're adhering them to the four corners of the contract. I think adding more crews always helps. Really and truly, Santa VLA, sometimes they're in a situation where as soon as they finish cutting the area, they go right back. Like recently, we had some complaints in North Side because we had to pull a crew from one specific area to address another one where we had guts that were becoming overgrown. So I think it comes to adding more crews. I also think it wouldn't hurt to give people a day a week. I know that right now we try to stick to the 5 days a week. I don't think adding one more day a week would hurt, especially on the weekends. I think just increasing the overall resources that we put toward that project would help. But again, I don't want to move on without saying we also play a role and we need to be better at managing the four corners of the contract.
Okay, thank you so much. And I was stickler for equipment. I see them this morning when I was coming here to the legislature, they were cutting from Contentment come down to Pueblo. And I mean, when they cut it, it looks so nice, but it's all flat. And I see them cutting it with bushwhackers and just have a zero turn and no garbage or stone. They could have run that in 1/4 of the time with with two individuals, one cutting and one bushwhacking. To me, we use this antiquated, outdated method of cutting on roadside. You go to the mainland, you see all these special equipment where they're able to do large swaths of land and repeat that process on a regular basis. We can't expect that one area is going to be cut once a month and it's going to look good. You know, they have to invest in equipment if they're going to keep these contracts. Every contractor should have zero turn, should have sidearm machine. It's $5.5 million we're spending, and we've been paying the same contractors year in, year out, and they make sure that they work with bushwhackers. Some of the contractors, we're paying $102 an hour. They get 3 individuals to bushwhack, and they pay them $10.50, that's $30. The next 70 is, I guess, repair, maintenance, profit, etc. But we have to have some basic mandates as to what equipment they need in order to get these contracts. And if they're not willing to upgrade the equipment, then you bring in new contractors. The island must remain clean and cut. That's a basic service. This is a small island. So I don't understand the excuses as to why we can't maintain a small island and you go to the mainland and you drive in miles and miles and miles of highway and it's cut. We have a few square miles and a million excuses as to why it can't be maintained. Senator Whitaker, you recognize.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Commissioner Gabriel, I'm actually just going to start from my June 24th email to you, which not that I always want to bring out some of those facts, but I have to at this time. As it pertains to, I had asked you a few questions, and namely as it pertains to budget, the notifications center structure, right? That was one of our hearings focused on that. And your response was that you needed more support in order to implement the notification system. That's the process by which we're digging and notifying the public and the like. Have you done a cost analysis for the implementation of this and the statutory requirement that's under your belt?
Yeah, so we've looked at, Senator Whitaker, we've looked at 2 scenarios. One where we were looking to contract with a company that does it for stateside. We were trying to hopefully piggyback with one of the East Coast states. But each of the companies, that was the most cost-effective measure. Each of those companies said that they only do it with the states. So we're still exploring that. But also in this year, in the budget, we've included 2 call center employees. Mr. Jennings could speak to the salary, but we pulled those from what Vitima was willing to offer. But we do have those positions in the budget, so hopefully we can hire that and begin to stand up that office within the department.
Your ADA coordinator, that position is listed as filled, am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that person is I wanted to find out on behalf of the persons with disabilities, is there some type of system that's being, particularly a complaint log system, and a number of my constituents who are disabled are complaining of issues that they face on the bus. Is there a system in place to address that? And with their
So yeah, Ms. McGregor can speak to the bus issues, but from an overall department perspective, we've been meeting with the territorial ADA coordinator, Mr. Julian Henley, and he's actually been instrumental in making sure that as we're doing these new constructions with our sidewalks, that they are going back in an ADA accessible manner. He actually asked me to look into the same thing that you're talking about, Senator Whitaker, which is ensuring that we have a complaint system that can accommodate our residents with disabilities, even as we're moving toward the customer-facing app, making sure that it can accommodate individuals with disabilities. I'll let Ms. McGregor speak to what we're doing on the Vitron side to accommodate those residents as well.
In reference to public transportation, Senator Whitaker, we do have a complaint system, and passengers are encouraged to call in and to utilize the complaint system. And we ask them to do that as soon as an incident or occurrence takes place.
Do you want to share that with the public, what that is, especially in a person with disability, how they would, as a particular number they will be able to call?
They can call any Vitron number and ask for the ADA coordinator or a supervisor on duty, which will provide them with that information. And complaint forms can be emailed to them, mailed to them, or they can come into the office and fill them out as well.
Thank you for that. On the matter of workforce development, one of Commissioner Gabriel, in your testimony, you did indicate that you've engaged the Department of Education. And when you say engage the Department of Education, do you have some sort of memorandum of understanding as you proceed forward in utilizing and shoring up the workforce? I will also keep on emphasizing that the other board, when you engage education, we have stakeholders. We have the Department of Education, we have the Board of Education, and we have the Career and Technical Education Board, as well as the Workforce Development Board. So as I push to have everyone speaking the same tune so that we can have a true redevelopment of our workforce.
2 minutes.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, no, we don't have a formal MOU in place, any memorandum in place with any of those entities. We have reached out. We've reached out to the Vocational Education Board. I've reached out to the career and technical folks. I've been talking to UVI Cell program. They recently started a construction management program, so I've asked them to send us qualified candidates that are completing that. We've reached out to labor to make sure that as they're getting their skilled laborers, that they can send them to the department, appoint them to our vacancies. And again, we've also asked, I have had the conversations with some folks at the Department of Education about ensuring, especially as our vocational students in the St. Croix district are coming out of school, that we get that listing so that we can try to engage them.
We're going to have to do that more strategically, because I hear you on the outreach. I'm not aware of you reaching out to the CTEC board because I serve on that board. But we're going to really have to do more than the conversations. I suggest, in fact, that memorandums of understanding be executed. We look at the funding and we do so strategically. We're not just grabbing them when they come out of school. We're going to support them as they go through schooling so that it's effective. So I'm going to ask first, as I've been reaching out to you, I hope that, I know you're preparing for this hearing, but I hope I get a response so we can meet and get this get workforce going in that regard. And my final question really focuses on any costs associated with, of course, I know you all use a lot of different technical tools, but in terms of project management, is there a cost with execution of it, not from the engineering perspective, but from the staffing perspective, how the staff moves projects along? Is there a cost associated with any kind of system that you all are utilizing for project development?
Time.
Yeah, so right now we're actually utilizing, or we're going to be utilizing software from the Office of Disaster Recovery. So the good thing there is we don't have to make that expense. So that's going to be good. As far as personnel goes, we do have right now, we have one full-time employee that's in the PMO office. We're looking at offering a promotion to another internal employee. And then we're looking at bringing on some additional folks. Mr. Jennings can speak to the specifics, but we have included a couple of additional positions to staff up our PMO functions.
Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory, then Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to the question that I asked with regards to the unclogging of the drainage as a result of the hurricane seasons. Commissioner, do you have a hotline or some mechanism where individuals, citizens in the community can call in to express their concerns with regards to blocked guttering or any other issue that's impacting them in their neighborhoods that Public Works can assist with?
Yeah, so there's I recommend to people that they call the department 776-4844. Typically, I encourage them to reach out to the commissioner's office and leave those complaints. Up to yesterday, Senator Fred Gregory, I actually personally fielded a drainage complaint that we're going to address over in the Nada area. And again, you know, I was speaking to both Deputy Commissioner Isaac and Deputy Commissioner Jennings, and we had just cleaned the area 2 weeks ago. But as you know, with the recent rains, we need to go back and address those situations. I do want to just remind people, while you are having your point of inquiry, that by law, the department is only allowed to clean up to 200 feet past the actual gut on each side, and that's by law. So I know a lot of people want us to do the whole thing, but we're only allowed to go to 200 feet on either side of the gut. So just keep that in mind. But I encourage people to call our office directly.
Thank you for your response. I really think that you need to set up some kind of hotline, particularly during the hurricane season. And this particular issue is right on the road. So please take care of it. I can call you if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, this is a question, I guess, for whoever's in charge of VITRAN. Department of Interior always allotted millions of dollars for territories, especially in our situation separated by water. Are we going to inquire about having a passenger ferry boat to transport between St. Croix and St. Thomas? Is that any place in the loophole? Because the government is not providing nothing between St. Croix and St. Thomas. Everybody has to rely on a seaplane or airline, and it's a very costly endeavor. But if we would inquire through the Department of Interior about a passenger / vehicle ferry for this territory, I think it will be a very, very important piece of equipment that will help us to, maneuver between two islands. And if it is, what's the status on it, if you have inquire about it?
Yeah, so I can answer that question. Since I've been on board, that's been a priority. Myself, Ms. McGregor, Mr. McLean have been focused on that. And we've been going about it in a few different ways. We've been speaking to the Office of the Governor as well as the Congresswoman's office to get it done in an earmark fashion. We've given them a price tag of about $15 million, which is based on the last time we did ferry shopping for the St. Thomas St. John road. We give them a price tag of about $15 million to address that. So we are hoping that earmark will go through the congressional process and be approved. And then additionally, we've been looking at ways to combine not only our FTA funding but possibly our federal highway funding to try to find a ferry. We've been speaking, I think the FTA has told me they're surprised by just how much face time they've gotten with our team since I've been on board, because it's been a focus. Several of the members of this body have reached out to me, not only in this forum, but also individually, and asked us to get that done, because that is, for me, the way that we increase commerce between the islands. It's the way that we connect disenfranchised residents that can't travel, and truthfully, is the way that we link cultures, by making sure that ferry is there for affordable service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Senator Blyden, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gabriel, in respect to ADA, your ADA coordinator, and many of the different areas you're repairing, to include construction works, are they ADA compliance moving forward in the plans?
That's a plan. Yeah, that's the plan. So what we've been doing is, especially on our federal highway side, Mr. McLean and his team have been meeting with ADA coordinator Julian Henley. I know he's also been meeting with our operations division as we're doing in-house projects to make sure that they all have ADA compliance inherent in it. So that's something that we're doing, and we're also making sure that our folks are aware of the different laws, because that's a big thing too, is just making sure that they know.
And all of your signs in reference to Act 8057, when it comes to the wording, I know the wording was improper when it came to handicap and disability, have that been taken care of?
No, that one actually came across my desk. I would say within the last 2 weeks, and that's something that we're engaging. I think the law only gave us $20,000 to address that, which I could, that's not enough. So we're trying to go and identify the major ones so that we can get those done as quickly as possible, and then we'll likely be having to come back to this body to address additional funding.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We're going to have a short second round where we're going to recess for 3 minutes. The committee stands in recess for 3 minutes. the Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senators, colleagues, we're going to go to a short 2-minute round, and then we'll conclude with the Department of Public Works. I'm going to ask that you stick to the 2 minutes. We have one more group after this. Before I go to my colleagues, I am looking again at the grass cutting contracts, and the grass cutting contracts are based on number of hours worked, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So we pay a standard fee that ranges between $92 or $87 to $102 per hour, which is, I find to be very reasonable. But if they had adequate equipment, instead of having 3 bushwhackers and spending 6 hours cutting a half-mile of road or a mile of road, and you utilize the appropriate equipment, zero turn, etc., it would reduce the amount of hours that they work in a particular area, which would expand the amount of areas that they could cut. I mean, anybody could just take an example, go in your yard and use a push lawnmower versus a riding lawnmower and see whether or not it decreases that amount of time by 5-6-fold. So if you have adequate equipment, we'll be able to cut a lot more areas in St. Croix more effectively, therefore being able to maintain that particular area, because you would go from cutting 1 mile with 3 individuals bushwhacking to cutting 3, 4, 5 miles with a zero turn, and then they're just trimming by the trees. We got to move to the next. There's no other jurisdiction in the U.S. that uses bushwhackers to cut miles and miles of road. There's none. St. Thomas is a different story because of the hilly terrain, so I totally understand St. Thomas. But St. Croix, it's time to step it up. You know, going all the way down Kings Hill, going to Complex. I mean, that is our flat area. There's so many areas that are just flat. The other areas that require the bushwhacker alone, I can understand, but we're not going to maintain our island if we continue to spend $5.5 million a year, yet individuals are still complaining about the way that the island looks. Something wrong with that when we're spending $5.5 million a year and we can't maintain our roads. Senator Blyden, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I feel your pain, but my thing is, if you have flat areas and you're not getting a bang for your buck, you just buy equipment in a department that can maintain those areas, and you hire individuals and save money. And at the same time accomplish your goal. That's my philosophy. But nonetheless, Commissioner Gabriel, in the post-out report, page 50, Gabriel, I'm sorry, I keep on saying Gabriel. Gabriel, page 15 of 61, on a professional service contracts. There is no start date for these 12 contracts. There is no expenditure date to date. There are no expenditures to date. And they have, all of the 12, only one, when it comes to status, have been executed. What is going on in that area, and how can we get the information that's needed for us to do a proper analysis of what needs to be done?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'll ask Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Ruben Jennings, to respond.
1 minute.
Thank you, Senator. We could actually send you an updated professional services contracts listing with the information that you requested.
Through the chair, please. And finally, before my time is up, I know Commissioner spoke to the cemeteries, and you said it needs to have more land space for all 3, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, but especially in the St. Thomas district. I mean, it is critical. We're at a critical point right now, whereas the cemetery that's on there look like motel because you have to put tomb on top of tomb on top of tomb, and I really don't care for that too much. How critical is it in terms of your land space when it comes to our cemeteries, and what's being done in that regard?
So thank you, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Yeah, we've been meeting on it. Mr. Brown and I probably meet on a monthly basis. He's been actually, I've tasked him with that responsibility. He has successfully already gotten some extra land for the Kings Hill Cemetery from the Department of Property and Procurement. So we're looking at increasing that one. I know we've been having the discussions with the assistance of the administrator from St. John, Ms. Shahima Jones, to look for large tracts of land, hopefully from the National Park Services first. And then if we can get that, we've got a few families that we're going to ask, that we're going to approach. And then on St. Thomas, we also have some land. I was actually speaking to Deputy Commissioner Isaac about this yesterday, and we already have some additional land identified for the eastern cemetery. So it's something that our team is working on. I think you should start to see the fruits of that labor soon.
Man, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Commissioner, have you priced the cost of putting up a wall in front of the cemetery in St. Thomas? When you drive in from the seaplane shuttle going towards Concrete School? That whole area that is exposed. What do you have that figure?
What, sir? I do. Senator, I don't mind sharing it with you off the record. I just don't want to share it because we have the engineer's estimate, and like I said, we're going out to bid soon. Okay. So if I tell you that in the contracting community, I was like, oh.
Okay, so you're already addressing that particular issue?
Yeah, that's what, yes, we just finished the design, and that's why I said we're hoping to go out to bid for that soon. When I came in, the original design was just for a fence, and it was inadequate.
Okay, so you already have funding set aside?
No, we don't. We've been talking to, we have, that's not true. We do have funding set aside. I think, and I'm gonna ask Deputy Commissioner Ruben Jennings to tell you how much funding we have, but it's not enough.
That's
to
okay.
the wall that we recently,
That's okay. I don't want to know the amount because I don't want those who are bidding to know the amount that we have set aside. You can let me know. You can let me know in private. I just want to make sure that we have sufficient funding to make that project happen.
No problem. I'll address it with you offline. And thank you for respecting that so much. I appreciate that.
And I'm sure my education commissioner will follow up and make sure she get that information. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I had to step out for a meeting, so I'm not sure this question was asked, but it speaks to a territorial cemetery enhancement plan. To carry out this plan, what would it cost? Because I know recently when Commissioner Petty was in that position, the fees for the burial were increased. So can you speak to the cost of implementing such plan, and when can we see the plan in its full implementation? I see some movement there.
Yeah. So I guess to go back to the question that Senator Bailey had asked, we just recently completed the design for Western Cemetery number 3, and also to address 2 and 1, the broken walkways and removing the debris.
Can you just speak to the cost? Because I only have 2 minutes. The cost to carry out such a plan.
I don't want to announce the cost because we're getting ready to put that project out to bid. So it'd be an unfair advantage for contractors.
Understood. And I see here that you speak to digitizing our records and what have you. What will be the cost to implement such a system? Have you done an assessment? We
have, and we've actually, Ms. Monica Marin from my office has been going out and seeking grant awards. I think right now she's put a price tag of about $350,000 on that project, and that's with volunteer help and utilizing interns and internal resources.
So is that included in the budget when it speaks to the professional services?
No, because we're looking for grant funding for that. She actually has been going for DOI grant funding. She's been aggressively going after grant funding to get this project addressed with federal funds.
I just want to let you know, among the many things that we have going on in the territory, we have to take care of individuals when they're alive by making sure we have the infrastructure and things in place, but we have to secure those who are dead as far as the infrastructure. I don't want to put much pressure on you because you just came in, but we have to make sure 20, 30, 40 years from now, this current system that we have when it comes to the cemetery is improved, because individuals' records are being lost. You can't identify where an individual is buried, and that doesn't bring a certain level of comfort to the family. So I really want us to stay on top of the territorial cemetery enhancement plan and how much it will cost to digitize the records and what have you. Was my time call?
Time.
Mr. Chair, I could just ask one last thing. I see here where it speaks to where it is, the Vitran subsidy of $5 million, right? Can you just explain to me how is that done? How is those revenues collected? How we came up with that number? Explain that a little bit to me.
Sure, I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Ruben Jennings to respond to that.
Yes, thank you, Senator James, for the question. So the $5.1 million is received from the general fund, And what happens is we then transfer the monies to the Vitron 6058 account. So it's basically just transferring, just accounting separately for Vitron subsidy. So that's why it's kind of separated from the overall budget, but it's still part of our general fund.
Thank you for the answer. I just hope and pray that the act that my good senator, the minority leader, implemented, that at some point you could get the manpower to make sure that we could see some of those Vitrons advertising and promoting the different businesses that we have in the territory, and we could generate some revenues, because that is a revenue generator. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I have a few questions with regards to on the post-audit report, in the miscellaneous section. I see that for fiscal year 2021, you had some funds that were appropriated for beautification and upkeeping of our towns, but I don't see any of that recommended. That's according to our post-audit report. Any of that recommended for FY 2022. Is there a reason for that? Is that correct?
I'll ask Mr. Deputy Commissioner Jennings to respond again.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Carrion, for the question. Those funds, and again, we thank the body for line item those funds for the Department of Public Works. So they were line item, like Senator Villalea stated earlier. They allocated some monies for the beautification upkeep. So we hired 11 employees in fiscal year 20, and we've since then transitioned them to the general fund. The monies that are here, they were, like Senator Bialy said, they were line item last year.
1 minute.
Based on the body's markup. So again, we thank the body for those additional funds.
So that will be coming from the general fund, that's correct?
Yes, those were general fund allocations.
And do you need additional staff in that area, or the department is okay with what they have? Quickly, my time is running.
No, we do. Yeah, we do. We need additional staff because as we mentioned earlier, the towns still need more cleaning.
Okay, and you submitted that within your budget, the request for additional funding to hire that staff?
I'm gonna have to ask Deputy Commissioner Jennings to respond to that again. I can't remember. I'm not sure if we put it in a supplemental or in our budget request. I can't recall.
Yes, Senator, we requested a total of 12 general maintenance worker ones. So they could be used based on the deputy commissioners of operations, how they see them to be needed in areas of operations.
Good. And then in the appendix 4 for federal grant listing, you have here numerous different grants and still have some outstanding or remaining balance for some of these grants. What's the process and how you're doing to be able to, use all this federal money that you have?
Time.
Mr. Jennings, can you respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Senator. Those funds are we're using them for the major capital projects, which to include the Vitron facility in St. Croix, the Sunny Bonds transfer facility. So it looks like a lot, but they already allocated, budgeted for these major projects. I know that we're also buying some heavy duty and some medium duty buses also from those funds.
Lastly, are any of them coming to expiration anytime soon?
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carroll. Senator DeGraff. If Senator Graff isn't there, Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, your capital project director, I think Mr. Grump had retired sometime last year. Have you filled that position?
No, we advertised, we had selected a candidate, and then, or we thought we had selected a candidate, and he turned it down. We actually asked people internally also to apply, but the answer is no, we have not filled that position to date.
Very well. Is the salary the hindrance? I think I saw where it's listed as $70,000. Someone that will have oversight of all of these projects. You think that's adequate?
I think that position. No, I think that position is up around. It's over 90, if I'm not mistaken. If I think that even to that, I don't think it's adequate.
It's about 70, so I was concerned about that. But that is still vacant, you're saying?
Correct. That is correct.
What about revenues? How much revenues were collected in FY 2021 so far?
1 minute.
And
Yeah,
what
I'll
is
ask Mr. Jennings to respond. Just total, right? You're talking about total?
yes, total revenues collected?
Okay, so thank you, Senator Francis, for the question. We've collected 141,000 for cemetery fees. We've collected approximately, I think, $940 for permit fees for driveway permits. And we've also collected on the revenue side approximately 200,000 in the Bytron revenue side. And for the parking lot fund, we've collected approximately 450,000 to date.
And I would imagine who is accountable for ensuring the timely deposits and everything of these funds? Who will have oversight of that?
So I can tell you, for the parking lots, they actually have a service, and those funds are deposited, and then for the rest of them, it falls under the Division of Administration.
And in regards to skilled workers, Commissioner, I'm seeing where you have like one or two of skilled workers, one plumber in some instances, a painter, 2 masons. What are you doing to ramp up your skilled workers?
Time.
So we have the vacancies that we have, like, for example, we've had a mason position that we've been trying to hire a skilled mason, and have been unsuccessful. We're posting the positions, and I personally am reaching out to people to ask them to apply. We're ramping up, trying to build out our construction division.
Yeah, you're working with the department, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up right now. You're working with Department of Labor and personnel, especially in light of the recent layoff of the Lime Tree employees. Are you working with them to be able to attract perhaps some of those skilled workers?
Yes, that's correct. We've already reached out to them. We've been participating in, they're setting up some emergency job fairs to reach out to those employees. And we've been reaching out to those departments to make sure we're participating.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I want to speak about this project here in Mount Welcome, Gallows Bay, Route 753. Speak about this project beginning in summer, and some of my colleagues already expressed date and timeline. What's the date for completion? Because we talk about it starting this summer. What's the date for completion? As we know, that area is a well-traversed area, and every time it rains, it creates havoc for anyone doing any type of business or having a business in that area. What's the date, a timeline for completion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McLean. Mr. Jomo McLean, can you respond?
Yes, good day, Senator Johnson. Thanks for the question. That project is it's a 9-month project, and so the completion date would be the first quarter of next year.
specific date timeline?
I could give you the exact completion date. Let's see.
When it's gonna go.
Ask the next question while he's looking.
And my final question was, you're looking for that, Commissioner, is the Polly Joseph Stadium among one of your 100 projects that's a priority? And if so, you have a timeline for this to be completed this year. Would that still be the case of it being completed this year?
So yes, it is part of our top 100 priorities. No, I mean, to Senator Vialli's point, we haven't started going vertical yet. So I don't see how it could be complete this year. A large part is depending on when we can have the Clomar address.
And I would assume you've been in by that project and took a look at it at the stage that it's at this point. Are you satisfied with what the amount of money that have been spent into that project to reflect what you're seeing there based on this $18.2 million being spent there?
No, I think I testified before this body that I mean, to say I'm not happy is a light understatement. But again, I recognize that these problems are bigger than me. Like I said, I'm trying my best. I don't want to say I'm trying my best. I'm doing all that is within my power to get this thing back on track. But I mean, right now we're just in a holding pattern waiting FEMA.
My recommendation would be to make sure that someone make contact with FEMA at least every 2 weeks to keep on that timeline with that project. It's very important. It's a critical project to the island of St. Croix. And Mr. McLean, do you have that time date for me so that I could wrap up? You're on mute, Mr. McLean.
December 31st of this year. Sorry about that, Senator.
December 31st of this year. Well, that will be a good blessing for the people of St. Croix for Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Mr. McLean, I know the project goes from the stoplight down to the cargo port. Does it turn the corner past the restaurant and the boatyard on the left-hand side and go up over the hill towards the lagoon? What's the parameters?
No, that's a separate. It goes from the stoplight past the cargo port, and it ends just by the boatyard.
Okay.
Going around by the lagoon and back out to Eastern Road is a separate project. That's a part of the design project that VI Paving has.
Okay, and that is the one that includes the bridges?
Yes.
Okay. Is the lagoon bridge included in that particular scope for all the various bridges on the island?
Yeah, is actually in that design build project. It's 3 bridges. It's like Lagoon Bridge, Midland, and East Airport Road Bridge.
Okay.
Are the 3 bridges in that design build project.
And what about the bridge right there in Frederickstead after the fort before you reach the Pali? That's a different scope?
That bridge, and as well as 2 other bridges on Center Line, are a separate bridge project that's upcoming.
Okay, so you literally have all the bridges covered, because I know we had the orange cone and we're trying to stop the big, the large vehicles and traversing those areas. You have most of them covered?
Yes, we have all of them covered.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory.
Here. Very quickly, I'm here looking at the post-audit report, and I'm seeing that under the FY 2021 budget, there was some $900,000 under the St. John Capital Improvement Fund, which shouldn't be. But let me just ask, do you have projects that you are wrapping up that's against the St. John Capital Improvement Fund for prior years?
Thank you. I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Jennings to respond.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. That's a good question. I actually discussed it with my team today, And no, we were only allocated that 500,000 for fiscal year 2021, not 900,000.
In FY 2021, you should not have been allocated any funds because in the markup of the 33rd legislature for the 2021 budget, we were very, very adamant about removing the St. John Capital Improvement Fund from taking care of true non-capital improvement projects. And we set aside those funds. I think a portion of those funds went to the Port Authority to address the dock in St. John. So that needs to be looked at a little closer. I did look at the general ledger account at the Department of Finance, and I'm seeing where there's still some expenditures against that, but that shouldn't be. And then in FY 2022, we are going to treat it the same way. The St. John Capital Improvement Funds need to be used for that purpose, which is capital improvement.
1 minute.
So that's something that I will look into. But before I wrap up, I have to go back to this, these projects, Commissioner. And I'm not going to ask it through the chair. I'm going to expect that we will see something in the next time you come before the legislature where we are able to see projects pulling out of their project database that are realistic as it relates to some timelines around those projects, which ones are the low-hanging fruits, which ones are going to take us another year, 2, 3 years out, so we could really have a perspective as to exactly where these projects are. Some of the projects that I looked at in the in this presentation are not even funded. So we need to have a section that says unfunded, so we could look at this as legislators and determine whether or not it's something that we need to focus on funding, or if it's something that you're looking to have funded in the upcoming year from your federal dollars, then we need to see that. But while the presentation briefs well, I think that the information that's provided doesn't really give us much to work with. So I would like for you to just give a perspective on how, again, I asked before, on how you see under your leadership, how we can really improve on moving these projects forward and putting them in the necessary buckets so we could have something to look forward to. Thank you.
Time.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may, if you don't mind. I'm glad we came back to that because we have been doing what you've been describing. We've been going through the governor's top 100 projects. So we're working through, of course, the low-hanging fruit, a lot of our community projects that fall under the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. So you're seeing a lot of their parks, a lot of like the Reinhold Jackson Park, the Vincent Mason Pool, a lot of the community-driven projects and parks are actually going out. They're either wrapping up design or in solicitation. In conjunction with that, we've actually been focusing on our communities with our road projects. I know Mr. Fleming hasn't had a chance to speak, but right now he's been working, hour by hour to make sure that we're addressing Lorraine, Bugby Hole, Herman Hill, Estate St. George's. We're working in Frederickstead. So our focus right now is really pulling that low-hanging fruit, focusing on projects that have obligated PWs or have obligated local or federal funds, like our DOI grants. We're also looking at the next tranche of projects. I believe you'll be seeing Senator Gregory and others are our major government buildings, our highways. Those projects are slated to come to get obligated here. I would say every couple of days, I feel like we're getting more projects obligated. So I think that's our next tranche you'll see, which is where we're getting out to our government buildings and our major highways and thoroughfares. And then finally, I think that the top of the pyramid, if you will, is our schools, our hospitals, and our bigger government buildings. And a lot of those don't really fall in our purview. We do have participation in the new schools project. We do assist them with moving that forward. We are on the evaluation committee, but as far as the hospitals, we're not engaged in that, so we don't have any visibility on timelines there.
Thank you so much for your answer. Senator Potter?
Senator Potter is in here.
Then conclude, Senator. Go ahead.
Yes, I know that my time has been called and I don't want to abuse my time, but Commissioner, I was very specific in my requests. You presented before us today a document that says project database for the Department of Public Works, and that's what I was referencing. There's no expectation that I have of the Department of Public Works to focus on projects that's not necessarily within your purview, although you provide support to them. I'm speaking specifically to these projects. We need to see timelines around them. You know, it's wonderful to make a presentation of this manner, but we need to see some timelines. We need to see which ones are going to move off by the end of this year, and which ones are going to move off by the end of next year or the mid next year, and what we're looking towards. We have this document that's in front of us doesn't really provide us with anything other than this is a database of all the projects. Okay, what about it? So again, I will discuss this with you offline, since I think you and I are having a little confusion as to what I'm asking for. So I look forward to having a discussion with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gregory. Commissioner, in the list of projects that was provided, I think it's also in the post-audit report, capital improvement projects database, you have some projects that say it's contract expired. What does that mean? Is the work, and then you have on the next line, construction or active construction for some. The contract expired, but it's still.
Sorry, Senator. Go ahead.
No, so let me use Joseph Gomez basketball resurfacing project as an example. It says contract expired, but then it says construction. What is it really?
Yeah, so again, that's a really good question. We've actually been working with the VIDE. Some of those projects, the contracts are expired, Senator. Some are in a closeout phase. The reason that we keep them in active construction is because if they haven't closed out, then they're in construction. But for some of them, the contract has expired. The Department of Education has been working with property and procurement to get those contracts back going. But I try not to process payments on expired contracts unless we have concurrence from the Department of Property and Procurement. So that's why for our database's sake, we try to at least see which ones are expired. But in some of those instances, construction is either, I would say, when I say like substantially complete, or they're in that final phase, just waiting to get the contracts back on track.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. Now, in reference to monies allocated under the PFA, those projects that have fund balances remaining, have you begun a discussion about that?
We have, and Mr. McLean can speak to them, but some of them are, we're doing the final payment process. So some of those fund balances that you see are going to go away. Some of them, like where you're seeing, like those smaller fund balances, Mr. McLean and Mr. Jennings and I were actually speaking about that yesterday, so that we can get, of course, through OMB and the PFA to this body, so that we can have those funds reprogrammed for other purposes, whether it's finishing up projects that are incomplete. We've been looking at ways to make more complete that list of projects that we're going to be paying with the excess debt reserve fund. So I think you'll be seeing, hopefully in the near future, some requests for programming for some of these small fund balances.
Okay, I'm seeing a sizable amount for, well, that's sizable for maintenance of public cemeteries, monies we had put in for maintenance, some $157,000 and zero has been expended.
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Jennings to speak to that if you don't mind.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Those monies were actually part of the funding for the fencing.
Okay.
Fencing project.
Okay, no problem. But I'll ask you to take a look at those particular areas, especially those that presently still have a fund balance, and as to whether or not we need to move some legislation to redirect those monies. At this point, I think...
Definitely.
Okay, thank you so much. At this point, I think we have concluded our questioning. I'm going to give you an opportunity to put a closing statement on the record.
One question before you go.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Senator Graff?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't get you on this wrong, so go ahead, sir.
Yes, Commissioner, two things. One, I wanted to ask in regards to, I had to move, so I'm my vehicle right now. But I wanted to ask in regards to the Cancrine Bridge. Is there any funding or anything to address the Cancrine Bridge assessment of the Cancrine Bridge and the status of it? And two, I believe I read previously where the governor got, I think, about $90 million from the PFA to address roads in the territory, also from local funding. What's the status on that? Those are the two questions I have.
Thank you. So on the first question, no, we don't have any funds right now. We've spoken about it, but we don't have any funds available to assess the bridge or to do any new design or any repairs. Secondly, as far as the PFA projects goes, of course, this body did a phenomenal job of making sure that we got money for some long-standing projects. I actually just wrote to the PFA so that we can begin to draw down. We requested proof of funding for about $11 million worth of projects where we have designs substantially complete. So especially in the St. Croix district, also here in St. Thomas, you should be seeing those go out to bid for solicitation shortly, and then get on the road for construction.
And is that money for any federal match to take care of the road project? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
No, most of that is just to address local roads, thoroughfares that have not been addressed in quite some time. I know there were some specific dollar amounts set aside for Lorraine, Estate St. George's, Herman Hill, and Bugby Hole, so we could complete those projects in phase 2. Also have places like Union on Washington, of course, First Avenue in St. Thomas. So those are roads that are local roads that we're going to be finally addressing and getting some relief for those residents.
Time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Thank you, Commissioner, for the answer. Commissioner, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Sure. Mr. Chair, first, I just want to thank you. Of course, this has been my first budget hearing or budget presentation experience. I want to not only thank you and your members, but of course your staff for being flexible in changing the venue. I know that I was looking forward to finally being able to testify in person, but of course, due to the pandemic, we had to switch to virtual. So I just want to thank you and your staff and your team for flexibility. I want to thank the folks that you're seeing here on the screen today, and of course the folks that are supporting us behind the scenes. You know, I since I've been in this chair, I keep reminding people that I am only the commissioner, and my job here is just to make sure the ship is moving. But it's every single man and woman that works at the department that's responsible for the amazing work that we're doing. These folks are not only committed, not only are they dedicated, but they take their job very seriously. I want to thank, of course, my assistant commissioner, Dennis Bro, even though he's not in the territory, he's been supportive. Each of the members of the leadership team that you're seeing here today, for coming together and really not only in supporting me since I've been commissioner of the department, really in pushing forward my directives and my agenda and my North Star vision. And finally, I can't thank the governor enough for the opportunity, but really to each and every member of the body, I'm looking forward to working with you to push the Virgin Islands forward. I do take my mandate very seriously. I am focused on making sure that we're getting these long-standing projects, especially in the District of St. Croix, that we're getting them on track and moving, and that hopefully, in the next few years, we can look back and have a legacy that speaks to not only a long-lasting and transformative transportation infrastructure system, but we have buildings that speak to our Virgin Islands pride. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and thank you to my team.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony this morning, and thanks to your team for the support that they have provided you. The Committee of Finance will take a recess until 2 o'clock. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Division of Personnel. Invited testifiers, Dana Clendenin, Director.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Director Clendenin, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record, and then we will follow with the remainder of your staff. So beginning with you and then to the Assistant Commissioner, and then across.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Dana Clendenin, Director.
Good afternoon, all. Florine O'Dane Hassel, Assistant Director.
Good afternoon. Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director.
Good afternoon. Millicent O'Bain, Territorial Administrative Recruitment and Classification.
Good afternoon. Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Human Resources, Information Technology. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance.
Good afternoon. Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer.
Thank you so much. That's it, Director?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Vallely, Chairman of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Finance, other distinguished committee members, non-committee senators present, members of the Division of Personnel's team, and ladies and gentlemen viewing and listening. My name is Dana Clendenin, and I serve as the Director for the Division of Personnel. Team members accompanying me today are Assistant Director Florine O'Dane Hassel, Deputy Director Valsina Kwashi, Territorial Administrator of Recruitment and Classification Millicent O'Bain, Chief of Human Resources Information Technology Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Health Insurance Valerie Daly, and Strategy and Organizational Development Officer Gabriel Knight. Each of these dynamic team members will have the opportunity to elaborate more about their specific areas of expertise. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today to testify on the Division of Personnel's proposed biannual budget for fiscal years 22 and 23, the first of its kind. Theme, Building a Better Tomorrow. This budget intentionally looks ahead at our future needs, plans for the goals we want to achieve, and focuses on building a stronger government, responsive, resilient, and ready. And that's why we are so excited to start today out differently. We'll look at our budget numbers soon. That's why we're here. We wanted to first open with an announcement. Government of the U.S. Virgin Islands is hiring. That's right. We are actively hiring. We want to use this public forum to encourage all of our qualified Virgin Islanders, those tuning in locally and abroad, who are ready to return home to serve, to look long-term at the career they want to have, and to get started with us. For us to make this announcement, first had to put some human resources infrastructure in place. I assure you, Senators, that our team has been laser-focused, setting and meeting some critical goals that will help us empower, build the workforce we have while planning ahead for the digital, data-driven workforce we need. How? We became more efficient, streamlined age-old processes, expanding our training opportunities, and took a hard look at the talent we want to attract and retain. Here's some information for you. Recognizing the growing frustration of employees retiring and waiting some months for a final NOPA, we quickly engaged the Department of Finance to assist with making the process more efficient. Because of the tools and guidance DOP provided, we can confidently report that final NOPAs are being executed within a 30-day window. Our goal, as you will hear later, is to cut that down even further to 2 weeks. Impossible? We don't think so. Our team joined forces with the Bureau of Information Technology and Microsoft to launch monthly live online Microsoft 365 training classes taught directly by Microsoft Associates. Here, GVI employees can increase their knowledge and skills in various Microsoft solutions, including Excel, Word, Teams, SharePoint Planner, and many more. From October 1, 2020 to present, we have seen a 45% increase in trainings conducted via virtual platforms. In fiscal year 20, we trained 1,394 GVI employees, while for fiscal year 21 thus far, we trained 2,165 GVI employees using these virtual platforms. We revamped the government's general schedule E plan, which governs the salaries for more than 160 professionals that are classified non-union employees. This is quite a milestone, as the pay plan had not been updated in approximately 20 years. The new pay plan is also a useful recruitment tool, as departments and agencies can now offer more attractive salaries for some of those hard-to-fill professional positions. We have been able to secure membership with the National Association of African Americans in HR and the International Public Management Association for HR for over 100 GVI human resources professionals, with the goal of enhancing their knowledge, skills, and abilities in the HR field. Our recruitment strategy for Bureau of Correction officers is a good example of our team's efforts to think outside the box. Here, DOP proposed that BOC offer complimentary study materials to prospective officers, and we committed to administering the entrance exams every 10 weeks. Further, we engaged candidates who had previously taken the test and invited them to sit the exam again. Based on our score results, we have increased the pass rate in both districts by more than 50% in comparison to previous years. And we've referred a historic total of 80 candidates to the Bureau within 2 years.
Now, the onset of the pandemic forced governments across the world to reimagine quickly the look and feel of the everyday workplace, normalizing the practice of telework or remote work. It was a big change, of course, but there was also an incredible opportunity here to retain the best parts of our office culture while embracing the benefits of technology. With the introduction of teleworking, we have seen a better work-life balance, increased productivity and job satisfaction while reducing stress. Among other things, the division was able to tighten and expand its communication system to ensure employees were informed and still connected, streamline internet technology systems to ensure efficiency and ease of work from home, and reimagine critical programs and efforts, from our wellness initiatives to virtual recruitment process. You will hear more details later in the presentation, but we wanted to show you upfront what this budget will support: the continued building of systems, programs, benefits, strategies, and skills that will not only transform our workforce, but our territory. So please help us spread the word. We are hiring, and we want our Virgin Islanders, those making headlines and discoveries, those leaders of industries, those business giants we see and read about, to come home and continue or begin their careers with us. You'll hear more about those job opportunities and where to find them later in our testimony. But if you're interested right now, please visit our website at dopusbi.org/careers or contact our office for more information. This is the ideal time to take that leap. Thank you for giving us a chance to share those highlights with you. Now, let's transition to our budget overview with a breakdown of our overall numbers. Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director, Budget Overview. There are currently 44 positions within the Division of Personnel. 40 positions are filled and 4 positions are vacant. There are 31 positions
in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 13 positions are in the St. Croix district. Of the 44 positions, 11 are represented by a union, 16 are classified non-union, and 17 are exempt. The fiscal year 22 recommended budget for the Division of Personnel totals a little over 44.9 million, and fiscal year 23 is recommended at a little over 45.1 million. Further, we anticipate revenues of approximately $23,000 towards a training revolving fund for each fiscal year. The biannual budget recommendation is to fund approximately $44.5 million from the general fund for each fiscal year, $530,867 each fiscal year will be funded from indirect costs. Personnel services is recommended at approximately $3.2 million, and fringe is at $1.6 million for each fiscal year. Supplies, $110,000. Other service and charges are at $39.9 million, and utilities at $190,500. Of the overall other services and charges category, health insurance for the retirees is recommended at $38.2 million. During fiscal year 22, a major undertaking for the division will be to procure a position management system, which will allow for an electronic personal requisition form. With this system, the approval to fill vacant positions will be seamless and better managed. Additionally, we are preparing to roll out a new onboarding portal in our digital recruitment system, NeoGov, which is designed to make new hires feel more engaged with our team. The fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 recommended budget are as listed in the charts below.
Millicent Lebain, Territorial Administrator, Recruitment and Classification. The Recruitment and Classification Unit provides recruitment services and coordinates recruitment efforts for the executive branch of government. Why is this critical? Because within the projected GVI budget right now, there are approximately 1,022 vacancies, and our mission is to aggressively fill each and every one. Let's look at what we've done first. We've provided quarterly training workshops on the employment process and the effective use of the recruitment selection tool powered by NeoGov, the market and technology leader in on-demand human resources software for the public sector, whose software automates the entire hiring, onboarding, and performance evaluation process. To date, we have effectively trained 80 HR professionals. Our Get to Work 2020 initiative, implemented in May of 2020 as a recruitment and retention strategy, has proven to be a success with 10% of all candidates, nearly 300 candidates benefiting directly. This strategy focuses on providing the skills and competencies each candidate can use in lieu of the education preferences and/or experience. We have pushed to recruit a diverse, skilled workforce by using as many digital platforms as possible to increase the visibility of available jobs. Candidate searches continue on governmentjobs.com across social media pages, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Views website, college job boards, industry blogs, with the sharing of posts and events to attract candidates. On December 17, 2020, we hosted the first ever virtual career fair with focus on careers in public safety. The career fair reached more than 4,700 views on our social media page, the most ever recorded at any career fair. In the current fiscal year, we have processed more than 6,213 online applications and referred nearly 3,000. The charts below will give you an idea of the impact. We spoke before about our recruitment strategies for Bureau of Corrections officers. In comparison to previous years, we have also doubled the amount of referred candidates to the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency by TEMA. In 2021, FITEMA had 8 vacancies and received a total of 25 referred candidates, inclusive of bilingual candidates, to fill the emergency call center operator vacancies territory-wide. We are pleased to say that the vacancies were filled, 4 in the St. Thomas-St. John district and 4 in the St. Croix district. We firmly believe in inclusivity and diversity in the recruitment process. We have established a formal partnership with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Department of Education, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, and the Judicial Branch of Government to advertise their vacancies. These partners have been provided the training on the system functionalities that allows for documenting and tracking of the employment cycle, access to the notification templates, the tools, the resources, and all the network necessary for effective and efficient operations. We'll be taking it up a notch in fiscal year 2022, increasing our visibility threefold. Using every digital medium available, we will ensure that prospective employees know how to apply, how to use our systems, hear from others through testimonials, the potential for careers in the Virgin Islands, and can access the job postings on national boards and platforms. We welcome them. We welcome to them. Career fairs are in the works for the East, the West Coast, capitalizing on the large population of where Virgin Islanders reside in big cities such as Atlanta, New York, and Los Angeles. Also, locally, we want you to know we will organize job fairs in the fall and spring of 2022.
Corder Jim, Chief of Human Resources, Information Technology. As alluded to before, the remote work is a benefit offered at the Division of Personnel.
One minute,
The Human
somebody
Resource
needs
Information
to...
Technology Unit worked rapidly to restructure the network-related operations to allow employees to securely work from home. This project came on the heels of COVID-19 as the need to provide essential human resource services escalated. All mobile equipment was repurposed for use. Subsequently, additional laptops, monitors, and networking equipment were acquired. We upgraded our voice-over internet protocol telephone systems in both districts. This upgrade and redesign gave us the added functionality and resilience from site to site. Virtual phones were added for all DOP personnel, giving the staff the added benefit of utilizing their computers to make and answer telephone calls while remote working or in the office. In collaboration with Tyler Munis and the Government Employees Retirement System, we completed the ERP to GERS export project, which allows for a more efficient and timely processing of employee data. Ultimately, this project enables us to give GERS that data more quickly, and the system the ability to calculate and process employees' annuity in real time. GERS will have better insight to all human resource related actions throughout the government. They will not only be able to predict additional contributions in or out of the system, but capture when an existing employee transitions from one employee bracket to another, such as an individual moving from a hazardous position to a non-hazardous position. They can also analyze past data to perform studies with the actuaries if the need arises.
I think his video froze. Director, can you hear me? Okay, let's take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. You may continue with your testimony. Okay, now I was just seeing it in the media room. The committee will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Okay, I can see you moving now, so proceed with your testimony.
Porter Reimer, Chief of Human Resources, Information Technology, Division of Personnel. In collaboration with the Tyler Munis and the Government Employees Retirement System, we completed the EERP to GERS export project, which allows for a more timely and efficient processing of employee data. Ultimately, this project enables us to give GERS that data more quickly, and the system the ability to calculate and process employees' annuity in real time. GERS will have better insight to all human resource related actions throughout the government. They will not only be able to predict additional contributions in or out of the system, but capture when an employee transitions from one employee bracket to another, such as an individual moving from a hazardous position to a non-hazardous position. They can also analyze past data to perform studies with the actuaries if the need arises. This is another tool to work collaboratively with various government instrumentalities while we enhance the agenda of becoming more transparent. In January of 2021, the team started to capture the details of personnel transactions processed monthly. The objective of this project is to identify areas of concern that result in personnel actions being rejected at DOP. The division will continue to provide additional training and consultation to agencies that continue to have a large error rate while ensuring that the data for past, present, and future employees of the 3 branches of government are accurate and are executed in a more timely and efficient manner. The DOP team is responsible for conducting a review of the Department of Education's personnel actions. The audit is not yet complete. However, we have already communicated to their HR team, offering recommendations for improvement. Current recommendations include Department of Education becoming more attentive, efficient, and accurate in processing personnel actions. One of our major goals for fiscal year 22 is to significantly decrease the number of NOPERs that are now required to be processed through the Division of Personnel. We will train and empower the human resource professionals in department and agencies to process their own miscellaneous personnel actions, such as change of funding source, name change, etc. This will allow DOP to focus on critical items such as new hires, promotions, and salary changes. The process, which is now in place, will be replaced by one that is more streamlined, seamless, accurate, and timely. For example, what now in some instances may take approximately 10 to 15 business days from beginning to end, will, depending on the action, take approximately 3 to 5 days in the next fiscal year. Beginning in fiscal year 2022, the team will begin the first phase of our network infrastructure overhaul. This phase will include the replacement of all core networking equipment that reside at the heart of our infrastructure but have far outlived its normal life cycle and are out of warranty. Items such as firewalls, core switches, and additional wireless equipment will be replaced or added as needed. This will ensure the uptime for all network available resources and mitigate episodes of power loss. The second phase of the project will include the design and build out of a virtual infrastructure, ensuring uptime of all critical applications in both districts.
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance and Wellness. The Group Health Insurance Unit at the Division of Personnel is responsible for administering the health, dental, vision, and life insurance plans for active employees, retirees, and their dependents, as negotiated by the Government Employee Service Commission Health Insurance Board. The COVID-19 pandemic also redefined the ways in which we now service our clients, employees, and retirees. We have significantly improved our communications protocols and converted many of our processes to online formats to ensure ease of use and access for our clients. All members can now view all announcements, updates, and changes on the division's website at dopusvi.org. Our active employees remain able to view, update, and make their changes online using our eligibility system, Bentech. We partnered with Bentech and the Government Employees Retirement System on our premium integration, which allows retirees' deductions to be electronically sent directly to GRS. This process eliminates the staff's need to make manual changes to the retirees' benefits. Further, it ensures that members are paying the correct premiums in accordance to the benefits they have elected. As of May 28, 2021, the GVI's Group Health Insurance Plan has a total of approximately 13,937 plan participants, including active employees and retirees from the 3 branches of government. Of that total amount, 6,980 are active employees and 6,957 are retirees enrolled under the plan. When considering the dependent population, the plan covers more than 25,000 members. The FY21 cost for medical and dental is estimated to be approximately $174.8 million. As of April, we have paid a combined total of $83.7 million in healthcare premiums, of which $61.1 million represents the government's portion, while a total of $22.6 million represents the employee share. In September of 2020, we hosted our first virtual open enrollment where we had more than 300 participants. The employees and retirees were provided with opportunities to dialogue directly with our carriers and health insurance officers. Additionally, for the very first time in the territory, the United Healthcare Group's Medicare PPO Advantage Plan for our retirees over the age of 65 was successfully implemented. More specifically, this plan offers a clinical program, education resources, hearing aid benefits, house calls or in-home visits, member rewards, and wellness benefits with zero out-of-pocket costs to our eligible members. I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to advise that open enrollment is scheduled for August 16th through September 17th of this year. We are encouraging our employees and retirees to take a look now at their current benefits, and if changes are required, open enrollment is the time to do so. And don't forget, you can update your beneficiaries at any time. Wellness. Many of us are concerned with the increasing cost of healthcare, and therefore, our wellness program plays an integral role in helping the community to get on the path to better health and subsequently reduce healthcare costs. During the last year, we have seen an increase in the number of stress-related factors among employees, which includes, but is not limited to, physical, mental, and emotional health. As such, Employee Assistance Program, EAP seminars were hosted by Cigna for active employees, Cigna retirees, and their dependents. Seminars included topics such as mental health at work, understanding anxiety, and mindfulness meditation. Every year, members are required to complete their Cigna Health Risk Assessment, HRA, by September 30th of the current fiscal year. Under normal circumstances, any employee or retiree under the age of 65 who are current policyholders under the Cigna Health Insurance Program and fail to complete their HRA would have a wellness inactivity member premium deduction of $20.83 biweekly, starting within the first cycle of the next fiscal year. However, on March 8th of 2021, the GESC board waived the completion requirements and no member will be assessed the penalty for 2021. Let me repeat, no member will be assessed an HRA penalty for 2021. The GESC board and the Division of Personnel launched the Motivate Me incentive program for the period of October 1, 2020 through September 30th of 2021. All primary active members of the GVI Cigna plan are eligible for a gift card as a reward for their healthy activities. The program offers health and wellness activities, initiatives, webcasts, seminars, and personal health reporting designed to actively engage Cigna plan members in their health insurance benefits. The higher the level of participation, the points, the higher the value of the gift card. To access the Motivate Me platform, members can log into mycigna.com. The wellness program will continue to support plan members' desire to make healthy lifestyle choices by continuing to offer high engagement activities, as well as introducing new and exciting activities and challenges to keep wellness participation at a high level. For this to be successful, DOP will, in FY 2022 and 2023, request from the GESC Health Insurance Board funding to support our wellness initiatives. Initiatives will include, but are not limited to, the following: vegetarian cooking classes, Fet and Sweat fitness program, farm to table, food revolution for change, and of course, our annual Health and Wellness Expo.
Good afternoon, Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer at the Division of Personnel, Strategy and Organizational Development. The Strategy and Organizational Development Unit continues to support the overall mission to be a strategic human resources partner with the government of the Virgin Islands departments and agencies to establish a workforce of excellence, specifically through talent development, training, technology, and service. In supporting our recruitment efforts, DOP partnered with the Office of Management and Budget to develop and launch the GVI Fellows Program. The program is designed to attract, develop, and retain financial talent by creating a competitive fellowship program to serve as a pipeline for financial positions within the GVI. GVI Fellows is a 2-year rotational program for recent college graduates, which begins on October 12th, 2021. In collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands, we continue to facilitate the ongoing Virgin Islands Certified Public Manager Program, a 14-month training program that is open to employees within local and federal government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and private sector businesses in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Since its inception in 2013-2014, the program has produced 159 graduates. There are many notable graduates of this program, some of whom serve in this body, and the number of applicants for each cycle supports its continuance. The 2019-2020 program received 60 applicants, 46 were accepted, and 41 graduated. The program for 2021-2022 has 59 applicants and 59 were accepted. Training and development of our employees continues to be a priority at the division. Our use of training and technology is illustrated through the launch of our new employee orientation program, the launch of Brilliance is the Cure training, our partnership with NeoGov to utilize their performance management program, and using data collection software to gather information on employee satisfaction. We continue to see increasing numbers in our employee orientation program called NEW. In fiscal year 22 and 23, we anticipate an expansion of the program to enhance the new hires' employment experience. Enhancements will include a one-stop shop for processing all new hire information, which will improve efficiency and remove the current complexity of onboarding. CURE, an acronym for Communicate, Understand, Respond and Remedy, and Empower, provides participants with customer service training. After the development of the program, we conducted pilot training sessions with our DOP team and GVI HR partners with the explicit intent of gathering feedback to improve the training. The official offering of the training began in March of 2021. Since its rollout, 81 brilliant GVI employees from all 3 branches have learned how to apply the CURE. Recognizing the need to revamp the way employees are currently evaluated, we embarked on redesigning and automating our employee evaluation system. We have procured NeoGov's performance management software, which will automate all employee evaluations so that agency heads, in collaboration with HR officers, can identify gaps in skills and areas of improvement. This software allows for the HR team to communicate, identify, and promote employee strengths, as well as the implementation of performance improvement plans when needed. We believe that the ability to track such data could increase productivity and retention in the agencies. We are currently in trainings with the software developer to populate the program with relevant job descriptions, performance standards, and evaluation criteria. The program's launch date is October 1st, 2021. To measure and improve employee motivation, DOP periodically sends out digital surveys to GVI employees. The results of these surveys provide agency heads with information on employee satisfaction that they can use to create action plans to address workplace concerns. Beyond training and development, we also manage the donated leave program, the career incentives program, conduct investigations into cases of harassment and/or discrimination, and are partnering with the Territorial Americans with Disabilities Act Administrator. For donated leave in fiscal year 2020, we approved 180 donated leave applications for GVI employees at a cost of $923,632.23, which equates to 44,623 hours. As of May 28th, 185 donated leave applications have been approved, totaling 51,732 hours of leave time and a little more than $1 million paid to GVI employees. As of May 28th, there are 28 employees on donated leave. The career incentive programs for fiscal year 2021 16 GVI employees have been the recipient of the Career Incentive Program, and 2 applicants were denied. These approvals for Career Incentive Program recipients equate to $119,710.63 for officers of the Virgin Islands Police Department, the VI Bureau of Corrections, VI Fire Services, and officers working within the Department of Human Services. The Division of Personnel worked with the Governor's Territorial ADA Administrator to launch the first annual GVI Employee Self-Identification of Disability Status Survey in support of Governor Bryan's recently signed Executive Order 469-2021, which addresses the importance of hiring more employees with disabilities into the GVI. The self-report survey collects quantitative data on existing disabilities throughout the GVI. This year, the survey opened on March 1st, 2021, and as of May 28th, 467 GVI employees responded. The information gathered will be utilized to establish a goal percentage in hiring practices as mandated by the executive order. For fiscal year 2022 and 2023, we will expand our Respect at Work training series in 2 areas. The first will be a rebranding of our existing interpersonal communication and conflict resolution training, while the second is a diversity and cultural sensitivity training that builds on our soft skills training so that employees can expand their interpersonal communication skills when working with persons from different cultures.
Senators, thank you for the opportunity to testify today and share more about our programs and initiatives, the systems that support our work, and our efforts to facilitate a meaningful professional experience for all GVI employees. We ask for your favorable consideration of our budget request and your support of our efforts to rename our division in a way that strategically reflects our mission and goal. I leave you with this. Human resources is about increasing awareness of the impact every decision has on people, empowering leaders with the right coaching so they can make the best decisions, providing the best tools and programs to engage employees from hire to retirement, putting employees first in all business decisions, and providing development opportunities to all employees so they become the best version of themselves. My gratitude to our Division of Personnel team plays a pivotal role in our success. My team's unrelenting commitment to excellence, collaboration, and community are undeniably inspiring. My team and I are now available for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Director. Before we go to a round of questioning, I must again emphasize that we are considering one fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2022. We have requested that the testifiers prepare testimony relative to fiscal year 2022. To continuously put it into the testimony is not going to change the fact that that is all that we are considering. Under the Organic Act, we were clear in reading the section that relates to how many fiscal year can be considered at the same time. And it is right there. You can't use the Organic Act for separation of powers one time and then you don't want to respect it on the next end. It is what it is. It's not a decision that the legislature can say that we are not going to respect the Organic Act, which is basically the Constitution for the Virgin Islands, and do what we want to do because the executive branch said that that is possible. It is not. I just wanted to start with that. We're going to go to a round of questioning, 5 minutes round. We will begin with Senator Blyden. I'm going to switch a bit. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, I'm going to allow you to go first because I know you have a commitment. You may proceed.
Oh boy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Afternoon.
Very quickly, you probably explained it in your testimony, but I need to hear it again. I see you have about 720 $730,000 increase in your FY22 budget over 21. How many new positions does that represent? Or does it represent new positions and a combination of that and raises?
Go ahead, Ms. Kwashi.
Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director. It represents 9 new positions as well as increase in the GSP plan.
What are those positions?
The positions are as listed: insurance officer, 2
Insurance officer, you said?
officers.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
Okay, a help desk, sorry, 2 insurance officers, a human resources, technology, technician, a recruiter, let's see, a human resources assistant, and 2 recruitment classification specialists, and 2 coordinators, training coordinators.
All right, thank you. So those are areas where you are experiencing challenges currently, correct? That's the reason
Yes,
for
sir.
the...
Correct.
Okay. I note that in the budget, you spoke about the workforce audit. I think you should have completed that in this fiscal year, in FY 2021. What's the status of the workforce audit?
So we are partially completed with the workforce audit, and Mr. Bain can elaborate if necessary. We continue to diligently work with UVI in just getting that final end of it. So we've completed, I would say, at least 80% of it. No more funding is required, and we just need to get them to the finish line.
Okay, and so you're about 80% done, and there will be no need for any carryover for FY 2022. Also, the customer service standards, that should have been completed last fiscal year, which is FY 2020. What's the status of the rollout on that?
We have, and Mr. Knight spoke to that in the testimony, and we call it Brilliance is the Cure. So we are doing continuous training on that.
Okay, and then what's the status of the record scanning project?
Ms. Kwashi, if you could speak to that, please.
So we have already acquired the record scanning project, and so we did not request additional funding for FY22.
No, did you say that you completed the project? That's what you said?
We have purchased it, not completed a project. The project is ongoing.
So the purpose of the funds was to purchase an piece of equipment, because when I looked in the budget, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous years, the funds were for professional services. Am I incorrect on that?
You are not incorrect. We acquired the system. We have been working with our staff in making sure that we get everything online, as well as with Tyler Muniz. We have placed some of the monies in the maintenance part of our budget instead of requesting the funding be placed in the miscellaneous.
So the funds were set aside under what category? Capital outlay or other services and charges? That's what I need to be clear on that. Because you said that you purchased a system, is a software?
In professional services and the general fund.
So what did you purchase?
We acquired an add-on for the ERP system, the Tyler Muniz system.
Senator, if I may, the missing link.
But you can't use professional services to acquire add-on. That's what I'm trying to establish, right?
So we were finding great difficulty in finding a source to totally do this project for us. So we needed to, and we found as well the challenges, even with a scanning project, there's no place to put these documents. There's no way, even if we scan them, where would we put them? So that made sense. That would lead for us to be able to pull information correctly and quickly. So I think that's where Ms. Kwashi is going down that line of answering.
Yeah, and my line is tied to when we budget under professional services, then we need to utilize the funds under that category. Otherwise, we need to come for a change. I don't know that we've moved a lump sum budget in a long time. So that's basically where I'm going with this discussion. But I'm going to rest that down because my time is going to be called in a few. Mr. Chair, can I ask one last question?
You may proceed.
It's tied to the 75. The what is the name of the program? The CPM program. So you said that over the years you have moved along about 159 individuals out of the CPM program successfully. Are you tracking those individuals as to where they are in government or whether or not they're still in government? Also, I note specifically that you indicated that in 2020, you had, I think, 45 successful CPM candidates, or 41 of the 45, and this year you have 59. So I am trying to understand exactly how are we moving this CPM program along. I thought that the CPM program was a program where you would identify individuals in government who are, let's say, middle managers or a little lower than middle managers who you see had talent, and you provided them with an opportunity to become certified public managers. I may be wrong, but it just seems that the number that you are touting today seems excessive for such a small program. So if you could explain the program for me, I would really appreciate it, and how the program is being tracked and how it's truly benefiting individuals, the territory actually, the government of the Virgin Islands.
Sure. Thanks for that question, Senator. We are working, as you know, the University of the Virgin Islands is administering this program for us. So we have engaged them to begin as part of their whole process to track individuals. Where are they? Were they successful? Are they doing something different? So we continue to work with UVI. And unfortunately, it's moving a bit
Do you have
slower.
data? My time has been called, and I really don't want to abuse my time. Do you have data on the individuals who have passed through this system and the status of those individuals, whether they're still in this government? I think when we invest money like this, we have to have data. So I understand what you're saying about the university, but I'm actually talking about what's happening in your shop as it relates to the collection of the data and how we are dealing with those specific employees as their opportunities for promotions, etc. That's what I'm trying to establish.
Sure, yes, we do have the data on the employee as to the number that went through the program. We do not have readily available where each person is today, but we do have the data that, yes, who went through the program.
You go to that answer, Senator?
No, it's not. And again, I don't want to abuse my time.
I'm waiting for your response. Go ahead and finish your response.
Yes, Director, if we have a program that the legislature is funding on an annual basis, I get it. We get the number, how many people pass through the program, but of the individuals who's passed through the program, how many of them are still with our government, and how many of them have we promoted to higher level positions? Because we have to make sure that if we have a program, the program is evaluated, it's assessed, and it's working for the workforce. That's all I'm asking. So if we are not collecting that kind of information, then the program is not, if we are not collecting that type of information, then how can we tout a program of this nature? We have to have, the program has to work for us, it has to work for the people, and at the end of the day, this program is about the government, because I see that you have a GVI Fellows program, and it would ask the same question.
Director?
So I understand that, Senator, which is what I'm saying. Yes, right now, we know who has passed through the program. Do we have readily available for you where each employee is right now within the government? No, I do not have that for you.
Okay, thank you. The Director, there's no requirement that individuals who go through the program at least have to remain 1 year with the government of the Virgin Islands? Since the government is paying for the program? Director, is there any requirement that employees have to stay with the GVI for a certain period of time after completing the program? You're not hearing me? Is anyone from personnel hearing me? Committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Director Clendenin, I was asking a question as to whether or not there's a requirement for individuals to go through the CPM program to work with the government of the Virgin Islands for a specified period of time. The Director Clendenin, can you hear me?
I'm not hearing any audio. I'm not sure if they're probably checking their audio.
Okay.
But y'all can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're having some technical difficulties. Director, are you hearing me now?
I am, Senator.
Okay, great. Okay, we're back up. I was asking if there's a requirement for a specified period of time for individuals who take the CPM course to work for the government of the Virgin Islands.
I believe there is, and Ms. Hassel could respond to that. You're on mute, Hassel. You're on.
Ms. Hassel?
Yes, Senator Florine Ordain Hassel. Yes, Senator Viale, there is a 2-year requirement.
Okay, and this is a course that is designed for middle managers? For individuals
Yes, it
that would
is,
like?
Senator.
Okay, because I'm seeing that we now have assistant commissioners and superintendents and deputy superintendents that are enrolled in a course for middle managers?
That was, Senator, that was a special request at the Department of Education to get some of her, that leadership team, some of the foundation offered with CPM program. We worked with UVI and they were able to accommodate. So normally we would not have those level in the program.
Okay, because I know it's a program that is built to encourage individuals to move into middle management and to provide the necessary skills, et cetera. And I saw that upper management are now utilizing the course. In reference to the fund that the previous senator spoke about, the scanning of documents, I'm looking at fiscal year 20. And I think we appropriated some $216,000 in fiscal year, $225,000 in fiscal year 20. And now this fiscal year we appropriated $116,330. Are you saying that do you have something to show for that money being expended? Over the last 2 fiscal years, which would be $341,000?
Yes, Senator, we do, but I will ask Ms. Kwashi to, Deputy Director, to expound on that if needed.
Yes, we do. We have purchased the add-on, like I stated, through Tyler Munis, and it's in the ERP system.
No.
We work very closely with the Department of Finance to be successful in that.
Well, my name is Kwashi. A purchase is purchasing a software or a piece of equipment. We gave $225,000 in fiscal year 20. What was purchased?
In fiscal year 2020, we purchased some of the equipment necessary to make the program successful or the project successful, and we started implementing it by working with Tyler Munis to make sure we get the training for the employees to be successful in the scanning project.
So what did you purchase again in 21?
In 21, we ensure that we have the system in its entirety.
Something about this whole purchase and system in entirety don't sound right. The committee is going to request that you submit documentation to show exactly what was purchased in fiscal year 20 as to how that $225,000 was used, and for fiscal year 21, as to how the $116,000 was used. Now you're saying that the money for scanning for this year is in another part of the budget?
Yes, Senator, it is for the maintenance of the program itself, for the system itself. And so we have allocated it in the professional services and general funds.
Professional services? So your professional services are falling under other services and charges?
Yes.
And what is the amount?
It's I will give you that total because it's broken in 3 parts. So if you give me a sec, Senator, I'll have that total for you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. You recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Clendenin and your supporting team. Again, thank you for the testimony. Let me ask you, while we're on the topic of career incentive programs, this career incentive program that you have that 16 government employees have been recently accepted and 3 were denied. Do you have a criteria for denying an individual? How does that work?
Sure. And I apologize that the law section of the law escapes me, but we use the criteria within the law to make that decision or determination.
But at the same time, I know commissioners who have actually written asking for their employee to take part in that program because they know the needs of their department and what other duties and job spec that those individuals apply, and they were still denied. So I think that if that's the case, then we need to go back to the law and clarify and make it more clear in terms of bringing forth and giving people the opportunity to, when they want to basically advance and get training, afford them the opportunity moving forward. So thank you for that. Let me ask you, based on a post-out report on page 5 of 8, I know the last time you were in front of us, I asked you in reference to this lease that have been expired since 2007 at the GRS complex. And I know you're on month-to-month right now. Any discussion in that regard moving forward?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we are just at that finish line, and Ms. Kwashi could expand, where we finally got the folks at Property and Procurement and GRS to come to some conclusions. I believe it's just being reviewed at this point for legal sufficiency, and we hope to have that executed contract any day now.
And in addition to that, your contract for the Golden Orange Center in St. Croix? Okay, very well. The one that expired in 2020, from 2013 to 2020 in September, are you preparing to redo that one also?
Yes, we are doing them collectively. That one should be, I believe, Ms. Kwashi, towards the end as well, or closer to it, so yes.
And your contract listing, the Government Jobs Corp Inc. doing business as NEO, NeoGov. What has been the return on your investment when it comes to that contract?
And I'll let Ms. Abane explain, but the NeoGov really allows us a wider audience to be able to recruit to. But beyond that, the system allows it serves as an applicant tracking system right now. It allows the HR officers to clearly see who has applied for the position, set up interviews. It really streamlines the process. I know we've had this for quite some time. We're just now expanding other modules, if you will, within it.
2 minutes.
Let's go.
Okay, very well. Let me ask, in reference to your testimony, you spoke to 1,022 vacancies within the government of the Virgin Islands, and you're the Department of Personnel. And in terms of training I know you had your Miss Obin and Miss. Both individuals were very enthusiastic when it comes to the part. Miss Hasselford, in terms of their testimonies and asking individuals to come and join the government of the Virgin Islands, you know, the type of jobs available, etc. But the process is so cumbersome. And also when it comes to recruiting individuals, besides our beautiful San Sea people, you know, incentives in terms of pay, etc. Have we seen, what type of challenges have we seen in terms of attracting individuals? What does those numbers look like, and what do you believe needs to be done moving forward in terms of really getting people to work here in the territory? Because we need folks that are on workforce. We need the folks with the capacity, but at the same time, how do we attract them? How do we attract them? That's my question, because many people send all of us resumes on a daily basis. They go through the process and they're not being hired. They're overqualified. If it ain't one thing, it's the next. So I like that enthusiasm of what are we doing to really onboard individuals here in the territory? What creative measures are we using to really attract those individuals and bring them on board? That's my question.
Well, Senator, and I'll let Ms. Thank you. I will. I'll let Ms. Albane expand even further. But we're looking, like we stated in our testimony, outside the box thinking, where we did for Bureau of Corrections. Never in their history have they had that many correctional officers refer to them. 80 in 2 years. We're looking to what are other ways we could help. And that comes from us meeting with these commissioners, their HR officers. What are their needs? How can we help you? We further relaxed some of our rules where we were really, really rigid in terms of if you did not meet the entire specification, your name could be passed on. So we had people that were shy of maybe, let's say, a customer service job. They were shy 4 months, 3 months of meeting the minimum requirements. And we were so hard-lined and that we would turn them away. We've since empowered the employees to say, make some judgment calls on these things and not just rely on what you see before us, because being short a few months is not a reason to turn somebody away to say you're not qualified. Ms. Abin, do you want to, and really, Senator, if I could say this too, it takes a collective effort, not just division of personnel, but government on a whole, the executive branch, all branches of government, I mean, to bring people back to the territory, to come and work for us that has the capacity. It is not just salaries people look at, because we've been moving that needle forward. And I think really doing a good job of, and you will see as we did in the GSP plan, of moving that needle where we have salaries that can range anywhere from $52,000 to $104,000, where we're trying to, mirror that of jobs in the States and elsewhere. But it's a collective effort, because we still have to look at some of the concerns we hear about is housing. How do we have affordable housing for people? The cost of living is a bit high. There is the GERS. There is the WAPA situation. So there's quite a bit of things that we have to work collectively to do.
Time. She answered the question in closing, Mr. Chair. I just want to also add why she answered the question. What has been a result with the partnership with Waste Management Authority, the Judicial Branch, the Department of Education in terms of advertising their vacancies? And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Director?
Sure. Ms. Abane, do you want to talk a bit about the partnership and what we get from that?
Yes, I can talk about it.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Millicent O'Bain, Territorial Administrative Recruitment Classification. Well, the partnership allows for everyone to have one place one depot where they can all have their positions posted. We provide them with all the tools and resources necessary to help so that the employment process could be able to move forward and be smooth, a smooth transaction.
So you're advertising education position now, Department of Education position?
Department of Education positions all advertised on NeoGov. You will find them. You will find Burgeon's Housing Authority now. You will find Waste Management Authority, and also just to name some other semi-autonomous agencies that need assistance. We provide that, whether it could be the boards, it could be commissions. Once you fall under the executive branch of government, we help you.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Quashie, you have the amount for the record scanning project?
Senator, if I may, while Ms. Quashie get that, can I respond to something I may have placed on the record that might be incorrect, which is the St. Croix lease?
Go ahead and proceed.
Sure, thank you so much. So it's my understanding our lease has been completed since January. So that, to Senator Blyden's question, that lease is completed for the St. Croix office.
For a period of what time, from when to when?
For 1 year, Ms. Quashie, I believe, January to January, or could you tell us?
So the St. Croix lease is for a term of October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2025.
Okay, thank you. And the cost for the record scanning project in this year's budget?
It's a little bit over 144,000 for the scanning project.
144,000?
Yes.
And what are you doing with 100? Why is it separated? It was not. It was. I mean, why is it included in that particular lump sum? And it has always been separated.
I am not sure if I understand your question, Senator.
You said it's under professional services, which will fall under other services and charges. It has always been a line item. When we asked for the submission of information, it was line item at 0.
Again, that amount, and speaking of it to professional services, is as requested for fiscal year 22, the amount that I just gave to you.
I'm asking for a justification.
And the maintenance of the system.
Hold up a minute, Ms. Quashie, because I'm hearing about this. What have we received besides, you say, we buy hardware in 2020. In 2021, we buy more hardware or some add-on to the ERP. What are we paying for again? This is a contract with who? With exactly who? Which company is providing this hardware or providing the services?
Tyler Munis, the ERP system
so
that the government currently utilizes.
We're paying Tyler Munis over $100,000 for what?
For their services, the fees that they charge are annually. They charge maintenance fee, they charge support fee, they charge something called a SaaS fee, hosting fees. They have a whole host of fees that they do charge.
So are you scanning documents? It's called a scanning project. Is it to update?
We are currently.
Go ahead.
We are currently scanning documents, yes, Senator.
And it takes $144,000 to pay fees to scan documents.
I wish I could tell you something different, Senator, but that's all I have for you right now. And the next time I come before you, probably going to be for more staff to scan with the scanning project.
No,
Senator, if
you can't,
simplistic.
Well, 1 minute. If you cannot justify what we're spending now, there's no way that you can come before the body and ask for staff to justify what you can't explain. We have already expended over $300 or something $1,000. You haven't said that we scanned in 4,000 documents a year. We're able to update the archive that we have. What have you scanned? What are you scanning? Old NOPAs? What are you scanning? What are you doing? How is it making the system better?
Sure, Senator, and I'll let Mr. Cordell Reimer respond. But yes, it is scanning personnel files, which is inclusive of every document for your personal career into the ERP system and tie it to you as an employee, so we're able to have that documentation right before us. But if you will allow Mr. Rema just to say a couple more, because there are other things included in that cost.
Good afternoon, Cordero Rima Jr., Chief of Human Resources, Information Technology. Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, the initial purchase, we had to basically upgrade the licensing for the Tyler Munis ERP system to include Tyler Content Manager. Tyler Content Manager will give us the added functionality to scan additional files that we have in our file room in both districts, so that there's a portal in one area, so that you can not only see ERP documents or documents that are processed in the ERP current, you can actually go back and look at all the historical data that are stored in our files. So a bulk of the initial purchase was to get to that point. We reached out to Department of Finance as far as looking at grant funding, and we were basically trying to expedite the process to get to the point where we can scan. So we upgraded the licensing. With that came training. With that came setting up security parameters and stuff like that, in which Tyler Munis did have to assist us. And we did have to purchase some hardware. We did have to start to purchase some scanners so that we can start to bring the project to light.
So
I hope that makes it a little clear, Senator.
It makes it a lot better. So this year, what is the money is going to be used for? For maintenance fee? For what?
I think as we move forward, there is a maintenance fee attached to the services. Like Deputy Director Kwashi stated, SaaS services, software as a system, because everything on the Tyler Munis system is cloud-based as well. So there will be ongoing costs, not the large amount, but there will be ongoing costs as we try to bring this project to full fruition. And we did take the lead. Director Clendenin did take the lead, because we know what we were faced with in 2017 as far as our file room and the hurricanes and stuff like that.
Well, what year are we up to in terms of getting the data scan? We're up to what, 2018, 20 what?
As far as scans, we started scanning in our file room, but you're looking at well over 2 to 3 million documents, and I'm just giving just as an example because of what we did as far as retro. So it will be an ongoing to get all the old files, or sorry, not the old files, but the older OPR records in line with the ERP. So if I pull up Cordell Reimer in the ERP system, I will see everything that happened since 2010, but also historic data as well.
Okay, and I'm asking, what year are you up to?
Well, we're not necessarily up to a specific year. If as our team start to scan the files, as we're going, like starting with A's, if I look at
okay, let me ask a different question.
Cordell Reimer's file, I'm looking at all the NOPAs relative to Cordell Reimer prior to ERP.
So
it's on a file basis.
Different question, Mr. Reimer.
Basis.
Different question. What percentage of completion are you at?
Right now, I think we probably at about 5%, because we started slow. We only have X amount of staff right now. So we're using our existing staff members at Division of Personnel to basically get the project going.
Okay, so we expended $341,000 and we're at 5%. So 341 for every 5%. Multiply that times 20 to get 100%. And take us millions of dollars to complete this?
Venture, Senator. It is a costly venture, yes.
Costly in the Virgin Islands takes on a different meaning. Senator James, you recognize?
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. I am happy to know that we're using the University of the Virgin Islands. I think I inquired about this last year in the FY 2021 budget, and I'm happy to know that we're using our intellectual capacity in the U.S. Virgin Islands. But as far as this group called what? Gering Group, for the health insurance consultant, we are paying them $285,000. I just want you to quickly tell me what are the benefits, what are the return on investment, and how are they improving health insurance in the U.S. Virgin Islands when it comes to government employees?
Sure, and I'll let Ms. Daly speak. The Gering Group works primarily with the GESC board for health insurance. So it's really a pass through to us. They help us with the contracts such as Cigna renewals, et cetera, and provide a whole host of other returns. Ms. Daly, go ahead.
That is, good afternoon, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. That is correct. Gering Group was hired as a consultant to the GESC board.
Understood, because not questioning that company, but I think I see somewhere here where it speaks that they will have a health insurance increase. How are we working towards that as far as a consultant? Based on the conversations with the consultant, have they found any other way where we could avoid that increase?
Senators, I do believe the consultants in collaboration with Cigna gave it their best. What drives the cost, just for the listening audience edification, what drives the cost of health insurance is our claims experience. So you have a number of people going to the doctor, not just for preventative stuff, because that's what we want you to do to help drive the claims down, but don't wait. People tend to wait until they're gravely ill and, you know, it's stage 4 cancer, it's hypertension, it's diabetes, it's so far gone. So a lot of that claim experience is what drives the cost. But I do want to suggest as well, when the GESC board comes before you, that may be an excellent question to ask them as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That satisfies my inquiry. And I see here where there's a training revolving fund of $23,000. That is suffice? What have we paid for in the past, or how much was budgeted in the past? Is that suffice, $23,000?
Never enough for training, but I will let Ms. Kwashi respond to that, Ms. Kwashi.
And if you can just make it brief, because I have some other questions to ask.
2 minutes.
That $23,000 is an approximate revenue that we anticipate collecting.
And if there was a magic number that you would need when it comes to training the territory and to get things up to par, what would that number be?
Well, if I am not mistaken, sorry.
Go ahead, Kwashi.
If I am not mistaken, we requested $50,000 in our budget for training.
Because I know this time around is different from the FY 2021 budget. We're in a COVID-19 crisis situation. We're still going through the hurricane recovery. We have individuals who are eligible to retire. There will be a great shift in our workforce in the next 2 years, I predict. So I just want to make sure at the end of the day we have the resources to make sure that we can train our Virgin Islanders and whoever want to contribute to this time and service in the government of the Virgin Islands. What I also see here that there's a cooperative testing, and we're spending $3,764 annually, and that test is for fire, corrections, and police officers. How often is this test given?
Ms. Abane, if you can respond. As we said, BOC, we do it every 10 weeks, but with fire and police and even Vitima, I know it's when requested. Go ahead, Ms. Abane.
Thank you, Director. It's based on need, Senator. As for fire, we don't need that at this time because we've already filled all the vacancies that was required between 2020 and 2021, respectively. As for fire promotional, yes, we are testing for lieutenant and captain, and based on the collective bargaining agreement, it is either when the list is actually expired or exhausted, so it seems like it's a quick turnaround. Police, we're actually setting up and pre-planning for those exams getting ready to be administered, but right now they have minor setbacks that they're dealing with. Also for YRC, and
Stop
also your
one second.
corrections
Right.
for
One second.
promotional, the same thing, sir.
1 second. I know when it comes to police officers, we truly need police officers right now. And you said they're having some challenges. If you don't mind me asking, what are those challenges? Because I want to make sure at the end of the day, while we deal with VIPD budget, I'm hearing an echo. While we deal with VIPD budget, we want to make sure that we have things in place to make sure that we have boots on the ground for our police officers.
Time.
So elaborate some more when it comes to the police officers as far as the challenges that they're having.
Senator, as it relates to what I was talking to about testing, I was telling you about the promotional process. So they have some setback, but we have already started the pre-planning process, and we're hoping to start these exams to fill these leadership positions for sergeant, lieutenant, and captain alike before the year is out. Now, as for when you speak to entrance, the VIPD, they're the one that's handling that, and it's not recruitment to the beginning that they're having a problem. The challenges actually has to do with psychological and the selection board. Those are the areas that is causing problems right now, sir. I just wanted to put on the record. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Chair, I have one thing that is really disturbing me. As I look through the different salaries and amounts that are given to each employee, I see here where there's a difference where the receptionist collector is receiving $29,674 and the custodial worker messenger is receiving $27,040. They're the only two who are in the 20,000s. Everybody else is 30,000 and up. I don't know if it's something that can be done, if you have to be negotiated, but to improve morale and to making sure individuals are being treated fairly, I would like to see those two individuals, those lone two individuals who are stuck in the 20,000 be bumped up. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Ms. Daly, I'm looking at the org chart, and I'm looking at the employees that fall under you. Of all the insurance officers, you have a senior insurance officer, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 insurance officer. How many in St. Croix? How many in St. John? I mean, that's in Thomas St. John?
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. We have 2 insurance officers on the island of St. Croix, and the rest is on St. Thomas.
Okay, and the senior insurance officer is from where?
He's on St. Thomas.
The administrative client service assistant is from?
St. Thomas.
And the wellness program coordinator?
St. Thomas.
Okay, so you have no supervisor that is on St. Croix? You have no senior insurance officer on St. Croix?
Senator, in our FY 2022 budget, we're hoping to get an insurance officer on the island of St. Croix, another insurance officer on the island of St. Croix.
And you're going to promote one to be a senior insurance officer?
Well, Senator, we can't commit to that on the record at this time. We do recognize that. However, because we are virtual, even before virtual, we spent, Ms. Daly would travel back and forth. Ms. Hassel and Ms. Kwashi is also located on St. Croix, where they also provide assistance.
They do not fall under Ms. Hassel. I'm looking at the org chart, and it seems like they do not fall under Ms. Kwashi at all. Ms. Kwashi org chart goes to HR and all of that.
And while that is correct, the org chart does specify that. Ms. Hassel works really closely with Ms. Daly and the insurance team.
Then fix the org chart. It's not reflected on the org chart. I'm reading what was submitted to us. I'm going to go to the next, Senator. No. Before I go, you included in your personnel listing to the post audit, you never identified which of the positions are vacant. Which of the positions are? You have 3 different codes. You have 22,000, 22,010, 22,030. Where are the vacant positions?
Ms. Quashie, will you respond to that, please?
So we have vacant positions. We have 4 vacant positions, a junior HR technician,
Under which code?
a help desk.
Under which code?
Okay, so the junior HR technician is, let's see here, and I'm looking at my list.
That's the one at 41,200?
41,200. The code that
Okay,
is
wait,
on
hold
the
up.
document
Hold
for
up. Let me just,
the auditor report.
hold on, Ms. Quashie. Let's scrub these. Where is that position exempt? It's a junior human resources technician.
It's an exempt position, Senator,
And I'm asking why.
and it is vacant.
Why?
Ms. O'Bain might have to answer that question, or the director.
I think it primarily speaks to the duties and responsibilities. I'm happy to get you a copy of the job description, but I know technically those, they would work either out of the executive office or assist the policymaker, just like Ms. Daly, and they have that confidential type relationship.
Go with the next position. I'm trying to get the amount for each. The next position, please.
It's the help desk specialist, and that salary currently is 65,074.
I'm seeing 61,042.
I'm not sure where you're looking at, sir.
And at 22,000, right? Underneath the junior.
You're looking at a filled position. The vacant position is 65,074. It has become vacant.
So why,
That is the current salary within that position right now. It doesn't mean that it would be filled at that salary.
But that's the salary that you have in this particular report? I'm not even seeing the help desk specialist. I'm only seeing one person.
You might have to come from the top down, maybe 9 or 10.
Okay, so the 65,000 is a vacant position, and it's more than the present position for somebody that's presently serving. Go ahead.
The other position that is vacant is a network manager position.
That's how much?
That is at 62,000, and yeah, 62,000 flat.
Go ahead.
The next position that is vacant is a legal counsel position, and that is at 100,000.
Go ahead.
That's the 4 positions, Senator.
How much vacancies did you say you have? You didn't say 9? What you said before?
4 vacancy, and we have requested 9 new positions be added to the budget FY22.
So are there no positions in this 3,222,000?
Repeat the question, Senator.
Are the 9 new positions included in the 3,222,487?
Yes, Senator.
So then they must be on this list, because this list adds up to 3,222,487.
They're included in the list, Senator.
So I need to know, I need you to send me which are new and which are vacant. You have all the positions listed as if they're filled, so we don't know which are new, we don't know which are vacant, we don't know exactly what we're funding. We need the information as to exactly which of those positions listed in Appendix 1 from the post auditor with the information that was submitted to the post audit office, which are new and vacant positions. You can't mix filled with vacant with new. Then we don't know exactly what we're funding. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Good afternoon, Director, and to your team and staff. Just continuing on the lines of positions, let's stay right there. I understand, according to your testimony, that you have 44 positions in the division. That's correct?
Correct.
And out of the 44, you have 4 that are vacant.
Correct.
Any new positions that weren't in FY21 budget that are now in FY22?
Yes.
How many are those?
Ms. Kwashi, do you want to respond?
So positions that are not in FY22, FY21 and requested for FY22 are 9 positions.
9 positions. So we have 9 additional positions in FY22 budget.
Correct.
Okay. So that would bring up, if filled, total of positions for the division to what number now?
53 positions.
53 positions. Okay, that's where I wanted some clarity. Okay, and I guess that's why you have an increase in your personal services from the general fund from 2 million something now to 3 million.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up for me. Now let's talk a little bit about your rental properties. You have 2 properties that are currently under a lease agreement or that you're renting.
Correct.
The leases for both properties have expired?
No, we have finalized the one lease for the St. Croix property. The lease with GRS on St. Thomas, we are finalizing that with property and procurement and GRS.
So you're current in the agreement, or what's the expiration date for that agreement for both both locations?
Agreement. I'm sorry, Senator. Finish your question. I apologize.
Yeah, the lease agreements you have for your rental of property are expiring what date?
The one for GRS actually expired back in 2007, I believe.
Okay.
The one for St. Croix, we just renewed that lease. We just renewed that lease earlier this year.
Okay, so the one for St. Croix has been renewed, and the one from St. Thomas has been expired since 2007. So you're currently on a month-to-month basis.
Correct. With hope to finalize before the summer is out.
To renew that same lease, or you're seeking another location?
2 minutes.
No, same lease.
Okay. And Director, share with me a little
Same
bit.
location.
What are your plans in regards to not renting and being your own space? Do you have any projections? Do you have any plans? Any conversations taking place?
Not for the moment on the St. Thomas. However, for St. Croix, because we don't have the opportunity to expand where we are just looking to see what other spaces we can acquire. But again, we do not foresee that in fiscal year 22.
Okay. Well, I sure hope that's in your plan for both locations, that you could at least project ahead, because one of the things we have to do is try to move away from renting and owning, and also we have a lot of government property that unfortunately is abandoned, and we need to start restoring and occupying those spaces once again. Now, with regards to your contract listing, but before I go there, Director, is your division, do you receive any federal funds within your division?
We do not, Senator.
Okay. And were you all recipient of anything from the COVID-19 fund, Coronavirus Act?
Believe we did receive some for cleaning, et cetera, but Ms. Kwashi can elaborate on that.
Yes, Senator, we received and utilized a little bit over $7,000 for custodial services and sanitization.
$7,000.
Time.
And that was dispersed through OMB.
That was actually through Vitima. We work with them to get this done.
Apart from that, if I may, Mr. Chair, just last one. Have you then received any additional federal dollars?
No, Senator.
All right. Thank you very much. One last question, Mr. Chair, before I forget. Can you kindly share with us what is the division doing, if anything, in collaboration with the Department of Labor to help displaced workers within the vacancies that we have in the government, specifically those that have been laid off from Lime Tree? And thank you for that.
Certainly, we have, we currently advertise we have a partnership with the Department of Labor, so we advertise on their website as well. So if you're laid off, they would refer you to that website. We are listed there as well as to our own. As it pertains to the refinery, I am currently working with Commissioner Malloy on advertising to some of those individuals. But when I've met with some of the refinery folks as late as this weekend, the concern for many of them is, of course, the salary they've had. I've spoken to an electrician that made anywhere from $80,000 to $100,000 as an electrician. So that is hard to compete with when we may be starting in the 30s or 40s for such a position. But I am working with Commissioner Malloy on his efforts with the refinery and getting people implemented.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So you were a part of the session that Commissioner Malloy just had with those employees at the complex?
That session, no, I was not.
Okay, I thought that was supposed to be related to jobs. I thought that personnel would have been involved in that particular session, so with just Department of Labor?
So when you say at the, are you talking about the career fair they just had?
Yes.
I'm unclear,
No,
Senator.
the one specific to refinery employees.
I do believe Ms. Sabine was, I do believe our team was a part of that, but I need to verify, Senator. Not sure. No, she says no.
She said, what was the answer? She said yes, she said no, what she said?
I'm sorry, Senator. No, we did not participate in that rapid. You're talking about the rapid response initiative that they just had. Is that what it is you're talking about, sir?
Yes, yes.
Just want to make sure. No, we did not participate. But as the Senator eloquently stated, that we are looking at some of the resumes and we are going to try our best to cross-match, if not for the positions that we have now, what is coming up that's projected within this fiscal year.
Wouldn't that have been the best opportunity to have a one-on-one conversation with them when they're actually there having discussion with Department of Labor?
Oh, certainly, Senator, which is why I said I was there up to this weekend and had conversations with some of them. Also, we have a virtual way that they can connect with us, not just through Labor's website, but through our website as well.
Labor had an activity that was held at the Synchro Educational Complex specifically for individuals who were laid off from the refinery, and it would have been the perfect opportunity for personnel to also be there and gather all the information that is needed and speak about positions. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Division of Personnel. And thank you for your testimony. Was the legal counsel in your FY21 budget request of additional personnel?
Director?
The legal counsel was actually, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, Director. The legal counsel was not in the 21 budget when we came before the Senate. It was added by OMB and it's being paid through critical funds.
Very well. So in your testimony, you spoke about the 6,213 online application, and you were able to refer 3,000 of those to the various agencies. Can you tell us how many were hired?
Ms. Orbane, but as stated in the previously to date, we've hired some 595 persons for this fiscal year.
595, and those were part of the 3,000 that was referred.
Correct, because we've had instances where we've had over 100 people apply for one position. So our job is to get the bodies to apply so you could pick the best of the best. Usually it's just one position and we have multiple people applying in some instances.
Very well. And why would someone be rejected? I think that I heard on the questioning that you, in fact, informed that if someone was 6 months short of meeting a 2-year requirement, for example, that they would not be denied or rejected. I have someone that texts and informed that she was rejected consequential to being short of 6 months. Are you meeting with those individuals and fully explaining to them the reason that they may have been rejected and how they could best reapply?
Well, Ms. Sabine and her team, that's the good thing about the system. Once you upload information, the team does a rescreening to ensure that you didn't, miss 6 months short, etc. What we found with folks, however, they want to either bypass and not upload the required documentation, so the system will automatically say, hey, you are rejected.
There is no follow through by an individual. We just rely on the system to then generate that response.
No, we've had follow through from individuals. Ms. Sabine and her team would do that. As you can understand, with 6,000 applicants, we can't get to every single applicant to tell them. But if it's usually a hard to fill or some type of position like that, we will reach back out to them and say, hey, can you upload this? You're missing this. I've even had persons email me the missing documentation, and the team will upload it.
2 minutes.
Okay, all right. This career incentive pay, and you and I have had discussions about this far too often. What are we doing, again, to be guided by, I know what the law says, but what are we doing to, again, not discourage and demoralize individuals that have gone and acquired a degree and consider making sure that they're made whole?
Certainly, Senator, which is why we are encouraging and really started a campaign with the commissioners of those various entities to ask employees to comply with the law, which says prior to going to get any degree, you are to get the approval of the commissioner of that department and the director of personnel. This is for 2 reasons. This ensures you are getting that degree in the area that's most helpful and useful to the department, as well as so they can budget and plan for your anticipated graduation date. So what we're finding, or what we found, is where some of those degrees were denied, it's because A, you did not follow the process, the law, and you may have gotten that degree. Let's say we've seen degrees in art history, in religion, that we have had to deny.
A lot of instances where the agency head have recommended that those individuals receive the degree, and still they have been denied. For example, even if you determine that someone got a degree in accounting and they're working in the Virgin Islands Police Department, there's opportunities for them to work in their various financial areas within the police department. So the discipline really still will fall in line, and that's the reason why the commissioners then make recommendation to support granting them the CIP. However, there's still a decision to deny those individuals to be able to get their CIP.
Time.
Again, Senator, which is why the law states prior to pursuing any degree, you are to get permission beforehand so we don't find ourselves in these spaces and places. And I'm pretty certain you're not asking me, Senator, to go against the law.
No, what I'm asking you is that there's a second chance program that's available to individuals. If the bottom line is that we want a better educated and skilled workforce, and if someone perhaps, okay, they violated the fact that they didn't get prior permission, but at least we should consider when they acquire the certification or the degree to really honor them and pay the incentive pay. That was the purpose for it in the first place. Mr. Chair, if I could just have one additional, well, two quick questions.
Yes, Senator. Go ahead. Proceed.
Promise will be quick. Do you have a recruiter?
Ms. Abain serves as our territorial recruiter.
I saw where in the post-audit listing there's a recruiter, and of course there's the territorial administrator for recruiting. Is that one and the same?
Recruiter, no, that's a vacant or new position that we hope to fill.
Okay, and Ms. Daly, I thought you would have drive home the issue with the Garing Group when asked about their role, that in fact consequential to having the Garing Group assisting with the negotiation of the insurance. We have seen where we have been in a better position to afford the Cigna insurance. If we had, in the absence of them, we'd have paid a lot more money in regards to some of the increases that Cigna had initially tried to assess to the government of the Virgin Islands. Is that correct?
Senator, you are correct, but the senator asked about the funding for Garing Group, and because Garing Group was hired by the GSE board, I believe they're the best ones to answer that question as it relates to their contract.
Very well. I could accept that, but I know that this body having to come up with the funding to support the negotiated costs for the insurance have been certainly pleased with the Garing Group and the work that they have done to negotiate on behalf of the GSC and the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. I concur with that statement. The Garing Group have done really, really, really good work. Ms. Daly, you're not an ex-officio member of the GESC board?
I am not. I just attend because I'm the chief of group health insurance, but I'm not on the board, GSC board.
So you just attend?
But I concur with you. They have done an excellent job, Senator.
The commissioner, the funding for the board, some $275,000. How much was spent last fiscal year?
Senator, Ms. Quashie, if you could advise how much was expended to the board?
Yes. Ms. Quashie, how much of the $275,000? Fiscal year 20. What was spent?
The full amount was paid to the board.
So does the board hold on to the money? It remains available until expended?
Right, Senator. The board, so it's not Division of Personnel doesn't cut any checks for the board. Every quarter we get an allotment from GRS, and that allotment, not GRS, I'm sorry, OMB, and that is then passed on to the GSC board. So they would be able to better tell you how they expend those funds.
Okay, we don't have anyone from the board here. Okay, so you don't know whether or not there's a balance in that particular account?
I have no idea, Senator. I believe it's a separate account they use to hold that, to hold those funds.
Senator DeGraff, I'm seeing you down there. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I got to go straight to wages. I'm hearing so many good things coming out of personnel. Let me hear how the employees are being treated now. That's first of all for me. Wage increases. Is everybody up to date, number one?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so all the exempt from 2018, they covered the GS, all your GS recently covered, and any negotiations going on with the unionizing?
I do believe we're having some negotiations now with, I want to say USW, but Ms. Kwashi, can you inspire? I believe they are negotiating for some of those employees covered under that bargaining unit.
Yes, there will be negotiations continued July 1st and July 2nd for the USW master's contract.
Okay. Now, how many persons do you have? I don't know, in terms of probably retirees who looking to retire.
In our shop, hopefully nobody's looking to retire. We may have, it's minimal at that retirement for us. I think no more than 5.
And all the monies, if they want to go, paid up to GRS?
To our knowledge, yes, we haven't had any information from GRS indicating that we have not fulfilled any obligations to them.
Okay, have you received any COVID funds?
Ms. Kwashi and Deputy Director Kwashi indicated minimal COVID funds to assist with the cleaning and sanitization of our buildings.
When you say
offices.
minimum, yeah, what do you mean by minimum?
Ms. Kwashi, could you give that amount again, please?
Please.
I do believe it's a little over $7,000. $7,000.
The amount for the COVID funds was $7,549.20 to be exact.
Okay, thank you. Does DOP owe any vendors, any outstanding funds for any vendors?
No, Senator, we do not.
Now, how much personnel do you have presently?
We have 40 filled positions. Ms. Kwashi, do you want to respond? That's correct, 40 filled positions.
Okay, I think for the 2021 budget, you had 44. You lost 4 people who?
2 minutes.
They are vacant positions. I do believe it's a mixture of either retirement, resignation, and newly created position.
Okay, so your full operating amount of personnel would be what?
That's so hard. That's a hard number to reach. When we look nationally, it is stated that for every 100 people, you should have at least, for every 50 people, you should have at least 2 HR professionals. So a government of 5,900 plus, we are woefully understaffed, particularly if we're trying to build that training section, build our data end of things. So no, we're not where we should be, but we are well on our way.
Okay, and like I said, the services that you provide into the other departments and stuff, HR and different entities, you should do where, again, you bring your numbers up to provide an even better service. And the way I've been hearing the reading, I mean, if I wasn't looking, boy, how everybody was reading their testimonies, I had to look. You know, it was well rehearsed. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, did we see any savings in anything? Because of COVID, is there any savings in any particular areas that you're seeing?
I will let Ms. Kwashi respond, but I don't believe we have we foresee any huge savings at the end of this fiscal year. Ms. Kwashi?
Hi, Senator. I do not foresee that we will have any savings because of the ceiling that we were provided with as a budget for F21.
And did you receive any cuts?
Time.
No, we did not in 21.
Okay, and finally, for me, Mr. Chair, many departments have come before us, and it's always a word about wages and what people are turning away from joining the government. Is the Department of Personnel conducting, I guess, that reclass? I think it was mentioned in previous legislatures where you were doing that assessment of the entire government to include Department of Personnel for the wages.
Right. We have worked with the University of the Virgin Islands. They, again, are just finalizing that whole study, but we did ask for that compensation study. So we are able to see where we are and how we look against, nationally, those type positions. So we should have everything completed, Senator, before the end of the summer.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Ms. Kwashi or Ms. Daly, the health insurance for retirees, the increase that you have here of some 700 and something thousand is based on what? More retirees on the rolls? Of the retirees, number of retirees increased from last fiscal year?
Ms. Daly or Ms. Kwashi, please respond.
So in preparing the budget, there was a small projected increase of approximately 1.9% that was put into the budget.
So the 1.9% is put in and the retirees end, and it's also put in across the board for fringe benefits. Did you include a 1.9% increase?
It was only added for the health insurance retirees.
Okay, so I asked a question. There was a subsidy that you personnel, we put it on the personnel for some $6,905,000. There was also a $19 million line item for insurance to offset the cost of insurance so it doesn't increase. I am not seeing any of those included in this budget. So is it your understanding that the budget that was sent down includes an increase for government employees, employee share?
It is my understanding that that would not be included in the Division of Personnel budget.
No, is there, you're over another group, health. Have there been a discussion that there's going to be an increase in insurance across the board because of the lack of the subsidy that was provided by the government?
The board has indicated, or we are aware that we do anticipate an increase for the health insurance and the standard life insurance.
Okay, no, I don't think you're understanding my question. We had an increase last year, we had an increase a year before. To offset those increases, the legislature appropriated a certain set of money to offset the increase to the employee. So instead of the insurance increasing $80, $90 per pay period, we offset that amount because we did not feel that those individuals making the 27, 28, 30,000 could afford an additional increase. Those monies have not been included in this year's budget. So if it hasn't been included, it needs to be absorbed someplace else. I mean, we are having discussion about subsidizing a part, but I want to know if it is the intent of the submission to not include those those subsidies that were provided.
Senator, I think the question is best left to the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Potter, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my favorite government agency, the Division of Personnel, to Director Clendenin and her team. Director Clendenin, my first question to you I'm referring back to your organizational chart that you presented. And I noticed that Assistant Director Hassel doesn't have anyone reporting up to her. Is that intended to be so, or is that an error?
No, that is intended. The beauty of Ms. Hassel as the assistant director is she is just in everything and everywhere. So they all understand and respect her role as the assistant director, but she serves as that liaison as well, where if I'm not available, etc., she is right there always to help.
Okay. And I notice in the recruitment and classification, you have Administrator O'Bain. She's not reporting up to anyone. Is that also intended?
Senator, I apologize. I don't have the org chart in front of me that you are looking at, but no, Ms. O'Bain reports to the director, which is me.
Okay, directly to you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, because it just has her and the unit just suspended. So I wasn't certain exactly what your intention was. But okay, she reports directly up to you. With regards to the wellness program coordinator, does the wellness program coordinator supervise anyone?
The wellness coordinator actually, yes, does work closely with Ms. Daly. Ms. Daly, if you want to say a little bit if she supervises any persons.
Yes, the wellness coordinator does supervise the insurance officers and the admin client service specialists within the group health insurance unit.
Okay, because looking at your chart, it has the wellness program coordinator reporting directly to you, and it has the entire insurance unit reporting up to you directly. So there's no person in between. So your intention was to have this line being connected to the wellness coordinator.
Yes, Senator. And we're happy to submit a new org chart as well.
Okay, okay. I look forward to getting an updated copy of that. Director Clendenin, with respect to the organizations that you're associated with, you remember that you have membership with the National Association of African Americans in HR, as well as IPMA. How many GVI employees would you say have professional HR certifications? And is that a goal?
2 minutes.
I'm sorry, could you finish the question? I interrupted, I apologize.
No problem, no. I was asking you regarding the membership, the professional certifications among your HR professionals in the GVI. What percentage of GVI employees have that certification, any professional HR certification, and is that a goal of you as director?
Right. When we look at the landscape of HR officers, I would say at least maybe 50% have certifications, et cetera, whether it's SHORM or IPMA or some other certification. Yes, it is a goal. I know some years ago, under one of the former directors, they were able to bring in IPMA. So we are certainly headed in that direction because we recognize with the changing of administrations, et cetera, people will change positions. So we want to keep people, of course, exposed to that kind of information, et cetera. So yes, absolutely.
Excellent. One thing that concerned me looking at your report, and I believe Corda Reimer indicated that during the auditing of the Department of Education, you discovered a 60% error rate with respect to the Department of Education. That was extremely alarming to me. You expect to see some errors, but 60% is saying that the vast majority of documents that are processed contain errors. How significant are these errors, and is this something that concerns you, and how do we fix that? Is it a matter of reverting back to the Division of Personnel processing these HR documents for the Department of Education?
Senator, we did not actually read that number into the record. However, yeah, it's a matter of us just working, and Department of Education has been such a willing partner, and I'll let Mr. Reimer chime in, but has been such a really willing partner to understand where their deficiencies are, what they're missing, how they can improve. Mr. Reimer?
Time.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Corder Reimer, Chief of Human Resources, Information Technology. Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, the good thing about the audit, as we partnered with Department of Education to pursue it, is that we were heavily on things such as documentation, things such as making sure everything was on board, not necessarily as far as they had data errors as far as in the ERP, but we know how the auditors look and we know how difficult it is to get findings. So what we decided to do early up was we shared with education some of those findings as the project started to progress. And the good thing is, comparing it, we have already seen an improvement on the items that education are processing to date. And not only as we looked at NOPAs and documentation, even recommendations from the recruitment side of the house as far as PRFs and financial funding and stuff like that. And we're proud to say that education has already implemented some of those strategies. And keep in mind that this 2-year project was documents that was processed before. So we feel good about the audit. We communicate with education on a monthly basis, and they communicate to us as well. So we feel very good about it.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one small final question.
You may go ahead.
It's regarding Motivate Me. And I know that you said that I think Motivate Me was an initiative that was launched, I think it was indicated that was in 2020. I wanted to know how many participants, how many GVI participants are enrolled in the Motivate Me program, how many gift cards, you mentioned the gift cards as an incentive to incentivize folks to do the right thing as far as their health. How many gift cards have been distributed? As in
Ms. Daly,
Senator, yes. The gift cards have not been distributed. We're actually working on the list right now to send out to the employees so they can select the vendor for the gift card, but those gift cards have not been issued as yet.
How many people are actually participating in the program, Ms. Daly? How many GVI employees?
Well, all GVI employees that have the government insurance can participate. I will have to get you those numbers. I do have them here, so give me 1 second and I'll get those numbers to you.
Do it on the chair's time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the lean.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Ms. Kwashi, your other services on charge, it went from 45,176 to 39,542, but that is taking out the more than 6 million that was allocated, 6,905,188 that was allocated for the health insurance increase. So although it shows a decrease, it is actually an increase. What is the increased monies in that particular category?
As stated previously, Senator, most of that monies was for new position for FY22, as well as
other services and charges, not personnel. Other services and charges. Post-audit report, paid 4 of 8.
Other service and charges, yes. There is there is some professional service that is in that number.
What is a professional service for?
If you look at our contract listing, some of it was, like I stated, the Tyler Munis. We have also, have the NeoGov of 184,000.
That was there before.
If you type up,
Is this the first time we're doing NeoGov?
it's not the first time we're doing NeoGov. However, we did add on to NeoGov the performance management system, and that increased
So what is the cost of
payout.
what's the cost of NeoGov now?
Currently, it's 184,000
And what's
approximately.
What's the FY22 cost?
I do not have that before me, but I can get it to you, Senator.
I need a breakdown, Ms. Kwashi, of the other services and charges, the 39,542,352. I need a breakdown as to how those monies are being spent. I know that the bulk of those monies are for the insurance retirees.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now I asked a question before. How did you come up with an increase for the insurance for retirees? Is it based on there's an expansion, there's more individuals that would be seeking insurance as retirees? Are there more retirees?
We're seeing more, sorry.
Ms. Daly,
Senator, yes, Senator Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. We have a total of 7,525 retirees when you include United Healthcare and Cigna.
How much did you have last year?
I don't have that readily available. I can get you that in just.
Okay, get information for me. I'll go to the next senator for a point. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Senator Veely, may I respond to Senator Potter's question? I do have the number available.
Yes.
Senator Potter, we have 5,283 individuals for the Motivate Me.
Okay, go ahead now, Senator Francis, and then if Senator Potter wants to drill down on that particular response, I'll allow you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Clinton, in respect to your comments in regards to renaming and rebranding the Division of Personnel, what's that name that you're proposing to be used, and do you have a cost associated with that rebranding?
Sure, thank you for the question, Senator. We've already began rebranding the division. If you look, we have new logos. We've done a whole host of work when it comes to rebranding. Because we believe we are the HR of the future, gone from transactional to more transformational and building the capacity of HR officers. We really love to go from Division of Personnel, perhaps to a department of HR, where it's no longer personnel. Personnel, if you look, and we've done some research, really implies very transactional. We are coming away and doing away with that to be more transformational. And because HR is so inclusive, we really thought it would be reflective of our missions and real goals.
Yeah, I heard you say that you have already started the process, but obviously there was a cost associated with all of the renaming and rebranding that will be required to be done.
We've taken up a lot of this rebranding, I believe, in fiscal year 20 or fiscal year 19. So I could get what some of that cost was for it, but that I don't have right at this moment.
well. Thank you. I'll do some research because obviously fall under the office of the governor, so you may have the leverage to actually rename yourself that way. But if you become in a department, then it'll require some legislation from this body.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I think the code speaks to how many departments are allowed to be formed under the government of the Virgin Islands, and that is one of the reasons why there's a number of entities that are called divisions with directors, that we only allowed to have X amount, but we need to, have you done a research? Ms. Glendon, Director?
Yes, we have actually, and I could let Ms. Hassel speak to that. Ms. Hassel, please. You're on mute.
Good afternoon, Senator Viola, Florina Dan Hassel. The law speaks to a certain amount, I think it's maybe 15 or 16, however, there's 23. The Senate can amend once we come to the Senate, and I know the legislation is before
hold on, Ms. Hassel.
to make changes.
Hold on, they're 23 to include divisions, not departments.
No, there are outside of divisions. The law speaks a certain amount of number of departments. However, this body has time after time added additional departments to that. So that is allowable.
You add on apartments to meet the cumulative number that's in the code. What's the number in the code?
I'll have to get back to you, but however, the number in the code has, the legislature has changed that number and it has surpassed what the code says. So if the code says it could only be 18 departments, you now have like 23 departments. But I will get that exact number for you.
Thank you. Is Senator Blyden still there? He had a colleague, Senator Potter. If we have any additional questions. Senator Potter?
Thank you very much for your chair. Thank you for that information, Ms. Daly. My question is regarding the workforce audit. And I think you mentioned to one of my colleagues earlier, Director Clendenin, that the project was about 80% complete. And I just wanted to get a clear idea as to what does 80% completion look like? What sort of deliverables have actually been delivered? For example, I know that there was a requirement that they complete brand new job descriptions. What does the 80% look like, Director Clendenin?
You're on mute, Director.
I'm talking away. I'll tell you what the 20% actually looks like. We're waiting for them just to send us the final job descriptions. We've had a number of meetings with them to finalize job description, not just for this branch of government, but the legislative branch of government as well. We've included that. They've worked diligently and sent us for our review to finalize the compensation study. So this last piece, we're just sending us the revised job descriptions. They've already done templates, etc. We have that. It's just delivery of those job descriptions we are waiting on.
As to when the promised delivery date is?
Oh God, Senator, in honesty, we've missed that delivery date so many times from UVI. However, we are hopeful to have that before the summer is out, as they are very, very close to the end.
Yeah, I think it's important to complete that project. Otherwise, it's just an exercise in futility. My final question is daily. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we do need it completed so that we're able as well to complete our performance management side of things. So it works hand in hand.
Okay. Ms. Daly, thank you for the number, and I was surprised at the large number. That's excellent. My question is, now, those folks who are actually participating in Motivate Me, now, is there a way of determining who is actively participating in the program or who simply signed up? Is that the number who signed up, or are they actively engaged in this program?
Those are members who are actively engaged in going in to record their activities, if they went and did their health risk assessment, if they participated in any wellness initiatives, they go in and they self-report, and then they receive the reward cards. So it's 583 members who would receive those reward cards. As I indicated, we have not sent out that information as yet. We're in the process of sending it out so they can select the vendor. And then once they select the vendor, then they will receive their cards.
Okay, so that'll be 10% approximately of the persons who participated in the program will be eligible for these reward cards, because you mentioned 5,000 plus, and you said 500 and change will be eligible for the rewards.
No, 5,283 are eligible for the reward cards. 5,283 participated and logged their information on the mysigna.com website.
Okay, and just so that I don't abuse my time, just one final question, Mr. Chair, and it's related back to when the fire department was here before some time ago, I believe it was last week, and there was a question, Director Clendenin, about the NOPA and what the NOPA of the new firefighter should look like. Should the NOPA have, as far as the title or the position title, should it be firefighter, should it be firefighter/EMT, should it be firefighter trainee? In your view, what should that new firefighter NOPA look like as far as the position title?
And actually, I'll let Ms. Hassel respond, as she worked with the team on this. When we noticed they were just firefighters, we recognized that was incorrect, as these job description has been firefighter EMT for, I believe, since 2017, thereabouts. So their NOPA should say firefighter EMT. Ms. Hassel?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Potter. Thank you for that question. The NOPA should say firefighter EMT because they are hired as a firefighter EMT. When they sign off their employment documents at fire, they are firefighter EMT. We have recently caught that and we are correcting it. So we're going back to couple of years and changing it back to firefighter EMT because that's what they are. That's what they were hired as. And as you know, the system, unlike other people with the ERP had in firefighter. However, the coding should have just simply had / the ENT, and that was missing in it. However, we are handling that situation.
Okay, so is it your position if they fail the EMT portion, then you discontinue your employment, basically? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You can answer on the chair.
And that is correct, Senator Potter, because when they took the position, when recruitment posted that position, it said firefighter / EMT. And the job description clearly states that you had to have that qualification in order to be promoted out and graduate and become a firefighter EMT. So if you don't have that EMT part, it's no longer saying that, hey, I am a firefighter. So the union is saying, well, you don't have to be. If that is not so, because you were hired as a firefighter EMT.
Mrs. Hassel, did they sign a document stating that they're hired as a firefighter EMT? They have a document?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, so the only error was the NOPA.
The only error was the coding in the NOPA that should have said firefighter EMT, but they were hired. When they signed on for their probationary period, everything said that they were going to be firefighter EMTs.
When did you realize there was a mistake?
We recently, I'm
after the Senate hearing?
I approved the NOPAs and then it goes to Director Clendenin. So as I was reviewing a NOPA, I looked at it and I noticed it. And then going into the system and doing a further back check.
Ms. Hassel, after the Senate hearing?
No, it was actually before the Senate hearing. I actually did it. And while they were there, I was texting around and saying, hey, we caught it and we have corrected it. So, and there's some new recruits that they have already started correcting.
No, that's a different story. Hold up. We're talking about the 2017. You said you realized there was a mistake. So you have sent a corrected NOPA to all of those individuals?
They will be receiving a corrected NOPA. They did send up the list of individuals and they sent it to our IT area, which is Mr. Reimer, and we're in the process of correcting it. So they should receive a NOPA with the correct title.
Mr. Reimer, how long you been aware of this problem?
Good afternoon, Corder. I'm a Chief of Human Resources Information Technology. As soon as I spoke with Assistant Director Hassel and she brought it to my attention, we jumped on it and once they identified the individuals, we did go back and start to recode so that any subsequent NOPAs for those individuals will print correctly. It was literally just a coding issue on the back end. Senator, thank you.
So with that mistake, shouldn't a new NOPA be sent to all of those individuals? If the original NOPA that was given to them was wrong, shouldn't they be immediately forwarded a new NOPA with an explanation as to what went wrong?
Good afternoon, Senator. Chief of Human Resources Information Technology, Corder Ryman, that is correct. The agency will then do a NOPA and it would speak to supersede the previous NOPA for all the individuals who it was applicable to. Correct.
So has the agency submitted new NOPAs to Division of Personnel?
The agency haven't submitted the new NOPAs. They're in the process of correcting because they have to go, so they have to correct.
It's not rocket science. It's a class of 19 individuals in 2017, 19 or 20. We ain't talking rocket science. You realize there's a mistake. Fire Service realized there's a mistake. Why haven't corrected NOPAs been sent to Division of Personnel with an explanation as to exactly what is taking place? Those firefighters have been told that they run the risk of being terminated, etc. So why don't you just provide them with the information?
Because, Senator, and that is a very good question, because we have to correct the coding on all of those individuals. Ms. Brown knows that they need to send it in, and she's working on doing that. However, she sent us a list of all the effective individuals to make sure the coding on the back end is correct.
We had a meeting with Fire Service last week where we pointed out the discrepancies that you're talking about. You said that you guys caught it from before, so you're telling me, what, 2, 3, 4 weeks, and you can't send out 18 to 20 NOPAs? You can't send it to be fixed?
Can I take it? No, Senator. Corder Ryman, Chief for Human Resource Information Technology. As soon as it was identified, they sent the listing. The technology team here went on the back end, fixed the coding, and it was just for the agency firefighter to now go and just do that NOPA that will supersede the previous NOPA. So that should be done in short order.
Okay, now what I'm saying is it shouldn't be short order. It should be done immediately. What the NOPA that they have is not the NOPA that is in the system right now. So they need to get a copy of officially what is in the system. And that's the only way that it could work. Senator Francis, you still there?
That is correct.
Point of inquiry, Senator Carrion. Senator Francis, if you're there, I'll recognize you next. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're on the NOPA subject, I would like to know how long does the process take for someone exiting to receive their NOPA?
So as stated in the testimony, right now we have...
Director, I'm sorry. Compared to how it was before, what is it now? Thank you.
Certainly, I believe when we first came on board, it took, you could get anywhere from 90 to 100 plus days before we get a final NOPA. And because of that, and we understand how it works with GRS, if they don't have this final NOPA, they can't finish their calculations, the retiree can't get their funding. So that's the way it is. Right now, we've worked diligently for weeks with Department of Finance, who has been really good about it. We gave our ideas, etc., for ways to speed up the process, including the use of technology and just new ways to get it done. So right now, we are within that 30-day window, and we are moving every day to get it down to 2 weeks.
I'm sorry, what window?
We're in this 30-day window.
30-day window.
And we hope to get it down. Right, down to 2 weeks.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director Clendenin. Senator Francis. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Clinton, are you also working on the front end to improve the NOPA process? Yeah, because we're still getting calls of individuals waiting 45, 60, 90 days to actually start their jobs. What are you doing to work on the front end?
That disturbs me to hear that, as we've worked with each agency head, the HR officers, to put a number of things in place. One, we only start people at the beginning of a pay period so that they are able to get their checks 2 weeks after. We start them at the beginning of a pay period. They are able to be onboarded correctly so they understand what their benefits, etc. are. If you're getting calls because somebody hasn't been paid for that length of time, is because they have not followed the rules. They have not followed the process we've put into place. And as Fire indicated to you when they were here, it takes about 2 to 3 days and you could have an entire NOPA done. So, and if with the planning, we say start at the beginning of a pay period so that new employee does not miss a beat. If you know of someone, Senator, that has not been paid, I'm happy to take that information offline so we could investigate it.
I'll call you because I got this call just last week, might have been Wednesday or Thursday, so I'll make sure that I forward that information to you. But you know, again, I believe that there must be an open line of communication, especially when you talk about division of personnel. You know, I think that all of the HR folks should be communicating with your office to make sure that we're narrowing those type of issue. Is performance evaluation something of the past? Do we no longer require a performance evaluation, even on an annual basis? I know monthly is out the door, but even on an annual basis, there's no requirement for performance evaluation?
That requirement is there, but is that the form is so outdated. Some departments have begun to create their own, which we could find ourselves in some union issues because for a whole host of reasons, but which is why in fiscal year 2022, we hope to get that performance management program up and running. So it's more today, the data could be here today. Employees know right on hand where they're excelling, where room for improvement is needed. So it's not out the window. We just needed to modernize it a bit and make it more objective as opposed to subjective.
What about exit interviews? Are you requiring agencies to forward some of those information in respect to exit interviews so that you can get a perspective of what's going on within the GVI as it pertains to personnel and HR issues?
Two things. We have asked agencies to do the exit interviews, but what we're also doing on a more proactive approach, and Mr. Knight spoke about it earlier in the testimony, is that we're actually sending out employee engagement surveys. So these go to all employees within GVI. It does it on a monthly basis, where they are free to tell us what's going right at their department and what isn't. When we compile that information, we send that information to each agency head and say, hey, here's how you rank in the GVI. Here's what's going right in your agency, and here are areas you may need to improve on. So because of the engagement survey, we're getting the information long before you exit.
Very well, and my time has been called, but I'll just ask the chair if you could answer in his time. But in regards to strategic planning, I think that every single agency seems to be hiring a strategic planner to be able to develop their plans. And do you think that perhaps we need to have one unit that handles strategic planning for various agencies or the departments so that we don't have all of these individual strategic planners, and it's very, very costly because, of course, you know, those individuals come with a high price. What's your perspective on that?
It would be nice, however, I still would encourage it and each department, because just like HR, I want you in each department because you understand, you have that detailed information of how that agency operates. You're working with that agency head, you understand the goals. And then collectively we come together to make decisions so it works for the whole. So I do like it on the individual entity, but maybe perhaps if all of us find a way to come together to drive that strategy for the entire government, may be truly beneficial.
Thank you, Director. Director, do you believe that all HR officers should fall under your purview for consistency in policies and procedures?
No, Senator, not really. I do believe that HR officers, because I do believe HR officers should have a seat at the table with their commissioners. That's what I believe. When we come together
okay, hold on. I'm not saying for them to not have a seat at the table with their commissioner, but I'm talking about consistency of procedures and policies that everybody know exactly what are the requirements of Division of Personnel in order to execute documents. Should they have to, should they fall under your purview and be assigned to departments?
Senator, my immediate answer is no, which is why we host a whole host of training quarterly for all HR officers. As we come up with policies or new information, we send that out, we repeat it. So it's not just here today, you have the information and you don't see us again for another year. And they engage with us all the time. As to having them report or fall under me, I really would need to engage all of them and kind of see what that would look like. So for the time being, I think them reporting in their offices or to their commissioners is good.
Okay, I thought with the big name you wanted, department, that you wanted some more oversight. Senator James, you had a question? So you want the name, but you want no more oversight. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I have nothing against Tyler Technologies. I went and Googled the name to see where this company is located and what they have been doing, and it seems like they're a very reputable company. But my thing is, we are investing $76,000 to upgrade software, $54,000 for scanning system, $13,000 for workflow application, and then at another time we're spending $184,000 for applicant tracking and job description. And where I'm getting at with all of this is, I'm all for supporting the sons and daughters of the soil. I repeat it. I'm all for supporting the sons and daughters of the soil. But at some point, with all these vacancies that we have in the U.S. Virgin Islands government, we have to get outside workers to fill those critical positions. So my question is, with all this money that we're investing in technology and giving away to these companies as far as providing us certain services to attract talent, can you speak to your short-term and long-term plan that this body and the community can expect from you as far as reaching out to others in other jurisdictions to make sure that we fill those critical vacancies as we improve our infrastructure in the territory with all these hurricane, disaster recovery funds, and stay with COVID-19? Can you speak to that, Director?
$30 seconds.
You're
Director?
on mute, Miss.
You're muted, Director.
You're unmuted, Miss Glendon.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator. Thank you for the question. My long-term goal for Division of Personnel and Government on a whole is to truly be the employer of choice. That is it. I think if we could get there, we would find ourselves in a great position where we aren't so much recruiting as people are just coming, and we might be in a position to just turn them away because we are that employer of choice. To get there, however, as I said earlier, it's a collective approach. It's not just the Division of Personnel. It's your Housing Finance Authority. It's your OMB. It's your IRB. It's waste management. It's every single person. We continue to work with our partners, not just UVI, but those away. Mr. Bain will tell you, we've reached out to those stateside universities, et cetera, to entice people or show them what we're offering to come back home. We use our virtual platforms. We use with the help of the same NeoGov, we're able to reach a larger market of people to come home. I hope that answers your question.
Time.
I would just end by saying this. That is why this hurricane disaster recovery funds means so much to the forward progression of this territory, because to attract certain talents, individuals want to know that at the end of the day, if I move to the Virgin Islands to work in a government position, they have a good education system, the schools are up to par, the hospital is up to par, the road is up to par, WAPA is up to par. So I was looking more of hearing that and find out what is the true return on investment of using all these technologies and paying all these people to promote these jobs. But between us as the first branch of government and the second branch of government working together to improve our infrastructure, I just want to make sure at the end of the day we're getting a bang for our buck to attract outside talent. It's nothing to say we don't know sometimes. You have to suck in your pride and say we need the help and get the outside help. And it's not putting down Virgin Islanders. It's just the truth. We need the help. We need people from other jurisdictions to come here. And when they do come here, they can train our workforce. And then when they go back to where they come from, we can sustain in the long term. That's all I want to get at. So hopefully the monies that are being invested with Thailand Technologies and all these NeoGov and government jobs that come, we can be able to see some true return on our investment and really attract talents. I'm tired of all these vacancies. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Director Clendenin, we want to thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Certainly, Senator. Thank you so much for inviting us to testify on our fiscal year 2022 budget. We certainly look forward to your favorable consideration. We are also very hopeful, and I would be remiss if I do not take this opportunity to ask you or encourage you to consider the bill the governor sent down on behalf of Division of Personnel to become that Department of Human Resources. To my amazing and dynamic team, you guys rock, you are awesome, you are true superheroes, and we know you can't spell superhero without HR. Thank you so very much. Senator, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Director Clendenin, for your testimony. Thank you, team, for their very animated testimony that took place earlier. You even have Mr. Reimer partaking in the animation. Poor Mr. Reimer. I want to thank all of you guys. There's an extra word I want to use, but I won't use it. Thank you to my staff. Thank you, media. Thanks to all the employees of the legislature, and we'll see you tomorrow. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.